Good morning and welcome to the Mike Graham Show. I'm Mike Graham and of course here we are and the camera is just come on the screen. Believe it or not, it is right there. We were having a bit of trouble earlier at 7:02. Don't worry, it's Happy Friday, Friday the 28th of August. As soon as we went live, it came on. It's got a slightly, I would say, distant look about it though, so if you can come in a bit closer on me, I think that would be ideal. But given the fact that it wasn't there until about a second ago, that makes me very happy. So welcome to the Mike Graham Show. There we go. Look at that. I'm getting closer to you, closer to you, because that's what we do. Anyway, listen, lots to talk about this morning. It's been an incredible week, hasn't it? Absolutely incredible week. Once again, we've got loads of clips for you. We've got Andy Burnham talking absolute and utter nonsense about Ukraine, because, of course, he went there this week, didn't he? Impersonating both a sort of ageing geography teacher with his guitar and turning up wearing what can only be described as a half-zip turtle, which is extraordinary. He wore a kind of, you know, busman's holiday type outfit. But we'll talk a bit about that. We'll also play you what is going on up in the north of England, because there's some really, really serious problems up in Middlesborough this morning. We've got front page of a couple of the newspapers talking about it, The Sun in particular, because you might remember just a couple of days ago, there was a terrible, terrible event that happened where a house was set on fire, which resulted in the deaths of two people. One, a little girl of just 7 years of age, and I think it was her mother as well. It now turns out that there's some kind of gang war going on up in Middlesbrough, and it sounds like, I mean, it's the northeast, I know, but it sounds like the Wild West, because this is the place where, at the beginning of the week, we had that terrible car crash where 7 people died, 2 police officers who were obviously the best of the best kind of people you could ever wish to have, and young guys as well who had served because they wanted to serve the public. And, you know, we sometimes have a go at the police here, but these were 2 of the greatest police officers ever. 5 scroats who were in a car driving at high speed. It turns out that the car that they were driving in was involved in a high-speed chase already because there's some kind of gang-related thing going on. So nobody's really quite sure what is happening in Middlesbrough. But what we can tell you is that 200 extra police officers have been drafted in to Middlesbrough because they fear that there's some kind of gang warfare which is taking over the town. Now, I don't know if you know anybody that lives up there, but if you do, I'd love to hear from you, because we'd love to hear from anyone who's in the middle of all of this. Clearly, there are some very lawless people. I said this the other day on the show. There's clearly some very lawless people running around in that part of the world, related to and connected to organised crime gangs. Last night, there was another vigil held for one of the dead kids who died, who I think most people don't really feel too much sympathy for. Driving at sort of 150 miles an hour, there was no suggestion that they were putting this particular thing on TikTok, because it now seems as though it was gang related. But nevertheless, you know, the idea of, you know, kids, teenagers, people in their early 20s driving cars at high speed down motorways the wrong way. I mean, just chilling, absolutely chilling behaviour, ghastly, horrible behaviour, lawless behaviour, in fact. And one of the things that we saw the other day was a vigil being held for the police officers, which was quiet, sombre, the usual kind of appreciation from the local community for these 2 fine young men who were killed simply doing their job. They went out to do a shift and they never came home. The resulting, you know, trauma for their families will go on for the rest of their lives. It's just awful. But for the scumbags, the scroats, who also died, there was a vigil as well, where kids were sort of turning up with flares and balloons, sending balloons up into the sky, driving around on quad bikes and sort of stolen motorbikes and all this kind of thing. Well, last night, there was even more trouble in the Middlesbrough area, where there was another vigil held for some more of the kids that died. And it turns out that some of the cars that were there were torched, firebombed. I mean, it really is quite an extraordinary state of affairs. And The Sun has got it on pages 4 and 5 as well. 200 police from 6 different forces have been deployed to tackle gangs. On Saturday, a house was rammed by a rival gang, and that was before the car chase which led to the A66 horror car crash, right? That happened on Saturday, right? And then on Wednesday, we had Valentina, age 7, and her aunt Natalie died in a firebomb attack on a house. You can't imagine why anybody would firebomb a house with a child in it. And then on Thursday, another wall was demolished after it was rammed by a car, similarly, in the same kind of area. It really is quite extraordinary. So I mean, it's a massive, massive story, this, and we'll be giving you as much on it as we can as we go throughout the course of the day. But I don't know what's happened to Britain, you know, because we're going to talk as well about other stories on the front pages. There's stories about migrants today. There's stories about, in the Daily Express, they've got a story saying 21,294 foreign criminals are on our streets, and they should have been deported, but yet they haven't been deported. So we know we've got problems in the migrant area. We know that there's low-level crime and in some cases high-level crime because of the crimes that they're committing. But this business in Middlesbrough shows you that, you know, there are parts of Britain which are entirely and utterly lawless, right? And I don't know what we do about that, but we need to do something, and we need to do it pretty sharpish before it gets completely and utterly out of hand. I know you've been running around like a mad thing, Charlotte, this morning, so I don't know how set we are for doing clips and things. How are you feeling about the publication of some clips that we can do?
Yeah, start with Quetta, and I'm just downloading the other stuff.
Okay, well, we can start with that, but I'd rather not start with that, so we'll leave it for a second, because what I'd like to do is do the torch cars of Middlesbrough, we can do that. But just let me know when you've got it, because the story in Quetta, by the way, Sueta, depending on how many different ways you want to pronounce it. I mean, that's really kicking off as well, because we've got people who are down there not happy with what's going on in terms of the way that the mainstream media is covering the story. Also not happy with the way that Red Cross and other charities are turning up to try and help the migrants. The locals, we saw them yesterday, didn't we? Actually out there demonstrating and chasing migrants down the street, saying, we don't want you here, right? Because that situation is still going on. It still hasn't been fixed by the government. It still hasn't been fixed by the Spanish. And the media, of course, as they are, and they would be here, and the charities are all going down there going, oh, hey, we've got to help these poor people coming from Northern Africa. We've got to help these people coming from Morocco. And the locals are going, no, actually, we don't want them here. Thanks very much indeed. We really don't. So whatever you do, do not be assisting them. Do not, apparently, be helping them. So with that, and we've got to cover that story as well. We're waiting for Rafe Heidel-Manku, who we're hoping is going to come in and help us with the pay-per-view, but he's not here yet, so we'll bring you that, obviously, as soon as we can. Other stories on the front pages, of course, include stories from Nepal, because that really is an appalling story as well. Absolutely dreadful. I don't know, I mean, if you were as shocked as I was, I'm sure you were yesterday, because your reactions would have suggested it. You were as shocked as I was by those pictures, horrific pictures of that huge tidal wave of mud which came down the sort of the valley and swept everything before it aside, you know. The second flood is coming is what it says on the pages 8 and 9 of the Sun, and there's an incredible picture. It's a still photograph actually, but you can still kind of see the magnitude of it as you see people running. And I mean, look at that wave that's coming behind them, right? It's terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. And of course, many of the stories this morning are about 33 missing British people who were obviously visiting their kind of, you know, ancestral homeland. And there's many pictures of them on the front pages of the papers. They think faces of Britons missing in Nepal is what it says on the front page of the Daily Mail. British families were last night desperately trying to contact loved ones missing in Nepal's deadly tsunami from the sky. Rescuers are battling to reach villages wiped out by Wednesday's 600-foot surging wall of mud, rock and ice. Dozens of Britons remain unaccounted for. I mean, they're worried that there could be, you know, more than 1,000 people dead in this particular situation, which is awful, absolutely horrible. Other stories to talk about. There's a strange one, actually, on the front page of the Daily Mail about this teacher called Sally Ann Bowen, who was found guilty yesterday of seducing schoolboys. But the thing that's weird about the story is that, and you may not know this, obviously anyone who is sort of entrusted with the teaching of young men should not be having sex with them. But this is a story that goes all the way back to the 1980s, right? So the big headline in the Daily Mail is pages 10 and 11. How many boys did she seduce, right? Yesterday, this former chemistry teacher, a hospital consultant's daughter from a Hampshire village, was found guilty of grooming and seducing 2 schoolboys in the 1980s. So were there more victims? And why has it taken so long for Sally Ann Bowen to face justice? But it's an interesting one, this. As I was talking to a friend of mine yesterday, I was at the cricket at Lord's, which was very, very exciting, but very hot. The rain stopped just in time, by the way. But we were saying, you know, this is one of those stories where you will have, I suppose, various different views of it. And I don't know what happened in the 1980s. I mean, there are things, if you want to go all the way back to the 1980s, we're talking what, 45 years ago now? 40 years ago? Schoolboys who were claiming that they were exploited, that they were somehow victimized. And it seems to me that there are an awful lot of bad things going on today, an awful lot of bad things going on in the papers. And it's not, you know, perhaps the worst thing that could have happened to people. Seems odd to be prosecuting somebody 45 years after the event, doesn't it? It just seems to me to be a bit strange. I mean, I'm not, you know, in any way diminishing what she's alleged to have done, and I'm not saying that, you know, she's perhaps not somebody who ought to be punished, but I don't know. Are they going to send her to prison for this? For having sex with schoolboys 45 years ago? It seems a bit weird to me. Anyway, I don't know. Another couple of stories to mention to you while we get ready to play you some clips. Spending on ADHD has risen by tenfold. This is going to be a subject of my down, which I might do actually soon. This is incredible. Story on the front page of the Times. The amount of money being spent by health trusts on diagnosing ADHD has surged up to tenfold over the past year. NHS leaders say the costs are out of control and unsustainable, right? That's incredible. It says here that there's a wild west of private clinics cashing in on soaring demand. They're charging the NHS up to £3,000 per patient to carry out ADHD and autism assessments for those who are on waiting lists. What is that all about? Have we got somebody waiting?
Yes, we've got an emergency guest.
An emergency guest? Who have we got?
We've got Mark.
Mark?
Littlewood.
Mark Littlewood. Goodness gracious me. Well, we have to have a trumpet alert for him. It's Mark Littlewood, ladies and gentlemen. Very good morning, Mark.
Morning, Mike. Morning from beautiful, hot, sunny Calidore. How are things back in Blighty? Pretty bad, I guess.
Are you? Well, things in Blighty are not good, it has to be said. Although I was at the cricket yesterday, and I don't know if you're a cricket aficionado.
Oh yeah, we're doing all right, aren't we?
First day of the Test, Pakistan, England. England a little bit ropey, I would say, a little bit sort of slow at the crease, and it'd been raining, of course, all night, so the pitch was a little slow as well. But very enjoyable, and it's, you know, I was there with a couple of friends, and we were saying how quintessentially English the whole experience of going to Lord's is, and there's not many of those left, so it was quite nice. We even had afternoon tea at some point, you know, in between all the various glasses of wine. And it was very nice, very nice.
Well, that sounds great, Mike. But if I remember, a few weeks, maybe a couple of months ago, I think it was Lord's or the MCC that we nominated for Plank of the Week because they were putting on some woke exhibition there. So
yes,
even a day out at Lord's might be under threat from the wokerati, Mike.
I think there's definitely signs of wokeism there. However, when you look around at all the people who have arrived, I mean, as I was walking, because I was in the posh bit, and as I was walking across looking down at the people, there was a guy unfurling a sort of an ice bag, and just pulled a bottle of rosé out of it and started pouring it into a glass while he was sitting in the stands, and I thought, that's my boy. And there was quite a lot of that going on, quite a lot of blazers being worn. I saw Jacob Rees-Mogg, who was there. You know, it was a very quintessentially English day out. But what is worrying is that there are some other quintessentially English things going on up in the northeast of England. We've been talking about this as a first off story this morning, up in Middlesborough, sending 200 police officers up there because of this out of control gang war that seems to be going on, which started at the weekend with this terrible crash on the A66, 7 people dead, including 2 police officers. Now, we've got a dead 7-year-old girl and her auntie who were burned out of their home. We've got cars ramming into houses. We've got cars being torched. I mean, I don't know where this has come from, but it seems to have come out of nowhere.
Yeah, and I've been reading and watching this from afar, Mike. I mean, initially after that horrific car accident, I think the sort of assumed story was this was a ludicrous, insane prank sort of gone wrong based on some TikTok videos about dangerous driving. Yeah. It now looks far, far worse than that, Mike, doesn't it? And I've got to admit, I wonder whether this might expose that we now have serious gangland problems in a whole range of towns and cities in England. Middlesbrough obviously has now come to the fore, but I wonder whether our policing has not really been focused on the main target of what we should have been looking at over the last 5 or 10 years. And if you don't nip these things in the bud, then I'm afraid they become entrenched in society. Once you've got gangland crime, it is damn difficult to erase. So I'm not surprised that they are sending reinforcements there, but it looks already as if, Middlesbrough may have hit a tipping point as far as crime is concerned.
It. And if it is, as they say, links to serious organised crime, that's not going to be simply in one area, is it? As you say, it's going to be nationwide, effectively. Because if it's drug related, we know that there are various networks of drug gangs that deal with in all sorts of things. But it's just terrifying that these guys don't seem to care what the consequences are. They're ramming houses, they're setting fire to houses, setting fire to cars. There was a bunch of, we're going to hopefully see these clips a little bit later on the show, setting fire to cars last night at some vigil. They're clearly not concerned about the police whatsoever.
Yeah, no, that's right. And, there is huge amounts of money to be made from the narcotics trade. Yeah. It's colossal the world over. It's colossal in the UK. And when that sort of money is involved, people are willing to go to extreme lengths. And look, is anyone really scared of the police anymore? Does anybody even respect the police anymore? I mean, probably law-abiding citizens, I think, now even spend more time rolling their eyes at the police force or tearing their hair out about the police force. And, endless stories of them knocking on doors with, researching non-crime hate incidents or what somebody said on Twitter or God knows what. I think we need a complete refocus. We've got to get back to catching criminals, nipping it in the bud. And I think the eye of the police has been taken way off the ball. And unfortunately, as I say, once this gets embedded into a place like Middlesbrough, it is damn hard to cut the cancer out. It's a stitch in time saves 9. And if you haven't nipped it in the bud at the start, this problem is going to be a million times worse than it would have been if it had been addressed properly 5 or 10 years back.
Absolutely right. Somebody's asking if they can get a warning for loud attire. Follow your bliss. I think you don't need a warning for Mark Littlewood coming on because he's going to be wearing a fairly loud shirt. I mean, that's kind of your MO now, isn't it?
It's pretty understated by my usual.
I would have said so. Yeah, absolutely right. Of course, the other thing we've got to talk about is that this weekend, and until yesterday, I'd completely forgotten it was even a bank holiday weekend, but this is the Notting Hill Carnival weekend. Yeah. Talking of the police, this is the 60th anniversary. There hasn't been a lot of noise around it this year because I seem to remember last year there was an awful lot of talk of police using facial recognition cameras, and I think they actually used them to quite good effect, funnily enough, where they managed to pull a few people out of crowds before they got into any trouble. So, but I mean, I'm afraid, I fear I'm going to be sitting here on Monday morning doing a show about somebody being stabbed or some crime being committed, no doubt. The Notting Hill Carnival, every single year we have the same argument about whether it should be moved to a safer venue. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, well, I'm a bit surprised given the historic record of violence there and lethal violence, as you rightly say, Mike, that the organisers can get a licence for this to go ahead. I mean, if this happened on the same level at, say, a football match for a given team, you'd start to play behind closed doors. The police wouldn't just turn up and say, well, we've got to deal with it. So, I would have thought it's got to be made plain that is the policing paid for by the taxpayer or by the organisers of this carnival? Because there's another difference there as well.
I seem to remember that they get quite a lot of money from Sadiq Khan, who inevitably gives them a grant of one kind or other, which of course is our money.
Yeah, that's our money. So I think that the very least, you need a police judgment that, in order to make it as safe as we can, it's going to require this number of cops. That's going to cost this amount, given all the overtime. And somehow the organisers of the Notting Hill Carnival need to pay for that. They need to, people who go along to it need to chip in. That happens in football, by the way. The football teams the football clubs pay for the policing. It's not paid out of the taxpayer's purse, because they're saying, if you want to organise an event in which a large number of people are going to turn up, and there's, some hostility and some rivalry and much alcohol will be consumed, fair enough, go ahead, but you've got to pick up the tab for the policing. So I don't quite know if you're right, Mike, why this is coming out of London taxpayers' precepts. It should be coming out of it should be paid for by the organisers of the carnival.
Yes.
They'd have to find some way of extracting the money from the people who wish to attend it.
Yeah, no, I think that's exactly how they do it. But the money is clearly paid by I think maybe by the carnival organisers, but they have to get that money from somewhere else because it's not a chargeable event. They don't charge people, so they would no doubt say that they're a charitable organisation and they don't have any money.
Crowdfund it then, Mike. Crowdfund it if they need.
Of course they don't. I mean, but this is the other thing. Isn't it funny how the police always manage to find enough officers, despite the fact that they're so short-handed, to police football matches because they're all getting paid overtime.
That's exactly right. So, we obviously need the police force to focus on where they genuinely consider the real threats and problems to be. But, as I say, if people want to organise things which pose on the face of it some sort of risk to public safety, and, fortunately, football's nothing like as bad as it used to be back in the day, Mike. I mean, it still needs policing, particularly if you've got two very big rival teams. But, generally speaking, football matches go off very, very safely now. An occasional scuffle, no much worse than that. But I think people who are putting on things which, on the face of it, have security risks, they need to pony up the money. And that filters down to ticket prices in football. Don't know how it filters down at the Notting Hill Carnival, as you say. It's a bit harder to charge. But if you're deliberately doing things with a noticeable, measurable, and in the case of Notting Hill Carnival, historic public safety risk, then I don't think you can rely on Sadiq Khan, the London Assembly, or the taxpayers at large to foot the bill for you. You've got to foot it yourself.
No, indeed. Speaking of footing the bill, there's a massive story in the Times today, which actually I think is a better story for the lead, actually. The amount of money being spent by health trusts on diagnosing ADHD has surged up to tenfold. I don't know if you heard this, just as I was introducing you. Some of these private clinics, this is now obviously the new drug dealing, right? Forget about drug dealing. You'll make much more money servicing the NHS ADHD problem because you can charge £3,000 per patient, apparently, to carry out ADHD and autism assessments for people waiting on lists. Get this, right? Put your economist hat on. In one region, spending has increased from 1.75 million in 24-25 to 18 million in 25-26. In Cheshire and Merseyside, spending has gone from 11 million in 2023-24 to 38 million in 24-25 and is projected to go to 51 million this year. I mean, if only I had an attention span, I'd read you the rest of it. But I'm afraid, I'm slightly lacking in that. So,
very good
my book, by the way.
Mike.
You may have heard that I've written this book, right? This is the new thing, right? It's on the Sunday Times bestseller list now, and it's not very thick, right? Look at that. So this is the book for the ADHD generation. Because if you can't concentrate on reading for more than a couple of hours, this will sort you out, and you don't even have to pay 51 million for it. It's $8.99.
I think you should be contracting that to the National Health Service, Mike. Seems like a much more secure, much cheaper way of analysing it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Look, here's the problem, right? And it was the last government, in large part, to blame for this, I'm sorry to say. Is when you put mental health problems and physical health problems on the same level for the purposes of, say, claiming welfare if you're out of work, which sounds like a nice and lovely thing to do. And at the extreme end, I can understand it. If you've been diagnosed with, say, schizophrenia or something, then it's going to be a bit difficult for you to hold down a job. But the problem of these other mental health issues like ADHD or autism or stress or whatever is they are nearly impossible to diagnose. If you go to the doctor and say, look, I can't go to work because, I've got a broken leg or something, it's pretty easy physically to work out whether you are lying about it, misdiagnosed yourself, or indeed you have got a problem. You can have a blood test for things. They can scan you. But ADHD, these sort of things, they're very, very subjective. There isn't a black and white test for them. So it becomes extraordinarily expensive, highly contestable. We've made it desirable for those who want to pull the wool over our eyes to try and get these tests. So it'll zoom and zoom and zoom, I'm afraid. And I know I can barely go through a day, Mike, without somebody saying to me, oh, do you know such and such a person? I think they're on the spectrum. There isn't the point of a spectrum that we're all on it. It's not whether you're on a spectrum that matters. It's whether you seriously cannot undertake work. And I know lots of people in my life who, suffer from some, ADHD or something similar or prone to panic attacks. But best way of dealing with that is to get a job and keep yourself active. And unfortunately, this is all part of not just the health budget, Mike, but the welfare budget as well, because it trickles onto that. Once you've been diagnosed with this stuff, once you've got an ability to sign yourself off, it's not just the cost to the NHS zooming up through analysing all of this, it's the cost to the welfare state as well, if you use that as a reason not to seek gainful employment.
Well, if you look at just these three examples that we've given in terms of how much money is spent, and this is literally just, so Cheshire and Merseyside, where are we? We go to Cheshire and Merseyside, we go to, where is it? Well, I'm trying to find Merseyside as well. Something like 51 million plus 18 million. But I mean, you're going to look at around about probably £1 billion up and down the country in various NHS, foundation trusts and whatever. And this is in a budget where they've got 200 billion plus a year. So to them, another billion probably doesn't matter very much. But I mean, it's an awful lot of money given that we don't have any.
Yeah. And unfortunately, the NHS is a bottomless pit, isn't it? I mean, healthcare in general, you know, as countries and economies get richer, they tend to spend ever more on healthcare because there is basically a limitless amount that you can spend on it. There's only so much that you can spend on, buying a loaf of bread or buying butter or buying basic staples. But healthcare basically is by its nature a limitless budget. You can spend more and more on getting yourself checked over every week, every day, if you wanted to, for an endless list of ailments. But the NHS is not equipped to deal with that and is very, very bad at making rationing decisions. So no decision is really made in a sensible way about what we're going to prioritise. So, you know, all right, you're right, Mike, £1 billion spent out of a £200 billion budget, 0.5% of the budget. But who's really thinking, do we want to spend that on these mental health checks, or would that be better spent on early cancer diagnosis, right? We've heard that, you know, for men now, prostate cancer is not going to be checked on an automatic basis. Okay, well, there's a rationing decision. Is the NHS making the right rationing decisions? Is it getting the resources to the highest rates of return areas? And I'm highly, highly sceptical about that. It's now, I think, the biggest employer on planet Earth, the National Health Service. So it's unwieldy. It doesn't make fleet of foot decisions. And I'm afraid a lot of money, if not totally wasted, is at least misallocated. I strongly suspect that the millions that you're quoting there from Cheshire, from Merseyside, you know, it might be having some rate of return and helping some people, but I bet if you put that money elsewhere, largely into physical ailments, the rate of return would be better. But guess what? The NHS is not hardwired to be efficient, I'm afraid.
Unfortunately not, because also that's just the beginning of the fiscal journey, if you like, because once you've been diagnosed with ADHD, then you apply for PIP payments, and then you apply for various other benefits, and suddenly there's a huge burgeoning, you know, multi-billion-pound bill coming your way if you're a taxpayer, because not only have you now had to pay for the diagnosis through the nose, you've now got to pay for the treatment through the nose, which might apparently just be a load of money. One last one for you, because I know we're going to talk to you later on Plank of the Week, and there's plenty of planks. In fact, I might put the NHS in as a plank, a last-minute plank for this amount of money they're wasting. Headline in The Sun, and this is about the number of people being granted permanent settlement or British citizenship. It's going at a rate of 1 migrant every minute, apparently, according to which is almost as quickly as they're entering the country, I suppose. But apparently it's hit an all-year high. The Times version of the story says the number of migrants granted the right to live in Britain permanently has risen to a 16-year high. Isn't that lovely? Marvellous, isn't it?
Well, I mean, we've got all of the criteria just completely wrong about this. It's far, far, far too easy. At every stage of the process. You were just talking about the process that's bankrupting us in health spending and welfare spending, Mike. But similarly on immigration and asylum, it's got to be a tough process. I mean, I think I'm right in saying it's about 50% of asylum claims are successful. I was just looking over to Switzerland. Do you know what percentage of asylum claims from Africans are turned down in Switzerland? Have a guess.
What percentage?
Are turned down in Switzerland?
99%. I was going to say 40%, 99%. Wow.
In Switzerland, they turn down 99%. So I think we should probably, you know, have a look over at a country like Switzerland, which is, you know, rich, affluent, peaceful, is doing pretty well for itself,
Yeah.
and probably import a bit of their asylum and immigration system. Every single pathway on virtually everything the state runs, Mike, whether that's the NHS into welfare payments or the asylum and immigration system, all of the pathways are set to bankrupt us, I'm afraid.
Right.
So we just cannot allow people in at the rate of one a minute, unless they really are kind of, millionaire, highly productive people. But when you look at the demographics, we are basically importing people who will be reliant on the state. Not all of them, but a disproportionate number of them. So the business model of the UK at the moment, Mike, I looked at the numbers on my show with Paul Cox a few days ago. In the last 2 years, 26,000 millionaires have left the United Kingdom because the tax rates are so bad.
Right.
And we're importing people who, by and large, are not net contributors, but are taking money out of the system. So if the UK's business model is let's export our millionaires, kick them out of the country and they'll go elsewhere, and then let's import people at the rate of one a minute who are typically very often going to be reliant on welfare or state handouts, well, that's a business model which is sending the country bust and ain't sustainable for much longer, I'm afraid.
No, it really isn't. And finally, the Telegraph's got a piece saying the Treasury have now produced some data which says, guess what? A wealth tax won't actually work.
Yeah. No, well, it just hasn't worked wherever it's been tried, Mike, because wealth is pretty mobile. So, you would think that the data that we've got already on the number of rich people fleeing Britain because the tax rates are so punitive, you will simply accelerate that, right? So you will just find that more and more people say, with this up, I will not put. And, even people of very modest means like me might decide actually permanently relocating to Calador in Mallorca rather than spending holidays here quite a lot becomes a lot more attractive. So, yeah, there's no case of it working. When the French tried it, it was a total disaster. They raised virtually no money and they chased away vast amounts of money because people just left France. So the Treasury have at least worked that one out. But in other disappointing news, I think this is in the Telegraph as well, although I saw it online, Mike, we're told that the government can only concentrate on one thing at a time. So welfare reform's going to have to wait for another year, apparently. They've done capping bus fares, so that's it. That's the only thing they could concentrate on.
Excellent. Fine. Brilliant.
Yeah. So we've
Mark,
got another year to wait.
Yeah, good to see you, Mark. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. We'll catch you later in the show for Plank of the Week, which is coming to you this morning at 9 o'clock, brand new time. So look out for that. Mark Littlewood there, jumping in. We were hoping to see Rafe, but we couldn't get hold of him. So we'll come back to all of that. Meanwhile, let's get some news, shall we, with Edward Hughes.
Hey there, Fiona MacLeod here with your Friday news. I've missed you all loads. King Charles is heartbroken after Nepal floods left about 33 Britons missing, children among them. 7 people have been charged for spraying "Gaza is not for sale" across Trump's Turnberry. Prosecutors are whispering terrorist connection. Nothing says high politics like graffiti on a billionaire's fairway. The Tate brothers are moaning about US jail while fighting extradition on rape and trafficking charges. An ex-Barclays boss denies sex with a woman dressed as Snow White after the Epstein emails. A former teacher has been convicted of indecently assaulting 2 London schoolboys in the 1980s. Wowzers. Russia says Britain is playing with fire over Ukraine missiles and has threatened UK targets. The Knob of the North is promising rape specialists in every force by 2027 and getting called populist by Mike Ashley. See you later, alligator.
This video is sponsored by Tally Money. I'm delighted to be joined in the studio by CEO and founder Cameron Parry. Cameron, very good morning to you. Nice to see you. Tell us what Tally Money is.
Well, at Tally Money, you get a savings account powered by gold. So we give you a sort code and account number in your name, just like a normal bank account, but instead of sitting in pounds, you now have milligrams of gold that we brand as Tally.
Okay. And how does it actually work sort of day to day? Do you check the gold price every day? Do you need to do that? How does that?
We use the spot price, what's called the spot price in gold, and that updates every minute. It's a live price. We don't charge any premiums or FX margins on anything on that. You just go about your day as though it was any other mainstream foreign currency, except that you see all your transactions in real time and you're not getting charged international transaction fees and things like this.
Okay, so if I move some of my money into Tally, because I've just opened an account, What happens to it? And is it one of those things that I'll just be watching all day to go, ooh, look what's happening today?
You might do, but you've probably got better things to do with your time, to be honest, Mike. I don't actually think about the little movements in price, because I know over time that on average it goes up more than 12% per annum, and it has each year for the last 10 years. You know, bank savings products or current accounts just can't compete with that at all. But the main thing is my money's sitting there. It's my direct ownership of an asset. When I use my Italia card, you know, in London to buy a cup of coffee, the merchant still gets pounds.
Yeah, okay. To find out more about Tally Money and for a special offer for viewers of the Mike Graham Show, simply scan the QR code or click the link in the description right here. Welcome back to the Mike Graham Show, 7:37. We've got a great show for you. Ralph Shulhammer's coming up a little bit later on. We've got Plank of the Week. Dr. Gavin Ashenden is in as well. He's going to do the Sunday sermon. Khaled Hassan, a new guest who we're going to talk to about Israel. Peter McElvenner as well, coming up shortly. But first, a few super chats. What do you think?
Yeah.
Shall we do a couple? Let's have a look. Super chat, one from Da Popo. Morning, Mike and team. My apologies for the message yesterday. It was a distasteful joke that I made. I've made a donation to the Dinah charity to hopefully make up for the upset it caused. To be honest, I don't think I saw a distasteful joke to Popo. I don't remember reading one out anyway. And so my apologies to you for not reading it out. But the good news is nobody thinks you're a horrible guy. I says diversity is not our strength, it would seem. Yeah, no, I get that. I think we can clearly say that it's not. And I've got a couple of videos and clips to show you from Soweto, actually, which I might show with Ralph Shulhammer. But let me read you a couple of Substack messages as well, because if you haven't joined our Substack, there's a lot of reasons to do it. We do a couple of articles a week. We do Ask Mike on a Sunday, which means you can ask Mike any questions. When you say Ask Mike, that means me. You can ask me any questions you like. The dog will sometimes answer them as well. Ziggy. Also, we're starting to ramp up the old clips of the week. We gave it to you last week, and so we're going to do it again this week, which is good. How about this, though? This is from Keith Brewer, who says, recently I was gifted a copy of your book, which I enjoyed immensely, but in chapter 14 on page 72, he says, it's called Poachers Turned Gamekeepers. Paragraph 2 begins somewhat confusingly, access is gilt-edged. And you're right. They've obviously auto-corrected it from gilt-edged, which should be G-I-L-T, edged, meaning, you know, edged with gilt, which is a gold type scenario, to gilt-edged with a U. So it's G-U-I-L-T, gilt-edged. Given the context of the chapter, I have to ask, was this some kind of deliberate Graham-esque applied Freudian wit? Or had you intended to write access is gilt-edged without the U? You're right. It's a good spot, Keith. It's a typo. Referencing the gold leaf borders of the original gilt certificates to show their high quality. Clarification, please. So there's your clarification. It's a mistake. Many thanks for the cataclysmic changes that you're bringing about in the world of media. Well, that's very kind of you. This one from Keith, who says, I hope this is the correct way to communicate with the Mike Graham Show. Many congratulations on your phenomenal success. Along with Dan Wootton, you are blazing a trail which others will doubtless try to follow. One of your viewers asked me to ask you a question. Does anyone know what, if anything, has happened to Rachel Thieves' much trumpeted entertainment theme park about which she was so gushing last year? Many thanks and keep up the brilliant work. Well, you know, it's funny, isn't it? Because they were supposedly going to they announced that they were opening this new theme park in Bedfordshire, somewhere near Luton, at some point in the future. And they got terribly excited. Do you remember Keir Starmer standing there with his ridiculous smile on his face? I never told my kids, I never thought I would ever be opening a theme park. Isn't it great? Chris rather says, Ceuta is pronounced Ceuta. Well, it's pronounced about 85 different ways, it seems to me, because everybody that I meet, certainly I met somebody down in Clacton who had lived there and said it was pronounced Ceuta, I believe. We've also got our man Mark, who is our regular correspondent from Madrid, who's actually Spanish, who pronounces it Fuelta, right? I've also had people pronouncing it Ceuta, Ceuta, you know. I'm going to go with Ceuta, I think, which is kind of what I say. But the trouble is, because there are so many different ways of saying it, I sometimes get it mixed up. Florida with love, says Wesley Jr. Thank you very much indeed for that. One more Substacker here. This is from Mike, from Lindsay. To Mike and Pooch, we've been Substack subscribers from the beginning and love your shows, but lately we've been noticing just how often our watching on an iPad, especially of the replay, gets interrupted. Today was worse than ever and prompted this message. Is your output being deliberately hacked or interrupted such that the screen freezes, goes black, reverts back to the beginning? Is this just us? or are others experiencing the same? I wonder. I wouldn't put it past some organisations or people. Otherwise, keep up the good work. The heaviest flack, it comes when you're over the target. Yeah, I mean, I think, look, it's not a perfect scenario here. My screen's just gone off, by the way, if that's of any consequence to anyone. It's not a perfect art. Putting out a show on YouTube is quite complicated, and I can say that with some knowledge, having been doing it now for about the best part of 8 months. We sometimes find that refreshing the screen works. We sometimes find that, leaving YouTube and going back in sometimes works better. It's not, like I say, it's not a perfect science. And so I've also got my my actual iPad copy of the show has now gone black as well. So does that mean we're off air? Does it? Does it mean we're off air? I don't know. I can't see anything going on here. 10,000 people are watching it, but there's nothing there. There's nothing there. Have we gone off air? Eh? People are saying they can't see anything. Can they hear anything? Some people can hear it. Some people can still. Some people can hear me. Can you hear me? You can hear me. Well, I'll tell you what, they can still hear me, so let me just keep talking, all right? Pooch is having a look now to see what's going on. Apologies if you can't see what I'm doing, but let's go to our next guest. The screen seems to have gone blank. I'm not quite sure why, but we have now got our next guest to come, haven't we?
Yeah, Peter.
Peter McElvenna is here. Peter, very good morning to you.
Good morning. I don't know if you're live or not. I'm watching you on our thing and not on live, so I can't help. Sorry.
Okay. Well, we can still be heard. At the moment, there's no picture, but people can still hear us. So let's assume that we can carry on with the interview without people just won't be able to see your beautiful face or mine, unfortunately. So very good morning to you. How are you?
Very good. I do have a face for radio, so that's going to be better, Mike.
Yes, absolutely right. I mean, I just want to, maybe we can kick off with a story which is slightly puzzling to me about this gangland scenario up in Middlesbrough. I know that we've obviously got organised crime. We know that there are bad people in this country. We know that we've got plenty of homegrown ones. But, mate, what exactly do you think is going on up here? They're sending 200 extra police officers up to Middlesbrough. But we appear certainly to have a portion of the country operating as a kind of lawless outlaw brigade, you know?
Well, it's true, and it reminds me of back in the day growing up in Northern Ireland, what happened there, but that was something completely different. But it's kind of what we've come to expect whenever we see, and I've lived in London 24 years, and I've seen the rapid change in London from somewhere that I thought was fairly safe, even had pockets of Englishness, has now completely disappeared. And it seems as though the police have given over sections of society because it's too much work for them to intervene. Although I saw yesterday that the Met Police were showing off some new e-motorbikes. I don't know how long they go until the battery dies, but these are the latest things to stop kind of thugs attacking people in the street and nicking their phones. But it's kind of, well, we're told violence is what part and parcel of living in a city. That's what City Can told us. And I think that kind of follows on from that. Whenever it's the fixing the broken windows, whenever those low-level issues are not fixed, then things just spiral out of control. So it's kind of frustratingly what we've seen the Tories do, cutting back on police and Labour continue, and therefore there's not a disincentive. Are we back on?
I think we're back. I can see you. I don't know if anybody else can see you. But yeah, it's not a shock either. You're looking very good.
Thank you.
Yes. So, but it is, look, there we are. We're back. Sorry to everybody there. It was kind of a bit of a throwback just to listening to radio. It was quite nice, actually. I quite enjoyed it. There was a certain mellifluousness to it. But yeah, it's a strange thing, isn't it? Because I know you want to talk about prison population as well, and the fact that we've got what would appear to be a prison system which is pretty lawless as well. So clearly something's gone wrong in the administration of criminal justice, right?
Oh, completely. We have we've seen if the prisons are too full and can't put anyone in, then you can kind of do what you want. You have a law that says this is wrong, and the punishment is so many years in prison. But if there aren't the prison places to put you, then it's too much hard work for the criminal system. And of course, it takes forever. We are, just to give the viewers an understanding of how long the legal process now takes, because completely broken. Myself and a number of others have headed up Liz's case, and Liz is a grooming gang survivor. And we are now 4.5 years through the case to go after her perpetrator, to get his house, sell it, and give her the money. And the judge awarded £450,000 maybe 3 years ago. We are now waiting over 2 years from the last court case to the final one to get a actual enforcement order in her hand that we can go and sell the property. 2 years, and we don't know how long it will take. Might be another 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. So if the criminal system, if the justice system, it is a criminal system really, if the justice system is not functioning properly, then there is no disincentive to do anything, because you know you're not going to end up in prison. You're going to be years on going through the legal system. And if it's 5, 6, 7 years for a single case, it simply does not work. And of course, Andy Burnham's solution, or was a Keir Starmer solution, was just release the rapists, basically. And then we can get more thought crime activists in jail. So none of it seems to function. And whether that was COVID, I talked to those in the legal profession, and they say it was back in Chris Grayling's time. So you have to go back, 15 years, maybe 12 years for that, where he made changes in the system. But something no longer works, and we're no longer putting money into our legal system, into the full judicial system with the courts, the police. So it kind of doesn't function. And that's why we have drug gangs coming over from Albania, people trafficking coming over, and they just mock us because they know they can open up 20 candy shops or vape shops on Oxford Circus. And all that happens is Sadiq Khan says, oh, these are money laundering, these are gangs, we have to do something about it. Well, do it. Don't tell us you have to do something. Do it. You've got the power. So it's infuriating.
Well, this is it. I mean, we're going backwards and forwards. We keep seeing, so every day the Times has got a different version of propaganda from Downing Street about whether or not PC Harper's killers are going to be released. You know, the latest story came, I think, just 2 days ago, where the Justice Secretary was saying, oh, yeah, they definitely won't be released. We're definitely trying to stop. But so they haven't actually given a definitive, they're definitely not being released, because today, apparently the Justice Secretary says he is seeking to scale back the early release of offenders, including the killers of PC Harper. So they still haven't been definitive. And again, like you, I would say, well, you're the Justice Secretary or you're the Prime Minister. Just say they're not getting out. Simple. Just say it. But it now says, there's another piece here from the Ministry of Justice, apparently considering the release of prisoners freed after just the 6th of their sentence, in order for them to be put under kind of house arrest or put under surveillance with some kind of electronic tag. You know, it's almost as though they don't believe in putting people in prison.
Well, they don't. We see that through the immigration centres that we have. Whenever people do something wrong, they break into the country. Try doing that to the US, or try doing that to some countries that have a proper border. Australia, you come in, you'll be arrested, you'll be held, detained, and deported. And yes, that simply does not happen. There are no ankle tags for these people. They're just put in a hotel beside a school to carry on their merry way with others, and there is zero protection. So it's across the board. But I think that you referred to one of the pieces I wrote was looking at what happens in prisons and looking at some of the gangs in prisons, and specifically some of the Muslim gangs in prisons, and how that works as a protection racket, again, just like Northern Ireland, carrying out in a prison. But and it seems though the prison officers have completely lost control of what comes in and out in terms of drugs, in terms of phones, and they're panicking. Yet I know whenever I've been to prison to visit people, I think I went to visit Belmarsh to visit Tommy Robinson, and I was checked 5 times. I went through these systems to be checked. So they can do extra checks if they wish,
Right.
but often they don't.
Is
But
that a racial thing as well, though? Is that a Muslim thing? Like, you know, most of the establishment are frightened of questioning anybody who's a Muslim just in case it's racist. Is that part of the problem?
Oh, it is. I think it is, and it's the Islamophobia, the racism, those tags that shut conversation down and don't let you find it. That's obviously what's led to the grooming gangs, and over 500 individuals have been jailed, but often those individuals are jailed for a handful of years. When I talk about Liz, the girl, her legal case, her perpetrator was put in jail. I think it was for 9 years, maybe 8.5 years, and served half of that. The last year was in an open prison, and then was released without her being told that he's been released back into your area. So nothing functions on that. But certainly in prisons, if you look at the chaplains, and this is actually, we are so much worse than America. I kind of wrote this piece about the number of Muslim chaplains in prison, the amount of conversions in prison, because that's not the role of a chaplain. The chaplain is there to kind of listen to the prisoner, but not to be there to convert. That's not the purpose and place of a prison or a chaplain. But there's 140 Muslim chaplains. There are only 90 Anglican chaplains. So why are there so many more? And of course, the number of Muslims in prison is about 3 times the national percentage. So again, you've got a lot more there in prison. I think it was Nick Timothy wrote, I'm sure you covered, but he talked about the number of white Muslims in prison, and that's 4 times the national. So whenever you look at, the only way often we can look at figures is to look at the percentages and how they work. And whenever you've got one area where it's 4 times the norm, something is out of balance. And it does seem as though we've read many stories of Muslim chaplains putting a Quran on the beds of all new prisoners when they come in. That's not their role. If a prisoner comes and talks about their faith, then of course you respond, but you're there as a sounding board. And I've only met, I think, 2-3 chaplains in my life, and they are there to provide like spiritual solace, but not there to make sure they tick off the person as a conversion to their faith. So it's the wrong way. And why do we have, surely the number of chaplains should be a percentage of the prisoners. And when you look at America, it's about, I think, it's about 1/10. So the Muslim chaplains are about 1/10 of what we have percentage-wise. I think they've only got maybe 30 or so for the whole of America, and we've got 140. So there's some imbalance, and that was obviously what Nick Timothy was raising. And of course, he's called every name under the sun because you've touched an issue that you're no longer allowed to talk about.
Yes. Well, they keep trying to stop us talking about things, but we just keep doing it. So I think that's the way forward. Continue to keep talking and spread the word and get more and more people involved, and that's what we're doing. So, and I know that's what you guys are doing, Hearts of Oak as well. So good stuff. Sorry about the slightly interruption on the vision front, but there we are. Can't explain it. You know, this is the things that happen. It's the vagaries of independent broadcasting, is all I can say. But listen, great to see you. Thank you very much indeed, Peter McElvenna there, giving us his view on the state of Britain's prisons and also the state of Britain's justice system, because it doesn't seem to be working terribly well, does it? The justice system internationally might not be working very well either. We're going to talk to Khaled Hassan in a moment, who's an Egyptian British national security and counter-terrorism researcher. He's going to be talking to us about the ICC, the International Criminal Court, and their case supposedly against Israel. How about this from Mr. Woodward? Like listening to the wireless radio. Happy Friday. Well, this is it. I mean, sometimes it was like a throwback, wasn't it? People were saying, we can't see you, but we can still hear you. So I'm glad. The great thing is you can tell me that, because I don't know. So as long as you tell me, apparently Substack, the pictures were still there. So it was obviously some kind of YouTube thing. Prisons are now run like they were in Northern Ireland by the paramilitaries. Only the terrorists have brown skin. Mouse says, what am I going to drink the most of this weekend? Where are the coffee and vodka options? Oh, this is the poll, isn't it? Have we got the poll? We decided to do a poll because we did yesterday. What are you going to do over the bank holiday weekend? And most of you said you were going to hide under the duvet, which is true. And I think we've got a poll out which says, what are you going to drink the most of this weekend? I mean, I could have put all sorts of things in there, but we kept it simple. wine, beer, water and tea, right? Yesterday when I arrived at Lord's, I was asked, what would you like to drink? And I said Pimm's, I think. So I had some Pimm's, which was rather nice because it was quite warm yesterday. It's not so warm today, 16 degrees when I came out of the house this morning. So I'm afraid it might not be sunny weather for you this weekend. And we could do with a bit of rain, let's face it. And why not indeed? Lots more to do. Plank of the week coming out a little bit earlier this week. It's 9 o'clock, which should give us a bit more time as well to do it. So we might be able to push, what do you reckon, Charlotte? A couple of minutes extra out of it. We might be able to eke maybe 40 minutes out of it, very possibly so. Also, how about this story, right? We'll talk about this in a bit. Chinese embassy officials have apparently been spotted in videos giving people electroshock treatment. This is the Chinese embassy officials from London, by the way. So we'll look into that, see what that's all about. Right now, though, let's talk to Khaled Hassan, who is, as I said, an Egyptian security and counter-terrorism researcher, who's going to talk to us about the International Criminal Court and their kind of obsession with trying to find Israel guilty of something. Khaled, very good morning to you.
Good morning, Mike. Thanks for having me.
Not at all. Good to see you. Good to talk to you.
Thank you.
This sort of lawfare argument that's been going on for a while. I mean, I must be honest. I didn't know the ICC was still sort of pursuing it. So bring us up to date. Tell us what's actually going on.
Well, the challenge is, to be honest, that we have now an international system, an international order where countries like Britain think they're the UN, essentially.
Yeah.
And that's why this is being allowed. You know, when you look at everything that's happening, you're going to find that the ICC has been empowered essentially by the left and by governments like Labour government now.
Yeah.
And that's the main challenge we're facing. We're facing basically people who believe in stuff that's mostly restricted to issuing statements. So you're going to find the British government just issues statements on stuff and accepts refugees. That's all we do. We don't do anything else. We think we are a branch of the United Nations.
Yeah.
Now, the ICC... Sorry, go on.
Sorry, go ahead. No, go ahead.
Yes, the ICC case is very clearly a sham. We have seen people involved with the ICC case. I got one of them, one of the three people leading the case against Israel, was investigated by French counterterrorism police and eventually charged over funding Hamas because of what he does, essentially.
Yeah.
Because of this entire case was built on his connection with Hamas. So the challenge is, in my view, to be honest, it's far worse than this. If you look at the UK, you're going to find that we now have the second highest nationality crossing the channel is the Sudanese.
Yeah.
And we are enabling this by basically almost siding with the Sudanese military in Sudan. And I think that's the challenge, because all we do is just issue statements, and that enables parties to different conflicts to take us for a ride, essentially.
And when you see Andy Burnham speaking about international events and an international policy, he's so woefully inadequate that you don't have much hope. I certainly don't have much hope for the future of any Israeli-British relationship over the course of his tenure, because he's clearly being, sort of manhandled and puppeteered, if you like, by the left wing of his party, right?
Oh, absolutely. It's a joke, to be honest. I mean, the entire world actually laughs at us, whether it's Russia, whether it's Israel, whether it's the Arab world, everyone is laughing at us. And I think, it's perfectly clear. So let me give an example. The US found that the Sudanese military has used chemical weapons in Sudan. And this is driving Sudanese people. You've seen the massive dinghy, this one that was a scandal, crossing into Britain.
Yes, right.
And that massive dinghy, there were so many Sudanese people on it, and we're not doing anything other than issue statements. We need to tell the parties responsible, mainly the Sudanese army, that you need to stop using chemical weapons on your people, because they end up in Britain. But he won't say this. All he does is, accept more refugees and issue statements like he's the UN, talking about international law and talking about, the values of humanity and all that stuff, which is great. But it's just nonsense that no one is actually listening to.
Right. And would you say that the Sudanese people are coming here to continue to live here then as a kind of Sudanese community? Because I'm looking at a story today in which it says the numbers of people being granted indefinite leave to remain in Britain are rising at a big rate, and it's at the highest level ever. And apparently in the year to June of this year, 199,628 people granted indefinite leave to remain. 245,520 became British citizens in the same year to June. I imagine many of those would be Sudanese.
Yes, you're totally right. Look, they don't mind. The problem with the Labour government is they don't mind seeing the Sudanese crossing, on dinghies into Britain because they believe this is our voting base. Those are our voters. Those are the people who are actually going to end up supporting us. So this is, I believe, this is systematic. They don't actually care about stopping the boats
Yeah.
because the boats are good for them.
Yeah. No, of
Eventually, those
course.
are going to be,
Well,
Labour's basically. I mean, I think I would probably say this is the only demographic that Labour will depend on.
the thing is that there's a lot of people making a lot of money, and as ever with any enterprise, if people are making money, they're not really minded to stop doing it. And the amounts of money flooding through the immigration system are huge. We're told that there's billions and billions of pounds every single year flooding through people like Serco, people like Cold Springs, I think it is, the people who are organising the hotels, the people who are organising the settlements in individual houses. It's a racket, frankly, and so many people are getting rich off it. Why would they stop?
Precisely. I mean, the challenge is we keep throwing money at everyone. We created the system, Mike. We created the system when we recently gave Egypt almost 1.5 billion pounds to stop, illegal migration into Britain. And obviously they come from Sudan, they go up to Egypt and, cross into Europe.
Yeah.
And the Egyptians are not doing much about this. All they want is to make more money. And the
Sure.
traffickers make more money. So we're throwing money at everyone, the French, the Egyptians, and we're not seeing less boats. We're actually seeing more boats. We're
Right.
seeing more people being granted indefinite leave to remain. And this system, we're just being taken for a ride and we're paying for it. I've never seen anything like this.
No, I know. It's almost as though whoever's advising the British government is doing it with a view to ruining Britain, and that they somehow, finagled their way into government advisory roles in order to destroy the country from within. Because that's the only explanation. Because, of course, the French don't want migrants. The Egyptians, I'm sure, don't want any Sudanese migrants there. The Germans don't want them. The Spanish don't want them. Nobody wants the migrants, so of course they're going to keep pushing them to us, regardless of how much money we give them.
Exactly. And let me just tell you, you are being told in Britain that you are racist. You white people
Yeah.
are racist. You don't want more refugees. But let me tell you, there is a huge campaign in a country like Egypt that says we've had enough Sudanese. We don't want any more refugees or migrants. Just
Yeah.
send them back home.
Right.
So, no one is telling you this. Everyone is suggesting that Britain is horrible, despite the fact that we have accepted far more refugees than even, many countries in the Middle East.
Right.
But the problem is, this is going to continue as long as we are not able to say to the Sudanese military and others globally that you need to stop and you need to do this because we're going to punish you. Not
Yeah.
we're going to give you more money, please stop. Because that doesn't make sense. They will just keep taking the money and they won't stop.
Exactly. So in terms of the ICC and its makeup and its continuing harassment, if you like, and kind of going after of the Israeli state, where is that currently? What's being said there?
I think, let's put it this way. Some countries have accepted this. Some countries have accepted the arrest warrants against Prime Minister Netanyahu and members of his government. And it's now not really an ICC issue. It's actually more of a left or right issue. So you're going to find countries like Britain, where Sadiq Khan says, we're not going to allow Netanyahu to come here. He's not welcome here. We would arrest him. And you're going to find countries that are actually sensible, like the US, that say this was a sham. We're not going to accept it. Netanyahu is more than welcome in the US.
Right.
So I think it's more about how countries are responding to the arrest warrants, which is, again, actually tells you so much about what's happening in this country domestically.
Yeah. No, absolutely right. Khaled, fascinating to talk to you. Really good. We should do it some more. I think there's bound to be things that, as they come up, which we can explore over time. So thank you very much indeed for taking time to talk to us.
Thank you for having me.
Khaled Hussain, their Egyptian-British national security and counter-terrorism researcher. See, there's an interesting bit of information that perhaps we didn't know, which we would learn if we could see the crime statistics broken down by nationality. That if there's so many Sudanese people coming here, why is that, and where are they going, and what are they doing? And these are good questions that I think we should be asking. Coming up, Ralph Schulhammer is here. We're getting some news as well. I'd quite like to play that Andy Burnham clip. I don't know if you want to do, should we do the news first?
Yeah, sure.
Let's do the news first. And it's Fiona McLeod, of course. It's Friday. I'd forgotten that. So Fiona, take it away.
Oh, hi there. Fiona MacLeod here with your Friday news. I've missed you all loads. King Charles is heartbroken after Nepal floods left about 33 Britons missing, children among them. 7 people have been charged for spraying "Gaza is not for sale" across Trump's Turnberry. Prosecutors are whispering terrorist connection. Nothing says high politics like graffiti on a billionaire's fairway. The Tate brothers are moaning about US jail while fighting extradition on rape and trafficking charges. An ex-Barclays boss denies sex with a woman dressed as Snow White after the Epstein emails. A former teacher has been convicted of indecently assaulting 2 London schoolboys in the 1980s. Wowzers. Russia says Britain is playing with fire over Ukraine missiles and has threatened UK targets. The knob of the North is promising rape specialists in every force by 2027 and getting called populist by Mike Ashley. See you later, alligator.
Fiona MacLeod, thank you very much indeed. She'll be here with us all the way through till 10 o'clock. At 9 o'clock, we're going to do Plank of the Week with Mark Littlewood and Paul Cox. And, of course, they'll be back with their show at 10. So lots going on today. We've got Will Geddes as well, I think. Does he go out after them?
After Plank tonight, yeah.
Oh, he's not going out after their show this afternoon, because that's what we did last week. Hey?
7:30 this evening.
7:30 this evening for Will Geddes. Okay, all right. That'll be good. Be a fantastic show. Also, we've got Marilyn Hawes out there. If you haven't seen it yet, it's the 2nd episode of our new thrilling series, which we're doing at the moment every 2 weeks. And it's called That Was My Life, in which she talks about an incredible journey that she has had personally because of her difficulties with a marriage that wasn't great, difficulties with a husband who was much less than great, difficulties with lawsuits, difficulties with prosecutions, difficulties with custody. I mean, really an extraordinary tale of someone who has lived a life and who has fought back from adversity and has won and has conquered it. And is a brilliant woman, and so I would highly recommend that you watch it. It's on our YouTube channel, and it's called That Was My Life. And we'll continue to cover those stories, which are. And if you've got a story that you want to tell us, by the way, and you want to be on that show, it's about people who have conquered adversity, really. And I'm really proud of it. I think it's a good show. Worth watching. Now, before we speak to Ralph Schulhammer, our next guest, I'd love to play you a piece of footage of Andy Burnham, because I think this sums up how badly this man is informed about the international world, how ridiculously clueless he is about diplomacy and about international affairs, okay? Because we were just talking there about the view from the world, actually, of Andy Burnham and his sort of take on what's going on in the Middle East. But here's Andy Burnham being asked about Ukraine, and just check out what he has to say, because he's in such high dudgeon. He can't explain anything, right? Check this out.
Should people be worried about possible attacks by the Russians on the UK?
It's a challenging situation when we look around the world right now, but from what we're doing, people need to be sure of this. We're doing what we've done since the start of this conflict, which is to provide that backup support to Ukraine to be able to defend themselves, because they do need to do that. They're obviously in an impossible situation, so challenging, but Britain needs to be there and be a constant as they go through this really illegal invasion that they're facing. So we'll continue to do that. Prime Ministers before me gave that assurance, and I visited Ukraine today to send a really clear message to the Ukrainian people that Britain isn't changing course. We said we would support them, we are supporting them, and that won't change.
What do you think he means? They're facing a very difficult situation. Britain said they would support them, and that's what we're doing. I mean, completely clueless. Just word salad, rubbish, complete rubbish. No wonder he can't run anything else. We've got lawless Britain up in Middlesborough. We've got more migrants being given citizenship and being granted leave to remain. 1 a minute now, apparently. So let's see. It's 11 minutes past 8. That means since 8 o'clock, 11 migrants have been granted the right to remain in Britain. By the time we get to 10 o'clock, there'll be another couple of hundred of them. What's going on? I mean, you crowd them all into the office and just bring them all in. You know, by the time you get to like 10 o'clock, you won't be able to move. That's the reality, isn't it? Heaven's sake. Anyway, listen, coming up, we're going to speak to John Hannam, who's coming to the studio. We're going to be speaking to him about what is going on out there in the big wide world. And he's got some interesting things to say. Right now, though, it's time for our favourite European, Ralf Schulhammer.
This is Ralf Schulhammer, and I'll be back.
That's enough of him. Thank you. Ralf, very good morning to you.
Hey Mike, did you just call me your favorite European?
I said you're my favourite European. I think you are.
I know the British hate to hear this, but you're European too. Yes. No, I'm the last one to know, an exceptional one, but I would still count the British among the Europeans.
Yeah, I mean, we sort of, we don't really call ourselves that though. I mean, the only people who call themselves Europeans in Britain are the Remainers, who go, I'm European. And you go, no, you're not. You're just a wanker, actually. But that's another story. I've been told not to swear. Apparently, I haven't sworn that much this week, so I apologise for that. Let me show you something.
It's time to bring back German Kings.
Yeah, absolutely. Before we go on, I've got a couple of clips for you from Ceuta to show you. One is a bunch of, where are they? A bunch of journalists turned up. Mainstream media journalists from Spain apparently turned up in Ceuta, and the locals weren't very happy to see them. Check this out.
Evidentemente.
¡Pedro Sánchez! ¡Hijo de puta! ¡Pedro Sánchez! ¡Hijo de puta! ¡Pedro Sánchez! ¡Hijo de puta! ¡Pedro Sánchez! ¡Hijo de puta!
The word puta has been said so many times in repetition there, but clearly the locals are fed up to the back teeth of the media supporting the migrants. They've got the Red Cross coming in trying to support the migrants down there to help them get to Spain, and nobody wants them.
I think they also set fire to one of the migrant camps, and again, I think neither you nor I are encouraging violence. But these are the things that, Mike, we have discussed on your show. This is what David Betts has been predicting. I mean, it's like a microcosm of what potentially is going to unfold all over Europe at some point. And I would say Western Europe, and including in this case, the British Isles. This sentiment, this sense, then when confronted with the choice between your own people and an incoming migrant population, that governments tend to choose the migrant population. I'm sorry. I think this impression is not wrong. I mean, I forgot where it is. There was a report recently by a British newspaper or a news station about one of the I think a new migrant encampment in the UK with like rec rooms and all kinds of nice facilities. And it's just odd that you treat people who just came across the border 5 minutes ago have access to, let's say, more convenience and more, a better treatment than parts of your own population.
Yeah.
It is weird, it is wrong, it is odd.
It's very strange. I mean, this was an investigation in a place called Weatherfield. In fact, Russell Quirk was involved in it because he was also on that tour. And the piece you would have read was in the Mail from the head of Essex Council, who saw what was going on. And Russell, funnily enough, said to me and put out a video after he'd been there. He said that he looked as though when they arrived as a sort of delegation from Essex Council, things were also being covered up because he said that it looked all very clean. The people that they saw were a very small number of the actual number of men that were there. And it was almost as though they were kind of on their best behaviour, showing the sort of best side of it. And so it all looked very clean and it all looked very nice. But one of the things that came out of it was that there was something like 17 minibuses every single day taking migrants into places like Chelmsford, local towns like Chelmsford, Colchester, various different parts of Essex, so they could just wander about for the day, and then they get back in the minibus and get taken home for a free meal.
Look, it's in some cases it seems like a form of vacation. I mean, my approach is very simple. It's the 3 Bs. Bad, or soap, bad, and breakfast if you want, but that's all that is being needed. I mean, why is there a gym? Why is there a fitness center? This is completely absurd. This is like like a YMCA in the United States.
It is, and I mean, we keep now also being fed lies, or at least, shall we say, untruths by the government, Because, for example, one of the big stories this week is that the government's boasting about the number of migrants staying in hotels has halved in a year. But then they don't tell you the second part of the argument, which is that, yeah, there's a reason why the number of migrants has halved in a year in hotels. Now they're all living in houses in the community, which is actually worse than them being in hotels. And then they say, oh, and another great triumph by the government is that the backlog of people seeking asylum has gone way down. And the reason for that, again, is because we've granted them all like the right to remain. Piece in the paper today saying 1 migrant every minute now is being granted permanent rights to stay in this country. And over the course of the last year, something like in excess of 450,000 have been given either British citizenship or the right to remain just in 1 year.
I mean, to be honest, and this is not just the case in the UK, it's the same in Germany, it's the same in Austria. Sorry?
Sorry, carry on.
Yeah, I don't know what we're doing here, and I understand that probably even myself and you, and also probably some of your viewers like this. And why do we always talk about this? Because it's also a symptom. I think this is also very important to say, because migration is just one element, but it's a key element that shows, I would say, the disdain the ruling class has for its own people. I mean, can you imagine 100 years ago, or in any time in history, where you move to another country, that the government of said country would provide you with a hotel room?
Yeah.
I mean, this is completely, this is so absurd. It beggars belief. But here we are, and I still do not understand. It's the same in Europe, right? And it's the same in the UK. Why those political parties who oppose this are not doing better in the polls? I'm sorry, I think 23, 24, 25% for reform. And this is not because I'm such a reform fan, but to me, or the same with Restore, but at least they seem to point out that it cannot go on like this.
Yeah.
And yet, even together, they're not cracking the 50%. So at some point, I have to ask the question, again, the same in Europe, and the AfD in Germany, 29%, the Freedom Party in Austria, 38%. So it seems that between 75 and 50% of the general population of the general electorate apparently is okay with that. So we always say that democracy is no longer functioning, but in a sense it is functioning because there seems to be no majority of people in favor of altering these things and going back to a more sensible form of migration policies.
Yeah. Well, I think you're right. I mean, there's still very much, certainly in London, it's difficult to know whether that exists outside of London, but certainly in London there is this kind of overarching feeling that if you want to be seen as a nice person, you don't want to talk about kicking people out of the country. You don't want to talk about not allowing people into the country, because that's not very nice. And when you sit around in your nice, cozy little dinner party suites, you don't want to be seen as being somebody nasty and horrible and right-wing and not welcoming to all of these poor people who are coming here. I mean, we just heard from our last guest that, there's now a really, really large number of people coming from Sudan, right? Now, Sudan is many things, but I don't think it's a place that I would want to go on holiday. And therefore, if we can't go on holiday there, and the Foreign Office probably tell you not to go on holiday there, why are we letting people come here from there?
Yeah, the problem is, of course, the more people from Sudan you have in the UK, the more the UK will become like Sudan. I mean, this is not difficult. But I think you made a very, very important point, which tells us also a lot about human nature. The human desire to appear nice, to appear agreeable, is so strong that a significant number of people would rather accept the demise or destruction of their own civilization than to appear, as you said, impolite or not nice, which is a very... It's, again, I find it fascinating because I'm sure you do as well, Mike. I encounter people on a daily basis who agree with everything that you and I say on the merits. But if you then say, so who are you going to vote for? They will say, no, I cannot vote for one of these far right-wing extremist parties because it would make me feel bad. So that would make you feel worse than seeing your civilization, your living standard, everything decline, go over the cliff. And in a sense, then they say, well, it's not going to be so bad. This is, I think, the attitude. There is still this idea that it's not going to be so bad. This is all going to iron itself out. But it won't. And as you said, I mean, you will end in the same pictures as you came out of Ceuta. The same then will happen in more and more places. But at some point, it's going to be too late. I think this is really what people need to understand. That the polar bears and the ice caps, they will be around for much longer than, the British people. So the question is, if you think that the ice bear should be a protected species, I would actually apply the same thing to the Austrians, the Germans, the English, the Scots, you name it.
Absolutely right. Because I think the fundamental problem here is for these people who want to be seen as nice. They hate right-wing politicians more than they don't like migrants coming into the country. So for them, they'd rather actually say, no, we don't want the right-wing politicians, but we can have the migrants because they're not horrible people, almost as though they haven't seen what they're doing.
Yeah, but the delusion goes beyond this, right? Again, this is the great gift, if you want, of the human capability of self-delusion and self-deception. Because then the argument is that, in fact, the problem is not migration and the migrants. The problem are the British people who are not welcoming enough. You can always turn the tables. You can always turn it around and say, well, the problem is not, Islamification. The problem is not clashing cultures. The problem is that the English are just too demanding. They just insist too much on their own culture. If we just would give in a little bit more, what's the problem of a little bit of a burqa in public spaces? What's the issue if there's only halal food in schools?
Right.
But then you gradually and slowly, right, you give in to the uncompromising minority, because that's the odd thing. It is not the English and the British who are uncompromising. It's in 90% of the cases, it's the migrant population that is uncompromising. You look at the numbers, for example, the number of halal butchers in the UK, for example, right? Because, the average butcher does know that the Brits don't really care, or a growing number does care, but in the past, many people didn't care how their meat was made, but the Muslims and others as well, they care very much. So what do? They then adopt to those who are the least compromising. This is one of the things that people still do not get, and I said it on your show many times. Change is not driven by 51%. Change is much more often driven by a dedicated, uncompromising 10%.
Yeah.
Look at the issues that we very often debate. We are debating things where 80%, I would say, if you would just ask them on the merits, where 80% of the population would agree with us. But they are more or less lukewarm when it comes to, standing in for their beliefs. Right. So they kind of shrug their shoulders and say, oh, this is all going to work out. But you have 10, 20% of the population who are driving this left-wing, anti-European, anti-Western agenda. And they do it with much more dedication and much less willingness to compromise than anybody else. So this is the odd thing, right? That the very people who have been the most accommodating and compromising, the English, the Austrians, the German, the French, they are being accused of not being compromising enough. I guess compromising sounds much nicer than capitulating. But ultimately, that's what it is.
It is the same thing, yeah. For example, whenever you say to any of these lefties, but look at all these foreign criminals, a record in the front of the Express today, 21,294 foreign criminals roaming the streets of Britain, despite the fact that they should have been deported, right? The number of crooks in the community has grown by 1,000 in just 3 months and means the total figure has more than doubled since the end of 2020. So all of these characters are wandering about, and what you'll get from the left is, well, we've got our own criminals, that's why are you blaming it all on the foreigners? And it's like, well, we're not blaming it, but there's 21,000 extra foreign criminals who are here. We don't need them. Why don't we kick them out? Nobody's doing it.
No, you're right. And for me, there's always a very simple, my migration law would be a very simple one, which is that every migrant that comes to a country ultimately must contribute to this country in a positive way. So this argument to say, what's the matter with having foreign rapists because there are also English rapists is completely absurd. What exactly is the benefit of increasing the number of rapists? But that's more or less the argument that is being made. Nobody denies that there are Austrian and German and English criminals. But I think what people do object to is that you import even more criminals. Again, what are we even doing here? What are we even talking about? This is completely absurd. But once again, the British people and the German people and the Austrian people, if only 30%, 25%, maybe 40% are willing to vote for parties that object to these current policies, then nothing is going to change. And I think at some point, right, we have lots of debates, and I do too, about the elites, about who's pulling the strings in the back, who's responsible. But at a certain point, unless we assume that all these votes are being rigged, which I don't think, we'll also have to say the electorate is not yet making its voice heard in a way that change will happen. Yeah, no, it's absolutely right. Brilliant. I don't know what's going to happen with the coming days and weeks in Ceuta, but certainly it seems as though there are plenty of migrants who have not gone back to northern Morocco.
There are also plenty of migrants who have moved from there on small boats into Spain, into mainland Spain. So that's still a massive problem that nobody in Spain seems to be fixing.
No, it's absurd. At least in Spain, you can say that they're sailing over in small boats from Africa to Spain. But I think the situation in the UK is even more absurd because people are sailing over from France. I mean, at some point, I have to say, I mean, I don't want to relaunch the 100 Years' War, but I think at some point the British government has to ask the French what they are doing. I mean, how can people get on boats on the French coast and sail over to the UK? Is nobody seeing this in France? Like, are there no authorities in France? I mean, for me, this is so absurd.
They don't care. I mean, I don't know if you saw this week Christian Drogan, the guy from Watchmen, who actually managed to smuggle himself onto a boat. He actually managed to invade his own country. So he got on a dinghy in Calais and he came across. And I said, what were the French police doing? And he said, well, they were there. They could see. They occasionally will puncture a boat just because it looks good. But basically, they watch and do nothing when most people clamber on boats and they know exactly where they're going, but they don't stop them going because they don't want to. And as far as 100 Years' War is concerned, I think we're already in it. I think we're in another 100 Years' War because it's going to take 100 years to get this sorted out.
Yeah. No, it's completely absurd, right? And this idea that you cannot do anything about it. This is always the argument that drives me nuts. Right? Oh, you cannot protect your borders. You cannot protect your coast. You can, but of course I admit this, and this is something that is difficult to say. But for a certain amount of time, you probably will have potentially very nasty, very uncomfortable pictures. But I'm sorry, this is just how it is. I mean, either you throw the doors open or you close them. And if people don't accept a closed door, right? I mean, you have to, for lack of a better term, you have to repel them. But that's ultimately the argument. Oh, you cannot do this. And the question is, why not? I mean, if you take the situation in Ceuta, for example, you have a population of 84,000, and you had, the numbers are different. Let's take the lower numbers. You had 60,000. Some say it was up to 90,000. People come into your commune overnight. That's almost 100% or potentially even more. What are you supposed to do? I mean, to be quite frank, I'm not saying use live ammunition, but what about rubber ammunition or something? I mean, a country has the right to put. We have the right to protect our borders. I'm very sorry. And every other country does this. Do you really think that the Chinese or the Vietnamese or African states would have any qualms about this? If all of a sudden 80,000 people show up at the border and say, here we are, we're coming in, they would say, no, you won't. And if they try, they will use and yes, I'm saying it, they will use the appropriate amount of violence to prevent it. Right. I'm sorry, I know we're not supposed to say this, but then abolish borders altogether. If you say you can, as again, I'm not saying kill people, but I say use the appropriate means of violence. If you can use, what's the English word for it? Like water throwers and rubber bullets against demonstrations and protests, you can use it against your own people, but you cannot use it against people that illegally want to cross your border. Again, I repeat myself, what are we even doing here?
I know. Well, you remember the Saudis when they were invaded or attempted to be invaded by some of the Yemenis who came to the border of Saudi, and they actually shot them. And I'm not, apparently you have to say these things, right? You have to say, I'm not advocating that we shoot them. Otherwise they'll come and arrest me, right? For inciting violence. So of course I have to say that. But the Saudis get away with doing it, and nobody else decided to cross the border after that, funnily enough. That was the last time they tried.
It's the most normal thing in the world. I sometimes also get these emails, Ralph, what do you expect them to do? Do you expect them to open fire? Again, as I said, I don't expect them to use lead bullets, but using rubber bullets, absolutely. I know it is, oh my God, how can you? As I said...
I didn't even know about this. Georgia Maloney, what have you done to upset her? She says that Kemi Badenoch should...
Oh, that was... why is Jeremy Carl suddenly appearing?
Sorry.
How did that work? I mean, they're definitely hacking into this show. There's no question about it.
I know what I said was too outrageous. But I mean, this just has to be common sense. I mean, this is ridiculous. Yeah. At a certain point, this, as you said before, that this kind of, we have to be nice to the entire world. How about being nice to your own population? How about being nice to your own people? How about the English government or the British government being nice to the English and the British people? This is where we start. And everything else, again, at some point, right, it comes down to a very simple question. On whose side are you? I'm sorry, this is a, what is the English word? This is a dichotomous, I hope I'm using the word correct, This is a dichotomous question. It's you're either for the English or you're against the English. There is no third way.
Right. And I remember the Americans saying that about the whole war against terror. You're either with us or you're against us. It's up to you. You decide where you want to be. And it's pretty straightforward. Listen, Ralph, of course you will be back. Are you're coming here soon, right? Aren't you?
Yes. I will confer with Charlotte, and I hope to be in the studio with you, Mike, very, very soon.
Excellent. Well, I can't wait. I look forward to it. Have a lovely weekend, and Ralph Schulhammer will be back, won't you?
Thank you. I'll be back next week.
He'll be back next week. Brilliant. Coming up, we're going to speak to John Hannon, who's in the studio. He'll take us further on from that conversation with Ralph and take us through what exactly is going wrong in Britain. Are we in 100 years war? Maybe we are. A bit of the. Should we do a bit of the poll, which we haven't put up too much so far? What are you going to drink the most of this weekend? Is it going to be wine? Is it going to be beer? Is it going to be tea? Or going to be water? At the moment, tea is winning, believe it or not. That tells you what a sedate and very pejinked crowd we have watching this show. 32% of you drinking tea, 26% water. And so alcohol is actually down, 20% and 21%. One of the reasons we're asking this question is apparently the over 40s are the last generation of people now who are considered to be regular drinkers. People under the age of 40 are apparently not regular drinkers. I was at Lord's yesterday doing quite a lot of regular drinking, and it was very enjoyable. So thank you very much indeed for that. So should we get some news with Fiona McLeod before we do anything else?
Oh, hi there. Fiona McLeod here with your Friday news. I've missed you all loads. King Charles is heartbroken after Nepal floods left about 33 Britons missing. Children among them. 7 people have been charged for spraying "Gaza is not for sale" across Trump's Turnberry. Prosecutors are whispering terrorist connection. Nothing says high politics like graffiti on a billionaire's fairway. The Tate brothers are moaning about US jail while fighting extradition on rape and trafficking charges. An ex-Barclays boss denies sex with a woman dressed as Snow White after the Epstein emails. A former teacher has been convicted of indecently assaulting 2 London schoolboys in the 1980s. Wowzers. Russia says Britain is playing with fire over Ukraine missiles and has threatened UK targets. The knob of the North is promising rape specialists in every force by 2027 and getting called populist by Mike Ashley. See you later, alligator.
Fiona McLeod there, thank you very much indeed. Lots of you got lots to say, so keep those messages coming in. Here we go. How about this one from Maggie? They're bringing in as many migrants as possible for votes. It's the same in Europe. They know their own people are done with all the left-wing parties. Well, maybe so. Let's see. Let's talk now to John Hannon, though. John, very good morning to you. Welcome
nice to meet you, Mike.
Welcome to the Mike Graham Show. You're here by popular demand. We're starting to do this quite a lot now because people say,
nice to hear.
when are we going to get these people on? And so we go, because we are relatively, I would say, I don't know, easy to, we can change. We're not, the mainstream media. We're not hidebound by rules, or we can get anybody on we want, really.
Sure.
So tell us why you think so many people want to see you on here. What have you been doing?
My background is I fell into sort of social media, whether you want to call it content creation, independent journalism, whatever, a couple of years or so ago. And initially it was sort of a bit of a hobby, and now it's become a real bugbear of mine. I think this country's in dire trouble.
Yeah.
I've got 2 sons, one's 21, one's 18. And I want to secure their future. I want to do what I can, do my bit to try and turn things around.
Sure.
And so I make videos every day. I put them out. I go to events. I interview people. And for whatever reason, I seem to have hit a bit of a niche. And people like it. It's taken off. I've made loads of good contacts. And yeah, it's growing. And it's nice to hear that people are recommending me.
Cool. And so what sort of things have you discovered, say, over the past, I don't know, month or two? What sort of things have you been looking out for?
Well, it's impossible not to just look at almost everything that's going on, whether it's politically since Burnham came to power, whether I know you were just talking about sort of the immigration issues and asylum issues, what's going on in Ceuta. Just generally, it feels like we're coming to a bit of a crunch point. My take on it is I'm very much a glass half full person. I'm a very positive person, very competitive person. But I genuinely think we're coming to the point where we've got a very short window of opportunity to turn things around. And if we don't, we're in trouble.
Yeah.
And I see it, it's not just in the UK, it's the whole of Europe, the whole of the Western world. I see it as almost like a civilizational issue, if you like. And I think if we don't turn things around, by the end of this century, Western civilization's done. And I
Yeah.
know that's a big statement to
Yeah.
make, but I think it is.
I don't think it's incorrect though, because I think more and more people are kind of waking up to the fact that as they look around, and for a long time it was only happening in cities, wasn't it? It was only happening. But even a story like the one up in Middlesborough today, I think is quite shocking, which tells you that there's a whole sort of, almost underclass or underbelly of society, which is completely lawless. It would appear that this gangland sort of, rivalry, whatever it is, which we haven't heard of at all, right? Suddenly there's a crash on the A2, the 66, which involves 5 scroats and two police officers being killed. But we now discover that there was some kind of gangland chase going on. There's now a dead 7-year-old girl and her auntie who were torched to death in their own home. People ramming houses, and this must have been happening presumably before this week. This hasn't suddenly started, right? But I imagine there will be people in other parts of the country saying, "Oh yeah, we know about this." When we first saw it on, I think it was Monday night when they had the vigil for the dead kids, for the kids in the car, there were these young men on sort of motorbikes, on quad bikes, roaming around a field, lighting flares, setting up balloons, and a lot of people said to me, "Yeah, I know people like that in my neighbourhood. I know people like that who live on my estate." There is a lot of that kind of activity going on in Britain. Illegal acts being committed, drug dealing, all of that. That's a big problem for me.
I think we don't hear about it, but I think it's connected. Even if you look at things like the grooming gangs, which have been going on, primarily we sort of thought in the northern towns and all western towns. But it's not just the grooming gangs. A lot of those grooming gangs and the people that commit those crimes are linked into county lines crimes, heroin dealing, taxi firms, trafficking, and they're all linked all over the country. And we don't really get to see that. We don't really get to hear about it, but it's going on, and it's going on all of the time. I just think it's becoming more obvious now, if you like. Whereas it's probably always gone on. It's probably always been there if you go back 40, 50, 60 years. But it was sort of hidden. It was sort of a different part of society. Now we're seeing kids riding around on electric scooters with balaclavas on, and we see them waving machetes in the streets. It's becoming so obvious and so prevalent that you can't avoid it anymore.
And do you think that's because they're becoming more brazen because they don't fear the consequences, because the consequences really aren't that bad for them?
I think it's a bit of both. I think there's probably more people doing it, and so it's more obvious. But I think you're absolutely right. I think we've gone soft as a society, and it used to be that people had a bit of fear of authority, had a bit of fear of the police. That seems to have gone.
Right. Talking of your kids, I've got a couple of kids the same sort of age as well. And it's very tough for them. there's a piece in The Sun today about how I think it's a million youth, they say on the scrap heap, almost 1 million under 25s in Britain are out of work. Around 981,000 of them are not in employment, education or training, which basically means an awful lot of them. And these are not kids that are layabouts, they're kids who mine certainly would like to work, but if you're not in a place, if you're not in a city, for example, it's really difficult. There's just not many jobs around.
Well, the world of work has changed, hasn't it? We've gone from, it used to be you'd go to school, do reasonably well, go to university, come out with a degree, and you'd go into some sort of a secure job. And if you wanted to, that could well be a job for life, whether it was in insurance or banking or the health sector or whatever it might be. That's gone. We now live in sort of a gig economy where people are doing a bit of this and a bit of that, and it's so difficult. And it's difficult then to amass any money, to save up any money. Housing prices have gone through the roof, so how do you ever get on the housing ladder? It's very, very difficult for younger people now just to make their way in the world. And I'm sort of, I was going to use the word grooming, I don't mean grooming, I'm training mine into becoming...
Grooming, I'm a big fan of using the word grooming for things. I don't wish for that word to have been taken over and captured by people who just use it for one thing. Grooming is a word which is quite a good word and quite an often underused word. So stick with it. I don't mind.
Well, I want mine to be open-minded, to be entrepreneurial. They're already both working, although one's at university, one's just finished his A-levels, but they've both already got jobs. But they are already thinking in the mindset, well, I want to have my own business. I want to do this. I want to do that. And I think that's the way forward. I think kids that come out of uni are not going to walk into jobs.
There's a lot of people are seeing that, and they're seeing that they don't wish to be kind of tethered, if you like, to an employer, because an awful lot of employers now use them as kind of cannon fodder, don't they? It's like, well, we'll hire you, but then, things take a bit of a turn for the worse. I'm sorry, the chief exec's going to get another £150,000 bonus, but you're out of a job. Because I think there's something wrong as well with the way that our management structure in this country has gone. Like one of the reasons a lot of businesses, I think, have failed is because the people managing them aren't very good. There's nothing wrong necessarily with the workers, but the people in charge. Just look at the civil service, look at the NHS. I'm going to do a rant in a minute about the ADHD thing. where millions and millions of pounds are being spent by people on things they shouldn't be spending money on.
Well, we're constantly told that the NHS is underfunded, and I'm sure there are areas of it that are underfunded, but it takes up, I think, something like 11% of our entire national GDP. The number of employees in the NHS, I think it was roughly 2,000, was 1 million people. It's now 1.8 million people.
I think
so it's
somebody
grown and
said
grown
to me
and grown
today,
and grown. So it's clearly a management issue as well as a funding issue.
Yeah, well, it's now one of the, I think it was always one of the most employing organisations in the world. I think it's now the biggest employer in the world, which means bigger than the Red Army, bigger than the Russian Army. I mean, it's just incredible, just ridiculous. And as I say, I don't think it's underfunded at all. I think all of it is very well funded, 200 odd billion pounds a year, but 50% of the people working in it don't do anything medical. That's the problem, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Too many frontline managers.
It doesn't take a genius. You don't have to be a business genius to know that that's a bad model.
Yeah, I totally agree.
You know?
And in terms of going forward, where do you go from there? Do you just continue to funnel more and more and more money into it, more and more staff, without the actual productivity or the outcomes? Because our health outcomes in this country are some of the lowest in the Western world.
They're not good.
So we've got the biggest employer in the world. We've got huge amounts of money going into it, and then bad outcomes coming out the other end. Clearly, there's something wrong.
Yeah, absolutely. I was talking to a doctor actually the other day who was saying to me, one of the problems is that they've got this very, very strict kind of pathway to curing people of whatever's wrong with them, and you have to go through it. So you can't, for example, try any experimental ways of curing a disease until you've gone through the basics that the NHS say you have to go through. So you can't suddenly say, well, actually, I've got a really rare condition and I'd like to get this drug, because they'll say, no, you can't have that drug until you've tried all these other ones.
Well,
and it's a kind of a very rigid system, isn't it?
Well, you've got the approval bodies. NICE, I think it's called, that has to sign off on certain drugs, and if they're too expensive, they just won't sign off anyway. But you're right. I mean, you can do your own research now with the advent of the internet and AI and stuff. There's so many potential alternative treatments out there, but they won't fund them, or you can't get your hands on them.
Well, AI is an interesting sort of conundrum as well, isn't it? I mean, Bill Gates wrote a piece the other day in which he apparently said, you know, AI is either going to be the greatest thing ever for the human race and for society, or it's going to be a disaster. And I thought to myself, well, hang on, you're Bill Gates. I mean, I could have said that, and I don't know anything about it. Surely, you need to be a bit more kind of, fulsome in your description of what AI is going to do, because I'm not going to be a Luddite about it, and I'm not saying we shouldn't have AI, but I mean, I'm still quite suspicious of some of what it wants to do and some of the things that it can't do.
I think there's two sides to it. Again, it's yin and yang, but there's definitely some positives. I've started using it the last year. What it can do, particularly in terms of research and gathering information and putting stuff together for you, is amazing. Yeah. But the flip side of that is it's going to create huge job losses. It's going to replace people's thinking and capacity and ability to think. And so, there's two sides to it. It's got to be used very carefully. Yeah. And you watch old films like Terminator and stuff like that, and you sort of think, well, could we end up there in 15 years or 20 years? Nobody knows.
It's not inconceivable, really. No. And one of the things that I find interesting from my own the business that I'm in is that quite a lot of what AI will tell you is actually factually wrong. Yeah. And I'm sure they'll get better at that, because as it develops, it will get better at that, I'm sure. But it's a kind of, what people don't understand is this conglomerate of what's out there on the internet. So it'll be sort of trawling for all sorts of things, and it's not that good, it seems to me, at working out what's right and what's wrong.
Yeah, correct. I totally agree. And particularly in this game now, you've got to be so careful. I mean, I get caught sometimes. I'll make a video based on some information that I've got, and then 10 minutes later you think, oh Christ, that's wrong, and you look an idiot. So I try and double check everything. But you can't sometimes. Sometimes you're going to get it wrong.
I think you have to be. I mean, because I've done this all my life, there's a sort of instinct that I have about sort of certain stories, whether they're likely to be true or whether they're likely to be false. And some people are more trustworthy than others, particularly on social media. You've got to be very careful. But I guess the $64,000 question is, yes, I agree, and I think most people would agree with what you said. We need to take a different track. We need to find a different way. We need to somehow get back to basics and work out how to save Western society. But how?
Unfortunately, I think we need to take some very, very tough decisions. Listen, in everyone's everyday life is about taking tough decisions. Sometimes you can't afford to do the things you want to do. Sometimes you have to be tough on your kids. As a country, I think we seem to have lost that. Yeah. And it's very easy now, you get labelled, you get called the racist word or a xenophobe or a bigot or whatever. We have allowed mass immigration to slightly destroy this country, and it's accelerating. If you look at some of the demographics and the way this is changing, depends what date you look at, but by 2060, then Indigenous British people are going to be a minority in the country. And that's why I say I think if we don't turn it around by the end of this century, what is a society? It's built on all sorts of things. In this country, it's partly Christianity, it's culture, it's art, it's language, it's law, it's tradition.
Yeah.
All of that's going to be gone if most of our people are gone.
Yeah.
And therefore, we've got to take some tough decisions. And that's going to be very, very unpopular. You're going to get a lot of resistance from the civil service, a lot of resistance from the judiciary, the unions, etc., etc. But unless we turn things around drastically, we are in trouble.
Yeah.
And it's interesting to see what's going on in places like Germany with sort of the AfD. I think there's an election next week, which potentially they might win. You've got Marine Le Pen in France potentially next year.
Yeah.
What happens if they win and if they elect sort of right-wing governments? Will we follow suit or will we be lagging behind?
We see what happens in Spain, and one of the reasons that Thueta, whatever you want to call it, is in the state that it's in, is, and a lot of people in Spain have told me this, that the right actually won the election in Spain, but then they didn't get to form a government because the left-wingers all got together, and a bit like they did in France against Le Pen, and they basically went, well, team, what, we'll have a coalition, keep them out. And that's what they did. And so in Spain, people are not happy because they actually did vote in a majority, a right-wing government, but they don't have one.
I think there's a big public protest all over Spain planned for 2nd of September, I think it's where they're going to take to the streets and protest about what's going on against Sanchez and against sort of the amnesty that he's given on immigration stuff. So that'll be interesting to see how that plays out.
Some interesting footage coming out of Twitter actually yesterday, where they were having a go at the local media or the sort of the legacy media, if you like, but also having a go at Red Cross trucks coming in because they didn't want the Red Cross coming in to help the migrants. They don't want them there. But let me show you a little clip that I've got from Sky News. Which is interesting because this is how Sky News are kind of trying to purport that things are better than they really are. And I think this is number one, Elaine, if you can have a look.
Did Keir Starmer succeed in tackling immigration? Well, new stats are out, and they cover a broad range of areas, from asylum claims and smuggling gangs to visas and returns. Here are the 3 key takeaways. First, the number of people in asylum hotels is down significantly. It's fallen by 70% since the peak in September 2023, when the Conservatives were in power, and by half since Labour entered office. By the end of June, around 16,000 people were housed in asylum hotels. But look at that top line. It indicates slightly more people are being held in other types of accommodation. This includes homes where multiple people, often strangers, live together, so the issue hasn't gone away. Second, the asylum backlog is also substantially down. That refers to people waiting for their asylum claim to be processed. There's now just over 40,000 people waiting, down more than 3/4 on the post-COVID peak. And third, those being removed from the UK are at the highest level in 10 years. The previous Conservative government made huge progress after the pandemic in returning people without the right to be here. And Labour has lived up to their promise to keep that momentum going, particularly through what's called assisted returns, where eligible migrants can be paid £3,000 to leave the country. It's important to note these new stats only cover Keir Starmer's time as Prime Minister and not Andy Burnham's. But the new PM has a tough inheritance: public perception. Just last week, a YouGov poll for Sky News found 4 in 10 voters think small boat crossings have increased, when they've actually dropped by more than 40% year on year. It's because pictures like this, more than 230 people crammed on a mega dinghy, keep immigration alive in the minds of voters. The challenge for Andy Burnham is convincing the public that progress is being made when some boats still keep coming.
So there you have it, right? That is as good an example, I suppose, of the mainstream media deliberately misleading people to make out that, one, there's fewer immigrants coming because the boat numbers are down. Not true. Yes, the boat numbers are down, but the number of people on the boats are up. The fact that hotels have got fewer immigrants in them, yes, because they've all moved them out into houses, right, which they don't mention, and then they sort of mention it. It's a complete mistake to allow that to go unnoticed, in my view.
Well, arguably that's completely deliberate, and the mainstream media, whether it's BBC, ITV, Sky, are very much in cahoots with the government in terms of pushing a message and pushing an agenda. But you're absolutely right. Those people that are suddenly now not living in hotels haven't been kidnapped by aliens. They haven't disappeared. They've been dispersed into our communities. They're either staying in camps in places like Crowborough or Wethersfield or Piddington that's coming up, or they're, worse still, being put in HMOs, which means they could be next door to you or just down the road from your kid's school or wherever it might be. And arguably that's more difficult to keep control of. My argument would be is we don't know who these people are. We don't know who these men are. if we can't stop them coming in, then you keep them in secure detention until their asylum claim is processed, and you refuse 90% of the asylum claims and you boot them out.
And the answer is you can stop them. You just have to make it less attractive for them to come.
Absolutely.
Because that's why they're coming. You know, I think the people who are saying, and even Reform saying it, that they're going to, stop the boats and turn them around. You've got to not stop the boats. You've got to make the boats not leave effectively. So you've got to make Britain less of a magnet.
But you also
for these
remove
people.
all draw factors.
That's
So
what I'm saying.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so they don't want to come.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right? Because that's the way it is in certain other countries where they don't want to go because they know that they won't get any shrift there.
Yeah.
Poland, for example, they go, we're not letting you in.
Yeah.
Simple. So they don't go there.
Yeah.
The end. John, great to see you. Great
Thank
to
you
meet
very much for having me on.
Hopefully we'll see you again soon.
That would
Are
be
you
good.
based around London parts?
Yeah, I'm sort of South London, not a million miles away, half an hour to get in here, 45 minutes.
Fantastic.
So it's easy.
Great stuff. All right, well, let's do it again. Lots to talk about. Maybe next time we'll talk about the Chinese embassy. This is a great story, which we haven't really got into, but there's a video going around of the people who are going to be officially working in the Chinese embassy, giving people electroshock therapy as a kind of a practice, really, for what they do when they get here. So, be very, very careful if you're walking around the Tower of London, because that's where the new Chinese embassy is going to be.
The world's gone mad.
John Hannam, thank you very much indeed. Good
Thanks
to
a lot,
see
Mike.
you.
Cheers, take care.
We've got lots more coming up. Plank of the Week coming up at 10 o'clock, but I think now it's going to be awesome. Should we do super chats?
Yes.
And then I'll do a meltdown, because I've got to talk about this ADHD story. Super chats coming. Let's have a look. One from Floyd. He says, "Good morning, Mike. I'm a big fan of yours. What a wonderful breakfast show this is, and your guest Godfrey is super." Godfrey was on the other day. Oh, that was a while back, actually. It was last week that Godfrey was on. What else we got? Aye. The migrants about as welcome as a fart in a lift. Well, that's true. I mean, it's what people think, It's not exactly, rocket science. The Brookings Institute figures show under Trump, the net migration here in the US dropped from plus 3 million in 2023 under Biden to minus 290,000 in 2025. Not a brag, but just shows it can be done. Hit that like button from Judas Goat. Yeah, do hit that like button. Where are we? With 3.4 thousand likes, we've got 12,000 plus watching. So if all of you just hit the like button, it would suddenly go to 12,000 something, wouldn't it? Tell Ralph about the lights going off in Weatherfield. Yeah, well, that's another story, isn't it? Weatherfield, where the Essex Council guys went to have a look around the other day. It turns out that the council, although I don't know, I mean, this must be an Essex Council decision. They're turning the lights off at night to save electricity. Huh? Oh my God, Burnham has the same hairstyle as Starmer, says Mr. Woodward. Yeah, he has the same woolly thinking as well. He's more dangerous than Starmer, though. That's what I've always said. Diversity is not our strength, it seems, says I know. I absolutely agree with you. Should we do a bit of... oh, here's one. Like listening to the wireless radio. Happy Friday. That was when we lost the vision. I don't know what happened there. Does anybody know what happened yet? It was just a mystery. It didn't happen on Substack, apparently, which means it was probably some kind of YouTube-related scenario. Well, who can say? Should we do a meltdown?
Yes.
Let's do it. So, here we are. We've reached the end of another week. It's Friday. It's the 28th of August. It's going to be September soon. Hard to believe, isn't it? This weekend, Notting Hill Carnival time. Something to think about. We'll be talking about it, no doubt, on Monday when we are back after the bank holiday. But let's talk instead about the NHS today, because I want you to know something. The spending that is being outlaid now on diagnosing ADHD has surged by up to 10 times what it was over the past year, right? NHS leaders are now saying the costs are out of control and unsustainable. Somehow, some bright sparks have set up a new business. And guess what the new business is? The new business is diagnosing ADHD and autism in private clinics. Because as you know, if you've had any dealings with the NHS over the past year or so, it's very difficult to get to see the right people. Difficult to see a GP, difficult to see a consultant, difficult to get past the receptionist at the GP surgery to get to actually talk to someone who knows anything about medicine. But here's the thing, they're calling a new setup of private clinics around this particular issue the Wild West. Many of them cashing in on NHS payments of up to £3,000 per patient to carry out assessments on whether people have got ADHD or indeed autism. NHS boards are having to cut vital care to meet the demand, according to a report by something called the NHS Alliance. I don't even know what the NHS Alliance is, but it's probably another body that wastes a load of NHS money. They represent health trusts and hospitals. They say that in the 42 regional NHS integrated care boards, autism and ADHD services and spending in those two areas has absolutely skyrocketed. In one region, spending has increased from 1.75 million in 24-25 to 18 million in 25-26. In Cheshire and Merseyside alone, spending on adult ADHD services has gone from 11 million in 23-24 to 38 million in 24-25, and that's going to go up, they reckon, to 51 million for the current financial year. That's an awful lot of money, and that's just one of the 42 regional NHS integrated care boards, right? So if you took that money, 51 million, and said you were going to multiply that by 42, what would you get? A couple of billion? Easy, right? There are 800,000 people on NHS waiting lists apparently currently for an ADHD assessment in England alone. Now, if that costs £3,000 a time, right, that means you're going to be talking about 2.8 million, 28 million, 200, you're talking like nearly £300 million just to actually assess the people who are on the waiting lists. That's astonishing. Last year, the NHS paid for 100,000 assessments under the scheme. The report found huge variations in the prices paid for services because apparently they ranged from £300 to £3,000. What? This is an absolute racket. An absolute racket. The possibility of vast profits has led to a proliferation of private ADHD providers, some of which are owned by private equity firms and conduct diagnostic assessments online. I don't know if you're in this area, but I think we should probably look at this next week. Charlotte will be in the driving seat. I think we need to get somebody on to talk about this because obviously what's happening, a bit like, you know, when you used to see vape shops opening in communities, when you used to see Turkish barbers opening. Now what you see is dental, cosmetic dental surgeries, and now presumably these ADHD clinics. Because that's where the money is. That's incredible, isn't it? This story is actually in the Times, Pravda as we like to call it, but every now and again they get something right. Private clinics cashing in on the aid. Let's see what else we can find here. Thea Stein, Chief Executive of the Nuffield Trust, says the state has been unable to meet the dramatic growth in demand for ADHD and autism services. And of course, what we know is, and I said this earlier, is this is just the beginning of the gravy train for people. Because if you do get diagnosed with ADHD and or autism, you can then apply for PIP, personal income protection, and you can get a load more benefits. So we are, ladies and gentlemen, talking about hundreds and hundreds of billions of pounds being paid out under this new scheme. I don't believe that this many new people are suffering from ADHD or are indeed suffering from autism. It's ridiculous. It's a gravy train. It's got to be stopped, hasn't it? That's my meltdown for the day. And so, we are very close to starting off with our plank of the week, in fact. I'm going to try and remember to ask you to bring me the plank before we start, because usually what happens is we get to the end of it and I haven't got it. So, we're going to be talking to Mark Littlewood and Paul Cox, of course, with their nominations. We're going to we might throw the NHS in there for spending all this money on ADHD and autism assessments, because that is absolutely and utterly unbelievable. But here we are. It's coming up to 9 o'clock. Should we get some news with Fiona McLeod?
Oh, hi there. Fiona McLeod here with your Friday news. I've missed you all loads. King Charles is heartbroken after Nepal floods left about 33 Britons missing. Children among them. 7 people have been charged for spraying "Gaza is not for sale" across Trump's Turnberry. Prosecutors are whispering terrorist connection. Nothing says high politics like graffiti on a billionaire's fairway. The Tate brothers are moaning about US jail while fighting extradition on rape and trafficking charges. An ex-Barclays boss denies sex with a woman dressed as Snow White after the Epstein emails. A former teacher has been convicted of indecently assaulting 2 London schoolboys in the 1980s. Wowzers. Russia says Britain is playing with fire over Ukraine missiles and has threatened UK targets. The Knob of the North is promising rape specialists in every force by 2027 and getting called populist by Mike Ashley. See you later, alligator.
See you later, alligator. Indeed, 9 o'clock. For the first time, it's a new time, but we think it's going to work. We're going to give you a bit more time for Plank of the Week.
Live from London, it's Plank of the Week with your host and show creator, Mike Graham.
Welcome to Plank of the Week. Can somebody bring me the plank? Because I know I always ask for it at the end when I've never got it, and it looks a bit amateurish. So now I'm going to ask for it at the beginning, so it'll be better, so I can hold it up. Here we are, from the lovely Miss Charlotte. Here we are. Thank you very much indeed. Plank of the Week. I'll put that in front of me so that nobody can see it at first. Let's say a very warm welcome to Mark Littlewood and Paul Cox, who are coming up at 10 o'clock with their own show, but are very kindly sparing some time for me to talk about plankery, because there's a lot of it, gentlemen. Very good morning to you both.
Good morning. How are you doing, Mike?
Yeah, very well indeed. Paul, should we kick you off since you're in the chair and you've got the big job today because Mr. Littlewood is out there sort of perambulating around in Mallorca in a very successful manner, I must say. The BBC Newsnight, no less.
Yeah, Newsnight. Hey, there's fears because there's a £500 million cut across the BBC. I can't think why they're not successful. You imagine being an organisation that doesn't have to generate any of its own money, collects it using the law forcibly, imprisons everybody if they don't pay it, and then still bollocks it up. Because that's exactly what's happening there, right? They've got endless money coming in from the licence fee payer. They've got the whole world at their fingers, but they still can't get it right. So they were looking at £500 million cuts. We've already lost live at the Apollo, and people, insiders at Newsnight, fear, Mike, that they're going to cut Newsnight also, because they have been told by the higher-ups at the BBC that the BBC is now all about clicks and likes. So they're going to focus on things like social media and iPlayer and stuff like that. Nothing to do with the fact that if you ever watch Newsnight now, which is something I used to watch all the time religiously, maybe 10, 15 years ago, it's absolute rubbish. It's just, biased bile.
Well, I mean, a very good description. Actually, you can probably do something with that biased bile corporation, the BBC, because it turns out I've discovered this week that they've managed to slim down the number of people working on the show from 57 to 23. Now, I don't know how many people you've got working on Cox and Littlewood, but I'm fairly sure that it's not even 3, is it?
Yeah.
No, we've got Luke, who's an alcoholic that we found in a bin outside the studio, who seems to have wormed his way into the charms of Pooch's daughter. I don't know how that's worked, but Princess Scarlett seems to be completely smitten with him. And we've got Charlotte, who does absolutely everything. She's got her fingers and toes. And now Pooch is in France. Mark's in Calador. I live in this studio. Mate, we have got nothing going on.
I know. Can you imagine what you would do if you had 23 people? I mean, it's now half an hour show, right? So there's almost one person for every minute of actual broadcast, right? But I've got a little clip for you here, which you should find amusing. This is the lovely Kay Burley, who's unfortunately only managed to amass 500 followers on her Substack that she launched earlier this week. So we could make her a plank as well, but we'll just sort of conjoin her with the BBC. This is her making an appearance recently.
If there are people watching who are survivors, how can they get in touch? I mean, they can contact us, we'll pass it on to you. It's newsnight@bbc.co.uk, but that's what you're calling for this evening.
Absolutely. That's what I would love, is for my survivor sisters here to get in touch with me. I believe it, should I say on my website? Okay. On my website, it's IamLisaPhillips.com.
Yeah. And likewise, anyone can come forward. We already have had, as a result of us speaking out, survivors coming forward claiming that they were also victims of Epstein, Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor and Ghislaine Maxwell. So we would encourage anyone, please, if you've got any information, to come forward to us.
And these are British?
They
women.
are British, yeah.
Okay.
And we should accept that he was a war hero. We should just throw that in.
Thank you, Alex Davis-Jones. Lisa Phillips, thank you very much for being with us this evening. We appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you for having me again.
No worries.
It's kind of.
I mean, that.
It's sort of one of those sort of non sequiturs, isn't it? You just throw it in at the end. Well, we should remember he's a war hero after all. After this woman has presumably been pouring her heart out about being, molested, sexually interfered with, having her life ruined. Yeah, but, come on. He's a war hero.
Don't forget the medals.
Yeah,
Oh.
I think it's going to get axed, isn't it? Their big error recently, when they were covering the Clacton by-election, was to put John Harvey on, the guy who goes around with a bin on his head.
Oh, yeah.
And he threw him under the bus, actually. He said, look, I'm on BBC Newsnight, but let's face it, you're now nothing more than a souped-up podcast.
Yes.
And they all sort of stared at him and realised that he had spoken the unannoyed truth, Michael.
Yeah. But it was interesting,
yes.
actually, because that kind of, in a nutshell, that summed up what was wrong with Newsnight, because you could see that the presenters couldn't work out whether to treat him seriously or not. And then they tried to pretend to treat him seriously and completely fell flat on their faces.
Yeah. So it's going to get axed, isn't it?
I think so, yeah. And so it should.
Yeah, I think
quite
so.
frankly. So it should. I think, and all we can then say is hopefully next up, they'll axe the Today programme from Radio 4, which has just also become a sort of superannuated ego trip for anybody who happens to present it.
Can you imagine, though, that what they've done there is taken something quite great. Live at the Apollo, by the way, was brilliant. It was brilliant when it was a meritocracy, when the very best to the UK comedy circuit found its way onto the flagship comedy programme on the BBC. We're talking up to 10, 15 years ago. Since then, it's just been no meritocracy whatsoever and a tick box exercise. Newsnight used to be a tremendous programme. If you were serious about the news, enjoyed your politics, you'd sit down of an evening and you'd watch a serious debate about politics. But now you don't get that. You get this sort of this magazine bile where you're just told what to think. They've taken something incredibly successful and driven it into the ground through ideology.
Yeah. And I couldn't believe, I was going to say, if you said to me, we're going to get rid of Emily Maitlis and actually it'll get worse, they've managed to do that.
Yeah, it never survived getting rid of Jeremy Paxman, right? That's really what you're referring to, Paul, that, a top politician would go in and get grilled by Paxman. That's when, I'm not saying the show was at its zenith, but that's when it was well worth watching. Paxman against some politician of the day. And I think when he moved on, they probably should have cancelled the show.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's now replaced by people like Matt Chorley, formerly of Times Radio, who made up 3 words that Nigel Farage never said after the Henry Novak case and said them 3 times. And then they had to apologise and remove the item from view. But anyway, it's a good start, the BBC Newsnight. The more, the merrier. Let's kick them out and close it down. I'm going to give you something which is unusual, this one, because it's from Humberside Police. I don't know if you saw it earlier in the week. I played this out on the show. It's a video of possibly one of the thickest criminals of all time. His name's Joshua, and I'm going to call him Joshua the Drug Mule. Have a look at this.
I thought he was auditioning Mike, to be in the outfield for the England cricket team. You were at the England game yesterday, but I don't think we're fielding like that. If that's the best he can throw, I don't think we need him anywhere near any cricket team, right?
We really don't.
Also, I don't know about drug mule, Joshua the drug manatee, more like. I mean, I've never seen anything like it.
I mean, most hapless criminal. There's something funny about criminals that are crap at it, really, isn't there? I mean, you can take your hat off to sort of, bank robbers who do quite a clever thing. This guy, is not breaking into the Louvre anytime soon and sneaking off with any old masters, is he?
For drug kingpins like me and Littlewood, this is where we make our big money. Guys like this are a liability. That's 12 grand's worth of loot there. We're trying to get this. We're trying to get this into the prison. That's big money for us. That would have sorted out another trip to Calidor.
I know. He's a poor guy. But the thing that was amazing to me, he got 3 years in jail, which they don't lock anybody up these days. So
You've got to tweet something bad for that usually, haven't you?
You really do. Absolutely right. Mark, let's come to you. Jonathan Brash, MP. Brash by name, as they say.
Yeah. I do need to kind of check the strict rules of Plank of the Week, Mike, because you are a real stickler for detail. I know that about the rules and protocols around this show. So this actually did happen last Thursday, not just last night, but I don't think we picked it up in time to nominate him last Friday. Jonathan Brash is the Labour MP for Hartlepool. And I always think it's worth nominating these idiot Labour MPs who might only get one chance to shine in the plank limelight, Mike, and Brash is one of them. He suddenly decided he had alighted on, what's the best way to describe this? A completely new version of economics. So he tweeted out the following. Public sector workers use their income to pay for the private sector. The state is one of the biggest procurers of the private sector. It wouldn't exist without taxpayers. All economists agree that it is the public sector that is reliant on the private sector. The public sector literally gets all of its money from the private sector. All public sector pay is paid for by the private sector. Now, the fact that they spend some of it back in the private sector, absolutely fine. Of course they do. But, you know, it's a bit like being mugged, having all of your possessions stolen from you, and the mugger gives you back £10, and then saying, "Oh well, you know, you wouldn't have the £10 were it not for the mugger." So Brash here has tried to put economics on his head. He thinks that the private sector only exists because of the public sector. He did swiftly delete the tweet, and I hope he's been sent to a proper economics re-education camp, because if that is the level of what passes for thinking on the Labour benches, well, I mean, perhaps we should consider this. Probably explains the mess we're in, right? If Labour MPs genuinely believe that a bigger and bigger public sector is what we need to get the economy growing because the private sector depends on it, well, that probably explains to a large degree the size and shape of the hole we're in, Mike. So, I mean, blinding, idiotic economics from a Labour MP, there in black and white. He did delete it, and he now seems to have, removed himself from social media for a while he studies a GCSE economics textbook, one would think.
I do wonder if he said it quite a bit out loud, though, and actually that is official Labour Party policy. You wouldn't be at all surprised to find that out, would you?
Yeah, well, that's right. He has summed up what appears to be the practical policy approach of his own government. So if he did get a telling off from the Labour Whip's office, that possibly is a bit unfair, because Labour's certainly been acting as if what Brash said was true, but it is the complete opposite of the truth, of course. But you're right, maybe the quiet bit was said out loud, and you never want to say the quiet bit out loud. But
don't give it away.
If he really believed it, I mean, unbelievably worrying that we've got representatives in Parliament who have this level of rudimentary idiocy, basically.
Yes. Quite. Now, I'm gonna apologise in advance for my next one. It's Prince Harry, of course, or Harry the Prince, formerly known as Herbert, and the lovely Mrs. Harry, known as Meghan Markle, who decided after many, many months of agonising that Britain actually wasn't the most dangerous country in the world after all. They could actually bring their children back here, even though they previously regarded it as full of racists. They left the family that they didn't want to be in anymore because they were also racist, and they're worried that the Taliban is going to kill Harry. To be honest, if I was trying to avoid the Taliban, I wouldn't have flown into Birmingham Airport. How about you?
Very good point. Yeah. Very good point.
I mean, that's where they all are, isn't it?
It's I think they have shares.
Yeah, I mean, flying into Helmand Province is easier than flying into Birmingham Airport. We want to avoid the Taliban.
Yeah. But also, Mike, I mean, am I right? I don't follow these royal stories in great depth, but am I also right that they ran up the flagpole that Meghan had landed some plum role in the in the show The Gentleman, which I've actually quite enjoyed. It's quite a good series.
Yeah, it's not the only thing I've liked Hugh Grant in, actually, for a while.
Yeah, absolutely. So she was then going to appear in this, apparently, which would have been enough to turn me off the show. But that's now been run down the flagpole, right? That was just speculation put about, and it's not happening. So she hasn't even managed to land a job yet. What are they going to end up doing? Working, washing dishes at the local pub or something?
Well, I would imagine so. I mean, or running tours of Clarkson's farm, perhaps in a Range Rover. You can get the VIP tour of Clarkson's farm with Harry and Meghan. They're now saying he might have a career in television. What's his face? That guy from Pointless, whose name I forget, was writing this week saying that he could do some game shows. I mean, if that's really where it ends up, you're really going to be pretty embarrassed for them, aren't you?
Yes, it is absolutely shocking. But there, I thought again, forgive my ignorance here, but I follow this not in detail, but I do read the newspapers. I thought them breaking into television and showbiz and everything else was the entire point behind their Hollywood adventure.
Well,
wasn't it?
yeah.
And, and then ended in total chaos. That their viewing figures were useless. They've been dropped by Spotify, dropped by Netflix. So they've tried this. I don't know whether it was game shows or not, cookery programs and the rest of it, and nobody bit, right? So I don't think they would be flogging a dead horse to go back down that route in the British market, wouldn't they?
Yeah, I think so. But that's the trouble. They've exhausted all of their avenues of entertainment, shall we say, in America. They've fallen out with all the people that they previously counted as their friends. And so they've basically run out of road. So they're coming back here. But we're told that they may not stay for very long. We just don't know. But the thing that I quite like is that when the day that they did come back, nobody really did much about it. It was all very much a kind of a so what. Page 17. We'll see you later. And the big question, of course, is whether we end up paying for their security. They got out of the plane, which was a private jet, paid for by somebody else, presumably, 2 Range Rovers and a van waiting for them. So they had a sort of mini motorcade, which would have presumably have made her happy. But I found myself wondering, and I know we're not supposed to talk about children, but I found myself wondering if you were Archie and Lilibet and sort of being catapulted around the world at various points. I mean, they've just been here, and then went back to it, and then back again. They must be going to bed at night going, what are we doing? It'd be like my dog, when you take him anywhere, he kind of looks at you like, is this the new house then? Are we staying here? We don't know.
Yeah, I've also, Mike, got a theory about people in the public eye and when their enterprise is basically falling to pieces. And my theory goes like this. If you're changing your director of communications or your spin doctor about every 5 minutes, it's not because you're appointing lots of terrible communications people. It's because there's something desperately wrong with what you're attempting to do. Keir Starmer had that as Prime Minister. I lost count of the number of different people who've taken on the director of comms role at number 10 Downing Street. And I've lost count as well of the number of spin doctors and publicists that Harry and Meghan have burned through, but it seems to be one every few weeks, every couple of months. And that, in my theory, is a telltale sign that things are going badly, badly wrong right at the top. So I can't think of anyone who would take on the job to try and do the spin work and win back public affection for Harry and Meghan. It's now an impossible task, I would think.
I would think so. Absolutely right. But it won't be long, will it, Paul, before we see them doing some terrible interview with some awful kind of outlet. Maybe they'll do Vanessa Feltz's new YouTube
Oh my
channel.
God!
That's
Did you see her interview with? Did you see her interview with Andrew Gold this week?
No.
Just doubled down. I mean, I don't. I mean,
I just thought I'd chuck it in there. I just thought I'd chuck it in there,
But I mean, it'll be Lineker, won't it? I guarantee you, it's going to be Lineker.
That's
or
what I think.
The news agents or something. They'll sit down. Someone who's sympathetic to their cause. Somebody who values that sort of ridiculousness.
Well, maybe
that's the point, isn't it? We just don't value it.
Yeah, maybe they just go to the news agent in Lower Slaughter and do an interview with him. While he's serving people, cans of fizz or whatever. Back to you, Paul. Jolyon Moron, as I like to call him, is back in. I think he's been in 2 weeks in a row now because he can't help himself.
No, I mean, obviously we know who he is. He is quite genuinely one of the most insidious characters in the news cycle. Really, this is a guy that's making his living entirely from human rights lawyering and social justice warriorship. Now he's demanding, Jolyon Moron, demanding a public inquiry now. I mean, what now? Because it's the media. It's the media, and they have killed Jason Arde. They haven't. In fact, if anything, if we're going to do this, then it's the likes of Jolyon Moron who have perpetuated this myth that just because someone has a different skin colour, they must be treated differently. And they must have lower expectations set upon them. So therefore, they're allowed to get elevated to places in society where quite simply they are unable to maintain. Because, these are very serious positions and people have very serious questions for them. Even if you take out the the accusations of plagiarism, which Jolyon Moron says there's absolutely none whatsoever to see here, and you look at the fabrication of his whole life, you could quite clearly see that Jason Arde had got himself to a position in life which he never should have done, but we're probably not his fault whatsoever. You've got to look at the infrastructure and the system that puts him in that position. And of course, people are going to ask questions. What's the media for? I mean, the whole point of this now, someone like Jolyon is saying, you cannot question, you must never question, and you must never question people if they have protected characteristics. It's going to be absolutely superb for some people who want to take advantage of it.
I mean, he should have a protective characteristic of being a moron, so we should really protect him, because have a look at this, right? This is his latest attack line, and this is a bloke who's never won a case in his life, by the way. He never wins anything, but what he's very good at is fundraising. He manages to crowdfund every single thing that he does. Yeah. He's also moved, as we I think said last week, the headquarters of his Good Law project to the Channel Islands, so that it's no longer under the scrutiny of the Charities Commission and is enabled to do rather better tax-wise than it would otherwise. But here he is having a go at all newspapers, right? Check this out. You have more on page 5, number 5. Jolyon Moron, there it is.
Enough is enough. If you are a decent human being, you will not financially support racism. Please. Cancel your Times subscription, cancel your Telegraph subscription, cancel your Spectator subscription, cancel your Mail subscription. And to show we are serious about this, that we are going to take the fight right to the throats of these vile outlets that are happy to destroy the lives of those they hate for money, for clickbait, we are running a paid-for advertising campaign to try and reach their subscribers.
Just listen to the language there. Just listen. I mean, if you are a decent person, you will do as I say. Yes. We're going to take this to the throats of the newspapers. I mean, who on earth does he think he is? What? And people buy, you know, they swallow this stuff whole, and they go, "Oh yes, please tell me more, Jolyon. What more yummy information should I listen to?"
Right. But also, why didn't you mention the Guardian in that list? Because the Guardian eventually, the penny dropped with the Guardian, and even they accepted that this guy was a fraudster and that Cambridge had gone along with it. But I didn't see Jolyon Moron saying cancel buying the Guardian newspaper. And he also, this is the law change he wants, for crying out loud. He listed the number of articles that had been published in these various publications, that, you know, how many column inches of the Telegraph given to it. So he wants to bring in a state law, from what I can understand it, that will limit the number of column inches that you can ascribe to any given story or any given individual. I mean, Mike, you already called the Times Pravda. Well, I mean, every newspaper would have to be Pravda if Jolyon Moron's law came in.
Well, exactly. And if he's on the subject of being a decent person, I mean, if you were a decent person, I might suggest, Mr. Moron, you wouldn't batter a fox to death, an innocent fox to death that had been caught up in some chicken wire in your back garden with a baseball bat on Boxing Day while dressed in your wife's kimono.
Yeah, not the sign of a caring, sharing life. Oh, and then bragging about it, right?
Yes.
Then taking to social media as if he thought this was some sort of bout of heroics that he had gone through. Extraordinary character. But I think people are wised up to him now, haven't they? To some degree.
So. Yeah, I mean, I haven't cancelled any of my subscriptions as a result of Moron actually asking me to. In fact, I've taken out a few extra ones. Andy Burnham coming up next. He is the Prime Minister. He will be in this show every single week. But this week, even for him, I think he excelled himself. Here he is in Ukraine playing the guitar.
It's a song by, it's a Manchester band called The Smiths. You know The Smiths?
Yeah.
It's a song called Rush Home Ruffians. I'm out of practice a little bit.
Now, obviously, I don't want to be unkind, but I was sort of hoping for some small ordnance to go off there. As some incoming from Moscow happened to hit the outskirts of Kiev, or Kiev, as we call it here. I mean, What's he doing? And why does he have to play the Smiths? He's not even from bloody Manchester.
Yeah, it's. I mean, do you think this, I'm an ordinary bloke from up north is starting to wear off a bit now,
It must
right?
be, yeah.
I mean,
yeah,
it's ludicrous. And, I know his sartorial choices have also been under scrutiny as well. He turned up in this, half-zipped sort of black turtleneck
Yes.
top. I just think people, he's been lucky, but of course it was orchestrated by the Labour Party that he's had this sort of summer to bed himself in and to do lots of tick-tockery and guitar playing, and I'm from up north and, what do we call a bap or a bum from where I'm from. But this is going to wear off as soon as Parliament's back, right? People are going to actually expect him to talk in a straightforward way and to make some big decisions. And to add to the Burnham nomination for plankery, Mike, the government has said today, as an excuse for not tackling the welfare bill in the budget in October, that the government can only focus on one thing at a time. Well, that one thing at a time seems to be playing the guitar and singing a Smiths song, right?
Yeah. Exactly.
The British public are going to think that that's the one thing he should be focusing on.
Our political system now is one great big reality TV show. It's like he has won a competition. Britain's got prime ministers.
Yeah,
Andy Burnham
right.
got to the top because he's got the right backstory. He plays the guitar, and all of a sudden, this guy's in charge of the UK. And we're all like, how did this happen? I mean, it's just not serious. And these are incredibly serious times. He's an absolute plank.
It is embarrassing. You're absolutely right. It's totally embarrassing because you wonder what people must make of it. The thing that's even more embarrassing is that there apparently are some people in the country who quite like this approach. I'm not quite sure if we've got enough room in the asylums for them.
Yeah, but do you think that's just a reaction to the fact that the previous Prime Minister was such an automaton and a robot and couldn't couldn't emote in any way whatsoever? No. So he just bored us to death. So the fact that the next Prime Minister can, basically speak human and occasionally strum on a guitar, I think is just a backwash to how people were so turned off by Keir Starmer's kind of basic lack of human empathy. But I think I think people will get cheesed off with it. I got bored of it within about 48, 72 hours, but I think the bulk of the population will be cheesed off with it within 48, 72 days.
Well, once the economy starts falling apart even further, I think that'll be the end of that. Let's stick with a Labour politician though. Anna Turley is your next nomination, Mark.
Yeah, that's right, Mike. Sticking with my principle of trying to get in lesser known, lesser spotted Labour MPs whenever I feel that they have earned a mention for their plankery. So she is the Member of Parliament for Redcar, is Anna Turley. And her reaction to that terrible incident with these Crims crashing into two police officers and killing them, PC Blades and Clough, I believe it was to say, this morning I went down to South Bank to lay flowers and pay my respects on behalf of the whole community to the 7 people whose lives were so tragically cut short yesterday. Well, to put the 2 brave coppers who were suddenly killed into the same category as the 5 people who were responsible for it shows a serious lack of taste and judgment, in my view. Her defence was that she didn't know the full details at the time. But if you don't know the full details at the time, don't make a public statement. Also, although MPs are there to represent constituents in Parliament and to decide what laws are passed by Parliament, don't you just hate it when they say they're saying something on behalf of the whole community? Just say it in your own name. It's not at all obvious to me that the people of Redcar would have echoed her sentiments at all. I feel incredibly sorry for the family and loved ones of those 2 cops, and for those 2 cops who tragically lost their lives. I feel enormously less sorry for the 5 people who lost their lives because they were joyriding and driving down the A66 in the wrong direction incredibly dangerously. I don't tend to wish death on anyone, but the idea that you would put those 7 people in the same category, utter plankery, tasteless and plank-like, Mike. So I've managed to find you 2 lesser-known Labour MPs who I think are strong nominees this week.
Yeah, absolutely right. And also this other thing that they do all the time where the leaders do it now as well, Starmy still, our thoughts are with the people of Middlesborough or whatever. It's like, well, what does that even mean? It means nothing. It's just a sort of, virtue signalling load of old cobblers, isn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah, and
exactly.
if you're a constituent of someone like Middlesbrough, you're watching this and you think she doesn't speak for me, you need to get out there and vote. People need to get more engaged with politics, because otherwise these people are going to speak for you. And these are the sort of people that would have held a vigil for Fred West,
Yeah.
Just because, oh, what a guy. Great.
The people
builder.
of, the people of Gloucester mourn his death, obviously, don't they?
So it just doesn't make any sense. So just look at, they've made victimhood a commodity. It's now commercialised. And if you can sell it, particularly as a politician, then it's great leverage to get into power. Of course, there is great gangland warfare going on there now, Mike, as I learned on your show earlier today. So perhaps she's just terrified. Perhaps she's just saying yes.
Oh, it's like it's like doffing your cap to the mafia. Yeah. But Mike, I totally agree with your point. It makes my skin crawl when MPs, especially senior MPs, sort of say, my thoughts and prayers are with the family or whatever.
Yeah.
But I actually want to know what's going to be done, right? The purpose of having politicians is, right, I've seen this problem. Yes, it's tragic, but this is what we're going to do to fix it, whether it's joyriding or some other accidents. Tell me how you're going to fix it, not how much you're lamenting the fact that it happened.
Yeah.
And also, if you're going to say those things, prove it. When the King said he was heartbroken this morning about the British citizens in Nepal, I want to see photographs of him on the floor crying. If not, just do something about it. I genuinely want to. If it's thoughts and prayers, I want to see you on your knees in church, mate. Until then, do something about it.
Yeah, exactly right. Exactly right. This is just a bonus for me, and I know because of your interest in football, you'll enjoy this one, Mark. Jamie Carragher is on the front page of the Daily Star this morning, and partly because I just quite like the headline. It says, here we owe. Apparently, he owes 800,000 quid to the taxman. They say he's sorting it out, which also means that there probably wasn't really a story there in the first place. So I just thought it was quite funny because a lot of people will be watching him this weekend doing his usual very, very annoying act on Sky TV, right?
Yeah. But it's amazing with footballers, isn't it? I mean, typically speaking, those at the high end, like Carragher, who had a long and distinguished career with Liverpool, I mean, they earn more money than God, right? And yet the number of them who get themselves into financial difficulties is absolutely stunning. If you have a decent run of it in football, not even at the top level, if you're playing for Southampton, my team, in the second tier in the Championship, most of our players, I was hearing just yesterday, because the transfer window is about to close, are paid about £40,000 a week, 2 million for a year. But you know what? I wouldn't be surprised if in 5 or 10 years' time they found themselves in all sorts of financial difficulty. There's no excuse for it if you're earning that scale of money. Sure, it comes in one very big burst over about 5 or 10 years, but you should be set up for life. And I'm glad he's sorting it out with the tax man, but it's a bit shocking that he's 800 grand in arrears.
I know. It's not just a small amount of money. Now, I'm going to go with Kemi Badenoch, which I think might be the winner this week, actually, because Kemi Badenoch earlier on went to Rome, dressed in a toga for some reason. I don't know why she dressed in a toga, but she went to see Giorgia
Cultural
Meloni,
appropriation.
went in Rome, put a toga on. Anyway, it turns out that Giorgia Meloni told her she shouldn't do a deal with Nigel Farage. Here's Nigel Farage being interviewed by my old mucker, Jeremy Kyle, on Breakfast on Talk this week.
It's Giorgia Meloni. What have you done to upset her? She says that Kemi Badenoch shouldn't do a pact with Reform.
Does she? How do you know that?
Well, I'm just telling you a question I was asked to ask that was in a paper.
Right. So
it was reported today.
Okay.
Do you know Giorgia Meloni?
Yes.
She's turned on Donald Trump. You do?
Yes.
So she hasn't said that. That's just the mainstream media.
I had a very long conversation with Giorgia Meloni very recently. I didn't tell you about it. I didn't tell the media about it. I view conversations with people at that level as being confidential.
Mm-hmm.
In this particular case, I don't see a single quote from Giorgia Meloni herself. I see what Kemi Badenoch tells us Giorgia Meloni said. Well, maybe that shows a difference between myself and Kemi Badenoch. I keep conversations with senior figures in the world private. She.
It later turns out that the Times, who reported the Giorgia Meloni story, changed it. It got to about 5 or 6 o'clock that night, and they removed all of the quotes that they'd attributed to nobody in particular, not to Giorgia Meloni, but the quote that said he should have nothing to do, that she should have nothing to do with Nigel Farage disappeared from the story. Stephen Swinford, the political editor, didn't make any kind of correction or apology. The story just kept going, reappeared on the Times website without those bits in it, right? So you can only assume that Kemi Badenoch briefed, or somebody close to Kemi Badenoch briefed the Times that this was what Giorgia Meloni said. I'm told that Nigel Farage's people then got in touch and said, you don't seem to have any quotes from Giorgia Meloni. Are you absolutely sure that that's what she said? And suddenly they disappeared. So it's all a bit mysterious, isn't it?
Yeah, also you'd think Meloni must be furious as well, right?
Yeah.
I obviously don't know what she said in a private meeting, but two things don't ring particularly true here. Well, firstly, she'd just be furious that it was reported, and that's not an on-the-record meeting. But secondly, Meloni's great success in Italy is that she has united the right. I mean, she's been prime minister now for what, 3-4 years, something like that. That's unheard of in Italy. We're the new Italy, changing our prime ministers every 6 minutes. And she's been highly successful at bringing the right and centre together in Italy. So it doesn't ring true that she would necessarily give that advice anyway. Her party's called the Brothers of Italy, but she's managed to link up with other groups when she needs their support, and she's sort of united the right under her banner. So a big misstep. But is it Kemi Badenoch who's to blame here, or is it Stephen Swinford of the Times or the wider mainstream media? I think it wasn't just the Times, Mike, who reported it with glee, those who don't like Nigel Farage, and then didn't even repent at leisure.
Yeah. No, exactly. And also it shows you that there is this kind of campaign against Nigel Farage going on, because this morning in The Sun, Kemi Badenoch's written a piece in which she says rather hilariously, we will deport all illegal migrants. And you're kind of going, well, weren't you the ones that brought them all in the first place and said they could stay? Luckily, though, she's got an excuse. I'll play you this because she says she never makes mistakes. Have a look.
Things might sound if they're not said properly.
Yes.
So I never have gaffes or apologizing for something that I said, oh, that's not what I meant. I never have to clarify, because I think very carefully about what I say, make sure that we don't sound shrill.
So that's all right then.
Bit overstated, that, wasn't it?
Yeah, you've got to be careful, haven't you?
Ago, but I think what she was trying to say was, I don't shoot from the hip. I think things through before I say them. That limits the number of mistakes I make. But saying you never make a gaffe is probably of itself a gaffe.
Well, yeah, I've never understood why politics.
If you're a politician's advisor, you would surely say, don't ever say I never make gaffes, because somebody will replay it when you make one.
Yeah, exactly.
I've never understood why politicians set that level of expectation, because of course they're going to fail. It's like they're not human. I was once asked by Barry Gardner, how I would behave if I was an MP. And I said, I would take every bung, I would leverage every relationship, and I would make it work entirely for me, irrespective of what was good for my constituents. He nearly fell off his chair. And I said, well, if we all said that, then we probably wouldn't have a problem with you, because that's what you're doing, Barry, you big knob.
Yes, I was going to say, was that because you described him to a T, and that was why I didn't realise he was such a seer? But there we are. That would be wrong, because Barry Gardner likes to sue people, but he's not going to sue us because he doesn't do anything wrong, and we would say that, obviously. Thank you very much indeed. Well, so I was going to throw in the NHS at the end there, just because of this ADHD story today, where it would appear that we're spending billions and billions of pounds now on private clinics, which are out there apparently assessing people with ADHD. And there's 800,000 people on the waiting list, believe it or not. £3,000 a time. You do the maths, as they say. I think it's Kemi Badenoch this week, and I don't wish to butter my own toast, as it were, but I mean, it's hard to imagine anybody more plankish than her, really, isn't it?
Sure wasn't.
Well, it's very unfortunate. Yeah, why not?
She doesn't get much recognition these days, so at least we could go down to her headquarters and say, look at this, Kemi, you've won an award, Plank of the Week. Well done to you. You're still relevant. The Tory revival continues. You've moved up in the world. You're only a plank now. Anyway, you guys have got a great show to do, I know. We'll maybe come back and talk to you in a bit. Paul Cox, Mark Littlewood, brilliant. Thank you very much indeed. They're starting at 10 o'clock. They're here all week, even though this is the last day of the week. It's still here. We've got much more to do as well. Coming up, we're going to speak to Dr. Gavin Ashenden, which is going to be brilliant. He's actually in for Kai Dewar. I mean, he probably doesn't say that, but he's going to be doing the Sunday sermon for us today. But first, let's do some super chats and let's see what we've got out there. Cindy says this: Mike, I have a very compelling story. I've overcome it now. I'm in a beautiful home on a canal. I've cheated death a few times. I'd like to be on your new show via Zoom. I'd be honoured if I had the chance to share my story. Well, thank you, Cindy. We'll put you in touch with Charlotte and see whether we can organise that, because obviously you're not here in the UK. You're over in the United States of America. But we're very happy to do stories, ordinary people's stories. That's what the show is. Marilyn Hawes is out there right now. A lot of you have watched it already, but we would like you to pass it on and get more of you to watch it, because it's a show called That Was My Life, or This Was My Life. And basically it's about how people have somehow conquered some terrible adversarial things have happened to them, come back from the brink, you know, survived all sorts of terrible things that happened and are back again. Victoria says this: I won't take lectures from Jolyon Morm, who boasted about battering a fox to death with a baseball bat. Quite right too. Check out that new graphic as well. Isn't that cool? Any more for any more? Or is that it? Oh, here's one from Dapopo. Morning, Mike and team. My apologies for the message yesterday. It was distasteful. I think we did that one before. I never saw that yesterday. So I didn't. I wouldn't worry too much about that.
Sorry, I really like the graphics.
The graphic's great. No, I love the graphic. The graphic's lovely. Is that it?
Yeah.
Should we
next to the money, mate.
Eh?
You look good with the money.
I do look good with the money. It looks like I'm running some kind of game show, doesn't it? And here it is, ladies and gentlemen. Now your chance to win $1 million. I'm just joking, of course, obviously. But maybe we'll do a show. Maybe we'll do a show like that. I think there are rules around things like that. You're not allowed to do them.
Shall we do a poll?
I got this breaking news from Andy Burnham. Hang on. Today we're putting the cowboys out of business. This is one of his tweets. Most builders in this country are decent people who take pride in their work and charge a fair price for it. But the small number who don't follow the same pattern, take a big deposit, do half the job, then disappear with your hard-earned money. That's got to change. So we're backing a new system that gives you the option to have your money held safely and released bit by bit as the work is completed. Do the work, get paid. It's as simple as that. What on earth is he doing? What's he talking about? What's it going to do with him? Why don't we do that on the basis of politicians as well? We'll pay you your salary when you do the things you said you were going to do. Until that time, we will withhold it in a private account, in a neutral venue, right? Have your money held safely. So how about you hold my money safely until such time as you actually do what you said you would do, which is to make this country safe, to make the streets places that we're not frightened to go, to stop the migrant boats coming in. And when you do all those things, we'll pay you your salary. I think it's a great idea. Andy Burnham's just invented a new method of economics. But I'm afraid he won't apply it to himself, will he? That's the problem. There we are. Let's talk to our next guest, though. Dr. Gavin Ashenden is here. Dr. Gavin, a very good morning to you.
Hello, Mike. Good morning.
Very good to see you. I like this new beginning from Andy Burnham. I mean, I think he's accidentally fallen upon a great way to now police our politicians. Don't pay them until they've done what they said they would do.
I love the idea that we can dock his salary £1,000 for every boat that arrives with migrants in it. That sounds splendid to me. Yeah, pay them on performance. How wonderful.
Yeah, absolutely.
Would make them think twice.
But how absolutely ludicrous of him as a politician to think that he can control a private economic market, a marketplace where people buy and sell. Yes, there are some cowboy builders. Yes, there are people that do bad things. Yes, there are people that will rip you off. But it's not really the government's business to stick their nose into that, is it?
Well, two things worried me when I heard that. The first one was, why is the state getting involved in private affairs? As always, whenever the state comes, it usually makes matter worse. They don't cover themselves with glory in the way they organize our lives. But much worse. What's going on inside this man's head? If he thinks that this is the kind of thing a prime minister should be doing, it feels like a local politician's head thinking up ideas that work in local politics and then trying to sell himself to the nation. It's a real disconnect in proportion. So it looks like we've got a local town councillor trying to run the country, and he didn't run his town very well, and he's going to run the country even worse.
No, well, that's the trouble. And what I worry about more than anything else, Gavin, is that they are specialists now in misdirection and kind of misinformation and trying to convince you of something that you can see with your own eyes isn't actually happening.
Well, the thing about being the age we are is that I lived through the 1970s, so I
Yeah.
know what Labour
Me too.
policies sound like. And
Right.
the 1970s were a time of real anxiety. They were terrifying times economically. And it's really perfectly clear that the economic plans and the statism that Andy Burnham is trying to bring us as his example of socialism is going straight back to that. And we know what happened, and it nearly destroyed the country completely. As it happened, we found Mrs. Thatcher coming to the rescue, but she's not just once in a generation, whether you like her or not. She fixed everything, not everything. She fixed the things that the Labour policies were seriously getting wrong. There is no Margaret Thatcher on the horizon today. The fear is that Burnham will have learnt nothing from history and drive us into that terrible hole we were heading for at the time.
No, exactly right. And I mean, there's a troubling story that I've looked at all morning is this thing and about the gangland violence up in the northeast of this country, in Middlesborough, where we've got now 200 police being sent up to deal with what appears to be a gangland feud, which has resulted in 7 deaths in a car, 2 of whom were police officers, and now also the deaths of a 7-year-old girl and her auntie burned out of their own home. I mean, it seems as though this kind of lawlessness has been going on for a long time, and we didn't even know.
Well, it's a huge shock. I don't think we know how close to anarchy we are. We've been very lucky in the last 70 years or so. We've had an ordered society when you could trust the police. And on the whole, the way in which society held together with its glue and mutuality worked. So there were criminals under the surface. But it looks like as our society gets unglued, and I'm going back really partly to the migrants and to wholesale immigration, as you unglue society, people lose their sense of obligation to each other. It's each one for his own. And I think this eruption of gang warfare is a symptom of the way in which we're becoming unglued. And the fact is that it may be the state has ambitions to hold deposits for crooked builders, but it needs to develop more ambitions to try and make the police work, because for some time now, policing hasn't worked. There was a little article in a newspaper I saw where the local residents were just in total shock because there was a bobby in a helmet walking down the street, and they thought it was fancy dress, but it really turned out to be a policeman. But such was the shock that they experienced, because they hadn't seen a policeman in part of the community. So this is all symptomatic of the way in which we're becoming unglued, and the price of being unglued is chaos and anarchy, and it's being led by the gangs, who are the first people to break surface in these circumstances.
Yeah, I know. But it sort of further divides the nation and further kind of sows doubt, does it not, in all of our kind of faith in the system, if you like? Because if you can't have safe streets, if you can't have lawful society, if people just break the law at will, whether they're from here or from somewhere else, it's bad news for the rest of us.
Well, multiculturalism is about breaking the system. That's what it does. We had a system which allowed us to recognize who our neighbors were. We made fun of the neighbors who were a little far off. The people in the south laughed at the accents in the north, and the people in the north laughed at how stuffy the people in the south were. But nonetheless, we knew each other, and we had a kind of obligation to each other. What multiculturalism did is to smash the system. So you no longer know your neighbors, or you don't know the language they speak, or you don't know the habits that they have. And so society becomes unglued. And when it becomes unglued, the other side of this is anarchy. For those of us who did a certain amount of English history, there were some dreadful periods. There was a period when it was called When Christ and His Saints Slept. There was 20 years of complete anarchy in the country in the 13th century when government didn't work. They have smashed the system. They don't know how to put it back together again. And the price is this gang warfare, which I'm afraid is just the tip of the spear.
Yeah, I'm afraid so. Now, we've asked you, and you've very kindly accepted, if you wouldn't mind doing a little Sunday sermon. We normally have Bishop Kai Dewar, but he's having himself a very well-deserved week away with his wife for the first time, I think, since they got married. So I don't know what theme you've chosen or how you'd like to do it, but please do begin and let us know what your message is to the good people of the Mike Graham Show.
Well, it's a hard act to follow. He's a very good guy and really worthwhile. So one of the things most of us do when we're looking to try and find something sensible to say on a Sunday to refresh the spirit and recalibrate our vision is we look at the Gospels and see if there's anything that Jesus says that strikes you. And it just so happens that the passage for this week is a very powerful passage indeed, which is, what good is it, or what does it profit a man to gain the whole world and to lose his soul? The difficulty with talking about this today for most of us is that souls are never on the front page of the news. You wouldn't. Souls are the feet you understand about, but does the soul even exist? We've lost the idea of the soul for the first time in our culture, in our generation. Our ancestors were very concerned about their souls because they recognized that even though you can't feel it or take its temperature or sign up for a sort of, has your soul got ADHD at £3,000 a time, nonetheless, we can recognize the soul, I think. I've always been really interested in the way people's eyes get either harder, and the opposite is not softer, that some people's eyes go deeper into their head. And you can see, if you've got friends that have lasted 2 or 3 decades, how some people harden up and decay a bit. They get cross, they get bad-tempered, they won't forgive. There's a kind of decrepitude that sets in that isn't very attractive. But there's the opposite too, where people grow more lovely. And we like those lovely people. They make us feel good to be around. They accept us as we are. They think good thoughts about us. They assume the best. So you can see 2 things happening as we grow older. One is a kind of shriveling and a hardening, and we go off, and the other is the opposite. I've been really surprised as I've grown older how hard it actually is to forgive your enemies, to go on loving, to choose the good. I thought I might sort of find myself, having gone through the equivalent of the kind of spiritual gym and developed some muscle. What I've found is it's actually got much harder as I've gone on. And I think what Jesus is talking about is the fact that not everything we want is good for us, and we don't know very easily how to tell the difference in what is good for us and what isn't. So the question is, do we just go for what makes us feel good, or do we take a more complex view on what it is that makes human beings good? And the soul is the key to that. The life that Jesus led, the things he taught, the things he did, and above all, the people he created. One of the reasons I was glad to become a Catholic was because I was very impressed with the saints and miracles. And throughout the ages, Christianity has its gift is to produce really nice and good, generous, kind, forgiving, patient people. And so I look at the Jesus's words and say, what does it profit a man to gain the whole world? In the end, when I finally snuff it, my bank balance isn't going to matter, nor the amount of hours of pleasure I've had. But instead, it's going to be how much good took place inside me. And that requires us to go on a different journey and pay a different attention to the world than we normally do.
I think that's a lovely message, and I think it's true, because it's difficult sometimes to be nice with all of the madness that's surrounding us, and I wonder sometimes if, well, I notice actually a lot, and we did a poll on this a little while back earlier on in the week. What do you miss? The football season returned, and I thought, let's do a little poll on what else would you like to see returning to our society, and good manners ended up coming top, because people take little notice of good manners, but you really do notice when they're not there. And one of the things I've noticed is about modern society is that people don't hold the door for you as much. When you drive your car now, people don't say thank you when you let them in. Little things like that, which can be attributed to some people coming from other parts of the world, where maybe they don't do it. But there's a definite sort of, I would say, paucity of good manners.
I'd like to be more specific. I really do think it's down to Christianity. And I'm not saying that because it's my tribe and I want to win a point. The thing about Christianity is it says everybody has a right to be treated well because God made them and God loved them. And you're going to have to answer to God one day for the way you treated them. That makes you think twice about them. But the alternative is that if you're stronger, you can just barge your way past. And we've entered a world where people go for, if I'm stronger, I'll barge past. And it produces, as you say, the dissolution of manners. So it's not manners in itself. Manners depends upon whether you are accountable to God for the way you treat your neighbor. And you think one day, I'm going to have to answer for this. I'll take a bit more care.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Dr. Gavin Ashington, hope you have a lovely bank holiday weekend. Are you doing anything interesting or different for the bank holiday?
No, I'm not. I'm just enjoying the fact that September's coming, and I've got some plans, and getting them ready. So I'm just enjoying the mixed. It's raining again. That's cheering me up hugely.
I'm loving the colder weather. It's very much more settling, isn't it? You don't feel quite as though you're being sort of driven mad by Hades and the high temperatures. But yeah, so I'm a big fan of autumn.
Always good not to go mad, Mike.
It is always good not to go mad, yeah. As I say, I'm a big fan of autumn, and I'm very glad to see it coming along. So, Dr. Gavin Ashington, thank you very much indeed for talking to us. So many of you with so many great things to have to say. To my eternal embarrassment, this is from, sorry, I scream at them, "You're welcome," says Miss Celia. Yes, it's true, isn't it? Because good manners can't be bad. After all, super chat from Third Lion. Coxie needs a raise, Mike. He's had me rolled up all week. Brilliant. He is a very funny man, isn't he? He is absolutely brilliant. Well, he'll be doing well on the new channel as we expand it. Don't forget, Will Geddes is going to be for your delectation this evening. After the rerun of Plank of the Week at 7 o'clock, you get Will Geddes' show at 7:30. It's called Frontline. If you've got any questions for him that you'd like him to answer, by all means let us know what they are and we will pass them on to him. He's got all sorts of good stories to tell you and some fantastic guests as well. We've also got the new show, which is out right now, This Was My Life. We've got episode 2. We started it off a couple of weeks ago with my personal trainer's story, Artur Civicus, who told us his incredible story of being stabbed and almost left for dead on the streets of London, and coming back from that to have a very successful career, not any longer as a police officer, but now as a personal trainer and as a nutritionist and all of that. This week, we've got Marilyn Hawes talking about all of the things that happened to her in her life, how she had to fight to keep her children, how she had to fight against an abusive husband and a man who controlled her life for so many years, and also how she then went out on a limb and became a campaigner for children, and particularly young girls who had been abused in all sorts of terrible ways, forming her own society, forming her own organisation, and talking to me about all of that. So that is very, very much worth watching. It's on the YouTube channel. If you're not a member of our Substack community, think about joining it. You can pay to subscribe, or you can subscribe for free. If you do pay to subscribe, you get all sorts of goodies like our greatest hits. You'll get some more coming this week, clips of the week. You'll also get Ask Mike every Sunday, and you'll also get occasional pieces that I write as well. Plus, of course, the added attraction is you get the entire show ad-free, which some people like. It's as simple as that. It's a bank holiday weekend, but we will, of course, be back, as you would expect, at 7 o'clock bright and early on Monday morning. Dan Wootton is going to be on the show, so that'll be exciting. He's coming into the studio. We'll be keeping an eye on the Notting Hill Carnival, of course, which kicks off this weekend. Are we doing a handover, or do we not have to worry?
No, let's not worry.
I don't think we need to worry, because we still, Plank of the Week was the kind of extended handover from Paul Cox and Mark Littlewood. They'll be here, of course, all next week. From 10 until 12. I'm not sure if Ellie Hodges is back next week, is she? Does anybody know? Week after. She's away for another week, is she? Yeah. Blimey. Meanwhile, if you're missing Ellie Hodges, go and look on the Daily Skeptic, because you can see her interviewing me. It's not all about me, but if you haven't got it yet, the best-selling book, Fake News, is out there. It was number 4 last week in the Sunday Times bestseller charts. We'll be keeping an eye out to see if we get it to number 3 this week. We shall see. But have a great weekend. Don't do anything stupid, and we'll see you on Monday.
The revolution will be televised.
Good morning, Common Sensors. It's Paul Cox here with the Littlewood and Cox Show. Thanks very much to Mike. What a fantastic show that was this morning. Do you know what? I listened to that from 7 all the way in. I drive all the way up to London. I watch it, and when I get in here, I watch it too. Nothing like learning from the maestro, is there? Thank you very much to Mike Graham for everything, basically, and for all his viewers for coming across. You are very welcome. Please do stay. We have a magnificent show for you this morning. Let me tell you what guests we've got on. First things first, my presenter buddy will be Lewis Schaefer. He's here from 11 a.m. Now, the reason I laugh is because the presenter buddy's usually someone appointed to help me. I don't believe at any point during that hour Lewis will help me. but you will be entertained by him. We've also got Sophie Corcoran and Russell Quirk. Sophie's going to be talking about the anti-white policy of GCHQ. Quirkster is going to be talking about Nina Mishkov and how much of a pain in the arse she is and how much he owned her on Wednesday night, actually in Mark Littlewood's space on GB News. Talking of Mark Littlewood, if you're wondering where on earth he's been, well, if you've been watching the show for the last 3 hours, you've seen him at least twice, but he's going to be here very shortly from his cabin in Calador. We will be speaking to Mark for an extended amount of time, see what he's been up to. He's even going to share a metric of madness with us, which is fantastic. It's almost going to be like he's here in the studio, which he will be again next week, by the way. Not till the middle of next week. You still got me for Monday and Tuesday, I believe. But welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm not going to ask a big question today. I'm actually going to put a poll up, and that will come up at some point soon. I can tell that because there's all sorts of kerfuffle going around. We've got the Duke, we've got the Princess, I believe the Russian's in the other room, the little one's back at home. Couldn't afford to bring her in today. Her day rate was ridiculous, but she was trained by the best. Duke's here, smashing, came in this morning. It honestly, like Wurzel Gummidge with his knob out. He was in the corner. He'd messed himself. He hadn't cleaned up. He'd not been drinking as much, which I think the problem is. So we need to try and get the drink right because you can't just take these people off it. But the Princess is still in love. She's still loving him, and no idea what all that's about. But we've all been there, haven't we? We've all been there. She's trying to sort him out. But the Duke is pressing the buttons. The Princess is stroking his hair while he throws up a little bit. Oh, she's just delivered me the newspapers, actually. Thank you, the Princess. We have on the front of the Sun, how did UK town become a war zone? Well, indeed, that's up in the northeast of Middlesbrough. A lot of harrowing things going on up there, actually, in all seriousness. Mike covered it on his show. There seems to be gangland warfare up there. And the 5 young guys that died in that car seem to be very much part of that. And the coppers who lost their lives seem to be being forgotten a little bit at the moment. I'm not too pleased with that. We'll always remember those type of people here on this channel, and less so the other scallywags. But the Times, Nepal death toll climbs amid fears of new flood. Just said pole for no reason. Doesn't even say it. I'm not dyslexic. I mean, there's an actual word in there. Look, it's massive. It says flood. I just wrote Paul. I wonder what word will come into my head during the show. Let's play. Guess what Paul's going to say next? Because I don't know either. We've got the Daily Mail. Faces of Britons missing in Nepal. Wow. It's terrifying. Actually, we've all seen the images from there. I don't want to be dis-serious, I was going to say then. Has anyone ever said dis-serious in human English language? I don't think they have. I don't want to be unserious about Nepal. We've got the Princess laughing over here. The Duke's laughing, I think. That's a new emotion for him. He doesn't know emotions. He's usually just... well, actually, he went to the football last night. Not going to tell you which game in case you actually try and find the Duke. But they let him in. Pole Cox. Dan Hammer has just said Pole Cox. That is funny because my name's Paul and it's almost like Pole. And I just said Pole accidentally. And my surname's Cox, believe it or not. It's not a stage name. Many people ask me that, okay? That is my actual name. My parents looked at me and went, we're going to name this baby after an action. i.e. Paul Cox. But look, I'm withering on here. I've told you what guests we got. Lewis Schaefer's coming in later. I'm mentally preparing myself for that. I've taken a number of tranquilizers. I think I'm just about going to be ready. Coxie, ever more fluent, sign of growing confidence. Thank you. That suggests, by the way, that when I started, I wasn't very good. So I'm going to take that as a compliment. One guy earlier did a super chat on Mike saying how funny I was and that I should get a pay rise. The super chat was £5. What do you think this is? A charity? Make the super chats 500 quid, all right? Especially if they're going to come to me. They don't. I get 0.1% of that. A lot of it goes on the Duke's rehabilitation. I've decided that, my purpose in life now is to look after the Duke. Scarlett, the Princess, has fallen in love with him. And she's useless now because she is completely under his charms. And trust me, I saw this morning when his knob was hanging out why she could be in love. What else does it say in the comments? What am I doing? Ed James, Paul, you should be back page review as well as a great show. I think that makes sense to me. Thank you. Cheers. Miss Celia said, I said EI Sid, sorry, very good, just answering themselves. Cox's apples, red and juicy. I didn't know I'd... No, my flies are done up, can't be talking about that. MD, we are racist if we deport... Hang on, I'm going to go back up to that. That's a serious comment. The comments flow in, right? So sometimes I start reading them, I can't see it. Okay, what was I starting to say? We are racist if we deport, and we are racist if we keep them, but do not accept Sharia. The victim card is causing suicidal empathy. Well, that wasn't quite in tune with my humorous start to the show. But thank you very much. Look, by the way, all joking aside, please do keep those comments rushing in. I will try and read 1 in every 400. They come through very quickly. Cox is my secret man crush. Cheers, Kirk Rogers. Not so secret now, mate, is it? But thank you very much. Honestly, you can't choose the fans, can you? Too many knob jokes. I'm sorry. I got all my knob jokes in at the top. Actually shouted at me. Too many knob jokes. And maybe that should be the poll. Could you have? Is there such a thing as too many knob jokes? Well, my favourite knob is Mark Littlewood. Without him, I wouldn't be here. Without him, this show wouldn't be here. And I'm going to go live to him now before I say anything that ruins our show entirely. Good morning, Mark. How are you doing, my good friend?
Well, not too bad, Coxie, but look, I can't keep you under control with all of your 18 certificate humour from Studio 2 all this way out in beautiful, beautiful Calador. But yeah, I'm doing very, very fine. The weather is beautiful here, and the care and treatment has been wonderful too. I have absolutely nothing to complain about.
Yeah, and I know exactly why. Can we put up image number 7, please? Because during Plank of the Week, I noticed that the bottle that was turned up the right way yesterday has now turned up the other way, which is international language for I've drunk the champagne. And it's only 10 o'clock in the morning, Littlewood.
Yeah, but, you know, I've taken serious medical advice, Cox. You know, I like these Spanish doctors. They've told me to relax in any way that I see fit. And, you know, a bit of champagne for breakfast. Not a bad one. Not a bad one, actually.
How the other half of Hampshire live. That's all I can say. I mean, Mark, you've got so much for us today. So much for us. Look, I've really missed you this week. I didn't think I would. I thought, do you know what? I need a rest from Mark. Turns out I'm in love with you. And I can't do anything about it. Now I'm starting to understand why the princess loves the Duke so much. Mark and Paul, great team. I know, can't believe it. A marriage made in Hampshire. Southampton won West Ham. I didn't put that up, Mark.
Yeah,
Dan Hammer put that up. That's nothing to do with me.
We've got Sophie later on the show, haven't you, Paul? So
yes.
She's going to give us some grief. I'm going to tune out by then. West Ham United have managed to beat both Portsmouth and Southampton this season, and it's not even September. That's pretty shameful for Hampshire, isn't it, Cox?
They play Fulham next.
Is that right?
They play Fulham next. So I would love to have played West Ham, Southampton, and then Fulham. Would that have worked out? I guess it might have done. But no, needless to say, we decided to concentrate on the league. Largely the second half of the league, down near the bottom. That's the part of the league that Portsmouth are going to concentrate on, Mark.
Well, we're Southampton are bottom at the moment because
well, you started with -4 points, so you've got a pretty valid excuse.
Yeah, that is true enough. We're now down to -1. So the temperature is rising in Southampton from -4 to -1. But we're going to have to get it up to something like 80 or so if we want promotion. We need a whole. Oh, I think you might be able to see something over my shoulder.
Oh my God! Look at that! It's been refreshed. It's unbelievable. Well, I mean, what is this life?
Yeah. Well, as I say, I don't trust the NHS. You know, the Spaniards, they look after you pretty damn well, right? So there you go. I'll be tucking into that. You know, one with breakfast, one before lunchtime. That's about it.
Well, actually, that is the course of things.
My aim today is to outdrink the Duke. I know he's on Carlsberg Special Brew, but I have a slightly more refined palate, Coxie. So I'm going for the champagne. I mean, look, it's nearly the weekend, right? It's nearly the weekend. Is that
it's always the weekend for the Duke.
And bear in mind, I am an hour ahead of you here, right? So
you are, yes.
7 o'clock in the morning. I don't know. When's a reasonable time in the morning to drink champagne?
Another poll. You don't get this on Good Morning, do you?
Yeah, Cox's crass jokes and tips on how to become an alcoholic. That's what we.
Yeah, I
bring.
know. Sorry about the crash jokes. They just fell out of me this morning. They just sometimes they do. They stay in and they're not. Sometimes just got to bubble out. You've got to let it out.
You've got to let it out. I agree with you. Well, Coxie, I've got a couple of things I want to put to you, and one's about this old theme that we keep returning to. Well, it's a new theme that we've got to keep returning to, about where the right of centre in British politics looks. And for total nerds like me, very late Thursday nights or very early Friday mornings are quite exciting. Not just because I drink my way through a bottle of champagne, Coxie, but because Thursdays are the day when local council by-elections are held, right? So if a councillor has passed away or fallen ill, can't continue their duties or resigns, you get a council by-election. And there's usually 3 or 4 dotted up and down the country. And as I say, nerds like me pour through the results, look at whether the percentages are up, down, what does it mean? Can you extrapolate from it what might happen at a general election, or what might even just happen in the constituency in which that poll has taken place? And my God, last night we had an absolute corker, Coxie. We had an absolute corker in Dover, right? In the ward of Guston, Kingston, and the wonderfully named St Margaret's at Cliff. There was a by-election, and the seat was being defended by the Conservative Party. It had previously been in Tory hands. Coxie, who do you reckon won?
Well, I'm guessing that... I don't actually know, but I'm going to guess that Labour won, actually, on the basis that this has been very much set up as a Reform Conservative win, but all of a sudden, Labour have pulled something out of the pocket. Is that right?
No, it's worse than that. Worse than that.
Worse? Greens? Lib Dems?
The Greens won the seat. I've given, I can't remember if it's image 1 or image 2, but we've got the result, I think. So, yeah, here you go. Guston, Kingston, and St Margaret's at Cliff. So keep this on the screen, because I think there is a salutary lesson here for common senses, Coxie. The Greens win with 28.8% of the vote. They've nudged their vote up a little bit. Reform come from nowhere to get 27.5% of the vote. New, that means they didn't fight the seat last time. The Tories, well, it was their seat, but they've fallen backwards a long way, but still a relatively chunky 17.1% of the vote. Labour, your tip, in 4th place. Restore, 10.7% of the vote. Now, you know I'm a number cruncher, Coxie, so I added up Reform, Conservative and Restore as the basic vote on the right. I know some people have been arguing with me on Twitter. Some restorers are saying that Reform are too left-wing. Quite a lot of people are saying the Conservatives are too left-wing. But look, rough and ready numbers. That is a 55% block of votes on the right, and we have handed the seat to a communist on 28.8% of the vote. I must admit, I've yet to see an actual election result that so perfectly encapsulates the dangers of split voting. Overwhelmingly, a vote for the right in that seat, if you add up all the percentages, and guess what? You end up with a flaky, woke, green Marxist councillor. What do you make of that, Cox? Or are the numbers bewildering you at this time of a Friday morning?
No, the numbers are okay. Look, it's, in all seriousness, it's the thing we feared the most in recent times, because the left are very good at playing the political game. And they're much more emotional, the left. But one thing the right tend to be is much more belligerent. And unfortunately, it's belligerence that's going to cost this country, because many people on the right are fighting for their own faction. They've created their own identitarianism. I will only vote right if I only do X, Y, and Z. Well, that's not going to work. It's just simply not going to work. And I know that's just one poll, and I know that's just one by-election. But unfortunately, unless we get our act together on the right, that's going to extrapolate itself far enough across the country, obviously not everywhere, for it to be a real problem. Someone like me, and maybe even you, Mark, and many people in the comments simply don't understand how someone could vote for Greens. Simply don't understand it. It makes no sense. It's astonishing to us. It simply doesn't make any sense. John Golding said, my mother always told me to eat my greens. Well, we don't condone that here on UK Live, but if you do see any green councillors, do feel free to have lunch.
We're in favour of crass jokes from Cox, and we're in favour of...
there's been a couple of my waspy women...
We don't endorse cannibalism, though, do we?
So I've had a mixed review. A lot of people, mainly men, very, very happy with the knob-based humour this morning. But some of my waspy women, not such big fans.
So that's your key core fan base, Cox.
I'll have to back down from the knob stuff.
That's your core vote. Can't alienate them. But yeah, on that result, what's if you like even more frustrating about it was the three-way split. So if only one of Reform, Conservative or Restore had stood aside, the Greens would have lost, almost certainly. Okay, you'll have some voters for each of those parties who wouldn't in a month of Sundays switch to another. But if the right had been split only two ways, not three ways, the Greens would have been defeated. So yeah, it's a snapshot, but look, I think it's a little bit of a message of, you know, what could go disastrously wrong if this isn't somehow sorted out, that you could see the right getting easily the most number of votes, but because of these splits, God only knows, we end up with
what's encouraging though,
government.
What's encouraging is the total aggregate of the right score.
Sure.
It eclipses the left score, and it shows that if we can get our act together and you know, the Tories aren't briefing against Reform all the time, and Reform aren't saying they're going to destroy the Tories, and Restore saying no one in the Tories and the Reform have a right-wing thought between them, then we might just get to the point where we get a solution.
Yeah, that's possible. And I'm very ecumenical about this stuff. I think that it's important that, you know, whichever party vehicle you think is the best, whether you're sceptical elsewhere, I think the key thing is to make sure that folk of a similar mindset treat each other with civility. Obviously, there's an exception for yourself and myself, Cox. We just throw brickbats at each other because of the inconquerable Portsmouth-Southampton divide. But as a general rule, with you and me as the exception, I think that, you know, you need to try and see the best in people who, even if they're in other parties, seem to be of a similar mindset. And actually, on that note, I wanted to pick out somebody from Restore Britain, who I think is talking a lot of common sense. I know that there's quite a few people who say, oh, Restore Britain have got some pretty dodgy people in it. And there are a few examples of that because they don't vet their membership. So you can have all sorts of strange people joining who aren't kicked out. But do you know who Orla Minihane is, Paul? Have you come across her?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, so she pops up on television quite
I think I've worked with her on a panel or two.
Yeah, she's a pretty sensible woman, and she was speaking. I don't actually know what the nature of the event was. I'm going to assume it was a Restore event, but I found a little clip of her on social media. So take this for a little bit of common sense, but I want you to look very carefully, not just at her and listen to what she's saying, but of the wider staging. I think this sent us a cunning subliminal message, Coxie and common senses. So can we play clip number 1 if we've got that, Duke?
We've got to protect our girls, but we have to remember that there are Indian, Asian girls, Pakistani girls, Bangladeshi girls, Somalian girls who are born here, who are suffering this fate every day. And we have got to protect them also.
Yeah, so now she's actually said, I think on social media, that she was getting some brickbats for saying that. You know, why are we protecting these people? These girls, they're foreigners. Well, no, they're in Britain. I'm completely with her. But the bit that really struck me, Cox, I thought this was very cunning messaging, is Restore Britain are in favour of reintroducing capital punishment. Did you notice the subliminal message? Maybe we can just play the first couple of seconds of the clip again.
The rope.
Can we play those first couple
Maybe it's play that back, yeah. Yeah, get that back up, Duke.
Now, we've got to protect our girls, but we have to remember that there are Indian, Asian girls, Pakistani girls, Bangladeshi girls, Somalian girls who are born here,
Yeah,
So, yeah, there you go. I just think that's brilliant. You're talking about how you're going to tackle crime, and you leave nothing to the imagination. You have a bloody great noose hanging in the background. I mean, that's the way to get your message across, isn't it? Loud and clear. Pretty spectacular.
Yeah, vote for us all. Not only will we reinstate capital punishment, we'll hang you for not voting for us.
Yeah,
Seems pretty
exactly
reasonable to me.
Whereas my props are usually a glass of champagne. As
Glass of champagne.
Yeah.
Delicious. Oh, yeah. Look at that. See, what
I
I've got
haven't
here.
never off the Duke there, have I?
In here, I've got some of Duke's morning medicine, as he calls it, which is actually, like you say, Carlsberg extra strength tramp juice. So, cheers.
Cheers. Yeah, God only knows what that's laced with, Coxie.
Oh, so, it's everything. There's a hint of everything in there.
That's what I've been ruminating about. For those of you who are here for Plank of the Week, of course, Mike gave that to Tory leader Kenny Badenoch, because her team at least briefed that she'd been told by Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni not to work with Farage, but that seems to have had cold water poured on it by Meloni's team and certainly by Reform UK. What did you make of that from Kenny? She's also described working with Reform as monstrous. But I like an awful lot of what Kenny's coming out with, and I think she's moving the Conservative Party. I know loads of people will never ever trust the Tories again, but walk a mile in Kenny Badenoch's shoes, and the worst that can happen with you, well, you end up with a pair of Kenny Badenoch shoes, unless she can catch up with you, I guess. But walk a mile in her shoes. She's kind of moved, the Tories in the right direction. Okay, now against carbon net zero, wants to pull out of the ECHR, and not only has she sort of said, well, these are sort of good ideas, she's gone further. You cannot be a candidate for the Conservatives at the next election unless you support those pledges. So some of the more lily-livered Conservatives on that score, including, I think, Grant Shapps, the rumour is he's been struck off the list, and possibly Penny Mordaunt as well has been struck off the list.
Yeah.
So she sort of means business. But then I'm not sure it's very helpful to say, I've been told by the Italian Prime Minister not to talk to Farage. Also looks like it wasn't wholly true. Nor do I think it's a good idea to say working with Reform would be monstrous, I think she said in an interview. We could dial down the language a bit, don't we?
Well, I mean, don't just dial down the language. Don't make stuff up. Just don't make stuff up. It's quite clearly what's happened there is conflated a number of things within the conversation with Meloni, which you shouldn't be talking about anyway. Really not cricket. That's not the Queensberry's rules. And just don't allude to something that's simply not true. Because how does it help? It doesn't help her. It doesn't help her at all. She is actually about a week from saying you can't join the Conservative Party as an MP unless you vote Reform. Because there is so much in what she's asking that is on offer by Reform. So at some point, they're going to have to really start thinking about it. It would be quite formidable if they did. They're gifting politics to the left at the moment, simply gifting politics to the left. And
but what I've got quite a lot of sympathy with, and a lot of folk will say this in the chat, that some of it's obviously down to the policy platform, and I kind of pour through all of these announcements, especially if they got numbers in them. Oh, by the way, we must come to my metric of madness.
We will.
But so I pull through them all, and I'm just definitely noticing there's a convergence, right? They're not on exactly the same page, I wouldn't say that, but there are differences which are more than differences of nuance, but nevertheless, basic platform, get the welfare bill down, get out of the European Convention of Human Rights so you can tackle immigration and asylum, and abandon the craziness of carbon net zero. That's the beginning of coming together. But of course, Coxie, what it comes down to is not just what you say, it's whether people trust you, right? And therefore, the right are split into different tribes, not based wholly on policy, but based on who do you trust the most. If you don't trust Farage, maybe you've gone off to Restore. If you don't trust the Tories after a pretty poor period in government, maybe you say, I'm never going to vote for them again, I'm going to go to Reform. So they've got to overcome the trust issue, not just get on the same policy platform. But those policies are coming back to, are beginning to converge.
It's a bit of a shame, actually, because people don't trust the Tories, but many were learning to trust Kemi. And I think, though it's a small story this week, that's a very weak layer of trust that's been created. And it's chipped away at it because people have gone, well, that's not true. There is no quote, and everyone's distanced themselves from it. And it really doesn't matter if it was the journalist at the Times that made it up. I don't think it did. It was allowed to happen because Kemi herself hasn't come out and said, look, that's not what was said. It's a misunderstanding, which is very unfortunate. Because obviously her political opponent is Nigel Farage. But you know what? The world's moved on slightly. Voice for England. Mark is right. We need to be smart and clean house. It's true. It's true. Look, it's a bit like Portsmouth and Southampton merging to become Hampshire United. Neither Mark or want that. Mark or I want that. But I'll tell you what, if we had Hampshire United, we'd probably be in the Premier League. Because the combination of the two supports and revenues would create a pretty sizable club. And
I think you would find in that case, Coxie, we'd lose more people than we merge together, right?
Yeah, maybe. But you say that. But look at Spygate, for instance. I remember every Southampton mate of mine, when Spygate finished, was like, "Oh, I've had it with the club. That's it. It's enough. I'm not buying my season ticket next year." It's full up. It's just emotion. I mean, by the way, I don't want Portsmouth and Southampton unite. But what I'm saying is a bit like asking for that, but for the greater good of the country.
Yeah. Well, I don't mind so much if football's divided, it's supposed to be, but it would be a bit like if Portsmouth broke into 2 separate teams or Southampton broke into 3 separate teams. We wouldn't even then be in the Championship, right? You would start to fall right down the leagues. So that's sort of what's happened to the right.
Yeah, that's a good point.
That it used to be broadly, I mean, Nigel Farage chipped away at it quite brilliantly on a number of occasions with UKIP and then the Brexit Party. But he would sort of pop up, get the Conservatives back on track and then kind of go away again. Now we've got a more fundamental split. Anyway, on happier news, do you reckon it's time for something, Coxie?
Yeah, let's play the jingle.
It's time for Mark's metric of madness.
Now, I reckon my metric of madness is just about guessable. You might not get the exact thing right, but I think you'll be able to guess the sort of thing I'm getting at, Coxie and Common Sensors. And I've got 2 smallish financial numbers to give you. Perhaps we can put the image on screen. I think it's image number 2, Duke. So hold that on the screen if you wouldn't mind. £27.65 versus £9.55. In roundabout terms, because I'm always happy to generalise, the bigger number is about 3 times the smaller number. £27.65 versus £9.55. Coxie viewers, have you got any idea at all what my metric of madness is today? And bear in mind, it's always a number, a ratio, a series of numbers that points to the madness of the world, or in particular, the madness of the United Kingdom. Cox, any guess?
No, genuinely, I'm looking at that thinking, is that the price difference between something? I really don't know.
Okay, well, pull it up again, and I think this will shock a lot of you. So this is the price in England on the left, and in Spain on the right, if you wanted to have 2 pints of beer and a packet of cigarettes. Wow. In England, that will cost you £27.65. I've taken about the average for a pint of beer in England. It's much more expensive in London, but I think that's £5 for a pint of beer is assumed to be the average. In Spain, way, way lower than that. So a packet of cigarettes and 2 pints of beer, which, as we both know, Coxie, is the basic staple of any healthy diet, right?
Yes.
A packet of cigarettes.
According to your doctor.
According to my doctor, topped up with a little bit of champers. 3 times the price in the United Kingdom compared to Spain. I would also remind you that Spain is ruled by the socialists at the moment, right? So it's not as if there is some enlightened pro-freedom government here that wants to tax people less, but nevertheless, a third of the price. If you are a Spaniard and you want a packet of cigs, 2 pints of beer, £9 or so. If you want the equivalent in the UK, basically it's 3 times that, 27 quid and above. So when you hear our new dear leader, Andrew Burnham, talking about the cost of living crisis, always bear this in mind. Much of that cost of living crisis has been imposed upon you by the government. For a large number of households, tax is your biggest bill. For some it's rent, but for most households, tax is your biggest bill. And a lot of it is hidden, because if you do buy tobacco or alcohol, you kind of think the price you're facing is kind of the market cost. You get used to what it costs to buy a pint of beer, a bottle of wine, a gin and tonic or whatever. But most of it, Coxie and common sensors, is tax. So the next time Andy Burnham or one of his acolytes goes on about the cost of living crisis, I'd like to throw those two numbers back at him and say, well, what are you going to do to lower the cost of living on people who choose to smoke tobacco or drink beer, because you are pricing people out of those sort of goods and products. Now, if he comes back and says, well, smoking's bad for you, drinking's bad for you, we want to discourage that. Okay, but then you don't really care about the cost of living, right? You're putting the supposed health of people on tight salaries as a higher priority. So, message is, if you want to get the cost of living down, at least in the area of these two products, then it would be very wise for the UK government to take a lead from the rather more enlightened Spanish government, and those little luxuries in life would suddenly become a little bit more affordable. Well, not a little bit more affordable, a lot more affordable, about a third of the price. What do you make of my metric of madness today, Coxie?
I think it's further proof of politics of fear, because what we've been told for a very long time is that the hiking of the tax is good for us. Good for us in a number of ways. Good for our health. Look, of course we're going to tax beer. Of course we're going to tax cigarettes. It's very bad for you. Okay, you carry on doing it. We'll take more tax. They then put that into their coffers. And what do they spend it on? They spend it on whatever they want. We don't really vote on that, because you get the general election every 4 or 5 years, and they say we're going to do X, Y, and Z. They never do X, Y, and Z. They go off and do A, B, and C, which they were planning to do anyway. And it serves about 4% of the population, and that money just gets frittered away. So it's this vicious cycle. It's like the mafia's running the country, and they're doing it for our own good. Very. I don't like it, Mark.
Yeah, you're onto a really good point, Coxie. And oftentimes, I don't know what the viewers will think of this, because, as you know, I come from a very, very free market perspective. I want the government to do a lot less. I want individual men and women to take much more control of how they spend their own money, rather than handing it over to politicians to do it. But I actually think that the free market itself is a pretty democratic exercise, okay? We don't all hold a vote on whether we want to go and, I don't know, buy a hamburger from McDonald's or a hamburger from Burger King. We don't have a massive vote about it and then give people either McDonald's product or Burger King product. No, we each vote individually with our wallet. So you get kind of proportional representation in the open market. If you want McDonald's, if 48% want McDonald's, they can have McDonald's. If the other 52% want Burger King, they can have Burger King. Perhaps it's nothing like that high. Perhaps 30% want neither and to spend the money on something else. You get perfect proportional representation if you leave people to vote with their own money. Now, there obviously are some things that the government should do. You know, there are services, there are products, there are safety things that we need to club together to provide that you wouldn't buy on the open market. We're not going to sell nuclear weapons on the open market. They need to be funded by tax. I think you can make the same case for the policing, the justice system, the army, the navy, etc. But by and large, for products and services that you can choose from, as long as we make sure that the poorest in society have some access to them, that's what the welfare state's supposed to do, give you a little bit of access, although we would like people to stand on their own 2 feet, then the most democratic way of deciding is not to leave these decisions to Andy Burnham and his government about what products and services you're going to get. It's to let individual people make those decisions themselves with the resources they've got available to them. So I've always thought free market decision making, an open market, choosing where you buy your products and services from is democracy in action every minute of every day. Much more flexible You don't wait 5 years and then go to the local church or the local community centre to put one cross in one box. You're making decisions about how you want to live your life, who you trust to sell you products and services every time you make a purchase. The most beautiful form of democracy.
Absolutely. Well played, Mark Littlewood. Look, you're absolutely right. Now, individualism, freedom of choice, free markets, and democracy are right wing. So you know exactly what you got to do. And unfortunately, you've got about 6 choices. So we need to consolidate. Look, Mark, I've got Sophie Corcoran waiting in the wings, so I'm going to have to let you go. Thanks so much for joining us, mate. Enjoy the rest of your champagne. I'll tell you what, the Duke has been drooling over your morning schedule. Very envious. He might be, look, if you're not careful, he might be on his way out there. But cheers, Mark. Enjoy the rest of your... And we'll speak to you next week.
See ya.
Wow. Gotta love Mark Littlewood. I miss him. I'm sure you do too. What a fantastic bunch of numbers there. The economy is on its knees, and the person with the answers is Mark Littlewood. But they're never going to get him in charge, are they? Let's face it, because he's got too much common sense. Down the line now, I've got Sophie Corcoran. Labas.
Hello.
How you doing?
Yeah, not too bad, thank you.
Notice a bit of Lithuanian then? Because I know you've got a Lithuanian other half. You must have learned a bit more than Labas, I assume.
Probably not, to be honest. I suck. I really suck. His mum was trying to talk to me the other day, and I was like, she was like looking through. I have like a little like notebook of all of my Lithuanian. She was like, "Oh, you're getting so good," and I'm like, "Stop lying to me! Like I can barely say like, hello, how are you? I like dogs." Do you know what I mean? Like, ridiculous.
I like just keep saying it over and over. Look, first of all, huge thank you. You're wearing the right top. Now, I know you beat Pompey 3-1 in the Carabao Cup, but then you went and beat Southampton 4-1, which means a number of things. Southampton are out. Pompey could beat Southampton 1-0 because that's the ancient rules of football. You've beaten them by 1 more goal than you beat Portsmouth, which means Pompey are better than Southampton. So for you and I, and Mark's no longer available to talk to, so we don't have to listen to him, we all win, don't we? You win, I win, Mark loses.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, we did have a bit of a bad day against Charlton. I did send Mark Littlewood a message after because he was watching Southampton. I just sent him a message saying, "Oh my God, we're so cooked," and he just sent me a message back saying, "It's early days yet. It's early days. Don't worry." But I think there is definitely room to worry. But our kids, our youngsters, did very, very well. We've got some really bright talent coming up, which is really exciting. So hopefully, they'll carry us.
That's good to hear. Look. Corcoran, you are fighting a battle of your life right now, and it's not just about GCHQ and about internships, is it? Tell us all what this is about.
So I'm taking a group to court over the black internship about so they have like these black only internships. So we saw them come out with GCHQ and MI5 this week, but I'm taking a different one to court, and this is with the Bar Council. So this is the group that sort of represents barristers, and they also had a very similar sort of black only internship scheme. You can only apply for this scheme if you're a black with black heritage. I'm doing a law master's beginning in January because I would like to be a solicitor. But it's just really difficult to get any sort of work experience. To be honest, with grad jobs, you know, I've been out of university since autumn and I'm just working in hospitality because that's literally all there is to do. There's no other grad jobs at the minute. We saw at the moment that grad jobs has declined by 50%. So here we have all of people in my age group really struggling to find any sort of work at all. That, you know, isn't sort of beyond hospitality or whatever, and yet there's a very selective group of individuals who have the privilege of competing against no one. So this is what's happening. I'm taking them to court. I've had enough of these racist internship schemes. It's a David versus Goliath battle because we're also taking the CPS, which is the Crown Prosecution Service, to court as part of it as well. So yeah, I'm taking on the state essentially because politicians don't want to.
Yeah, and you didn't point it out, but I want to point it out on your behalf. You're doing this at great cost to yourself, potential risk to your future career. Although I suspect, as the tables very slowly turn, this will be actually a bonus for you in the long run. And if it's not a bonus for you, Sophie, it's going to be a bonus for generations of white kids that come after you. Now, we are told that equality is the equality of outcome for all. So therefore, everybody should be treated equally. What's the difference between you and a black woman?
Well, literally nothing, and this is what one of my point was. I think why I'm the perfect person really to take these to task, because I went to a state school in special measures. I'm from Thurrock in Essex. I think you've probably told by my accent. I'm hardly one of the the posh people in society, but also I'm grotesquely dyslexic, which Mark Littlewood finds very funny. And yeah, I'm really dyslexic, and I grew up with epilepsy. I was also born deaf, so. Thankfully I can hear now. They fixed that when I was 10. But I didn't have the easiest time, but I kept on going as you should. But apparently a black person that's gone to a private school is somehow more privileged than I am. And I think this is why I'm really against it. This whole idea of white privilege. We know for a full fact that white young working class people have the worst outcomes in terms of education. But not only that, how can you in one breath tell me that I'm privileged because I'm white, when it's the very fact that I'm white that is stopping me from applying for these jobs? We're the only group in society where you can actually be discriminated against because of your race and it be acceptable. And yet they're turning around and telling me I'm privileged. Is it privilege to somehow face the worst educational outcomes out of every single other race? Is it privileged to be subjected to two-tier justice in this country, whereas if you're white and you're right wing, you're going to face a harsher sentence? And how am I somehow privileged because I'm quite literally being banned from applying to jobs or opportunities just because I'm white? It's absurd. So I don't think you can square that circle. How are you in one breath telling me I'm privileged, but the exact reason you're telling me I'm privileged is the reason that I'm losing out on any basic opportunity?
Yes, very well said. And look, it's worth pointing out also that it's not the other internship candidates, black or otherwise, that are causing the problem. It's the system, which interestingly is quite heavily led by the white middle and upper classes, which are often prejudiced against the white working classes, of which I am one also. You don't support Pompey and West Ham if you're anything other than working class. But look, these people have got control of the system. These people feel guilty. And these are the people that are saying we're going to make the change by artificially cramming in people of colour into the system to make them feel better. Not to make the system better, not to make the future better, but to make them feel better, Sophie.
No, and it's hugely discriminatory on both sides. It's not only us that are losing out. And we look at the sort of the situation with Jason Arday. I mean, I argued at the time that his life was he was a beneficiary of DEI because any success that he had, he wouldn't have had without it. But ultimately, he was also a massive victim of it. And I get accused a lot of the time. I mean, I had a Guardian article written about me saying, I'm coming after disadvantaged groups. But these people are extremely racist. I saw a tweet, I think it was from, I can't remember what politician it was this week actually, but she basically said, black people are within the relation to the Jason Arday case, that black people are subjected to impossible standards. I mean, what is impossible about being truthful and being honest and not cheating your way through life? And also, they have these, I also get told, well, if we don't have these schemes, there's going to be no black people in any of these positions. Well, why not? Why not?
Well,
because you don't think that they're capable of it? Because you think that if they didn't have a leg up and if they didn't cheat their way through it, they just wouldn't get there because there's no way these people could be as smart or as good as white people? Because that's sounding very racist to me. So I don't think I'm the racist one here. I get accused of being racist, but ultimately these people are far more racist than we are. And secondly, there was a message from Chris Philp this week, who is a Conservative MP, and he was like, this is terrible, this is racism. Why didn't you do something then? Why are you leaving it to me, a random West Ham fan from Essex, having to, take on the fight of my life against massive parts of the state when I have almost no power, at a significant financial cost, which is not really the problem, but at a significant personal cost? I mean, I was suspended from my job because of this court case, so I'm having to take on a significant personal cost to fight something that you can change as an MP. Put in a private member's bill.
Yeah. So you actually have lost a job that you were holding because they found out that you were taking this case.
Yeah.
That you were raising this issue. So, but what were you doing? I mean, you don't need to mention the company, but what were you doing?
It was just a hospitality job, but you know, it's so difficult for any young people to find work at the moment. We've got, you know, over a
course,
million
yeah.
young people that are unemployed. So losing your job in this economy, you know, is no mean feat. And I don't do media as much as a lot of the other people. I don't really make a living off of media. So it was literally quite literally my job. I loved it. But yeah, I got suspended from work because of it. And you know
Can
what?
I ask, Sophie, sorry to interrupt you, but can I ask what reason they gave?
Because it made my co-workers feel uncomfortable. I'm still suspended. I actually haven't been fired yet, so it'll be interesting to see if they can or will. But either way, it made them. And I also, some of the other things, I also said that the government should be prioritising young British workers for low-skilled jobs instead of low-paid migrants from India. And obviously, when you work in that environment, a lot of my colleagues are you know, low-skilled migrants from India, and I'm like, well, this is wrong. You know, our government has to do more to get young people back into work. It's inexcusable for governments to be hiring low-skilled migrants from India when we've got a million young people out of work who are desperate for a job. By the way, I don't take any of this nonsense. Oh, young people don't want these jobs. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. I've been applying for jobs in this sort of manner because I would literally take any job. And you'll get rejected from them. So lots of young people do want these jobs. And I said that I personally believe that governments should start finding companies that hire massive, you know, massive amounts of Indian workers. We've seen this thing at the moment, Vandy Burnham and Sainsbury's. He's getting like 10,000 young people to do work placements at Sainsbury's. Those 10,000 young people could have jobs at Sainsbury's if they stopped hiring low-skilled migrants,
Such a good
adult,
point.
middle-aged Indian men in their favour. And I'm not afraid to say it, and I don't care. And they're like, oh, you know, this could make your co-workers uncomfortable. I turned around and said, have any of the actual migrant co-workers complained of how I treated them? Oh, no.
Well, exactly.
So
And
I've been
that's the
suspended
point,
for like
isn't
3
it?
weeks now.
It's
And I
just a
turned around and
control
said, give me
mechanism.
evidence.
Yeah, no, they
Yeah.
won't provide any evidence either because
No.
they don't need to. But I guarantee you this, Sophie, irrespective of what you and I say, over the coming years between now and the next general election, there will be government policy on both sides of the divide that says exactly what you're saying. That they'll be trying to, because it's a vote winner, they'll be trying to win votes on the back of looking after British people first. Not just British people, just they are put towards the front of the queue so that we can build our nation once again. And that's how the economy grows. Because if you put in cheap foreign national labour that work for short terms and then travel back home, much like the Eastern Europeans did before Brexit, then you are not building a long-term economy. You're building a short-term economy. And people are starting to see the product of that. So what you're arguing for, I guarantee this, will be a policy, probably even a Labour policy within 3 years. But it will 100% be a reform policy, a conservative policy, a restore policy, anything on the right, it will be a vote winner. So what you're arguing for now and what you're getting demonised for now will become government policy within a couple of years. And you are going to make your employer look incredibly silly.
Yeah, I've always said this, to be fair. Like, I will commit my entire life to ending DEI. If I don't do it within this court case, if we win this court case, I will sue every single company that has done this to young white British people. And if we lose this court case, well, I've already written a private member's bill with a KC. And if we lose it and we prove the law is racist, then we change the law, and change it we will. I will spend my entire life combating DEI because I stand for two things in life, and that's fairness, and it's meritocracy, and it's opportunity. And I think those things should absolutely be defended by every single political party in this country. I think if you want to run a political party, your politics is very simple. You defend three things. You defend family, you defend freedom, and you defend fairness. And this is an ultimate thing about fairness, and I will win. I will win.
Yes.
It may take me a year, 2 years, 5 years, my whole life. I don't care. I will win. And you can sack me from whatever job you want, because I have a bigger mission in life, and it's to make sure that my children are treated fairly, and that when my children grow up, that they grow up in a country where they have opportunity because they've earned it, and they're not being denied opportunity because they were born white.
So you're going to start your I nearly stood up and played the national anthem then, Sophie. That was absolutely tremendous. That's a clip. That is definitely clippable. We'll be clipping it. You clip it. Let's share that wide. But look, you're sitting down to study from January. What are you studying?
I'm doing a master's in
Masters.
law, which is really exciting.
So is that on, and what did you study previously?
So I did a politics degree. So I actually haven't studied law yet. So it's going to be quite a big jump. But I'm doing my dissertation on the Equalities Act. So I'm going to tear it apart from top to bottom. I'm really quite interested on the Equality Act and its impact on businesses. We've seen the fact that I saw a case the other day where the Met Police got sued for like 20 grand or something because they didn't give someone with ADHD headphones because they already had headphones. It's utterly ridiculous. The Equality Act is first of all doesn't do what it says on the tin because as we know it's entrenched with racism, which is what this case is about. So it's going to be very heavily about my court case, but also it's terrible for businesses and it's just a really bad piece of legislation. And for a lot of time in politics, we spend a lot of time thinking, how can we make new laws? What we don't do enough is looking at the laws we already have and saying, actually, they're a load of crap and we need to take them all down. So I'm very much a Mark Littlewood of I hate laws unless they're good laws, and most laws are good laws. So yeah, hopefully we can look at some of our laws that were put in, under Tony Blair, which was, before I was born, or at the very early parts of the Conservative government when I was young, and say, actually, we haven't looked back and said, have these laws done what they've intended to do, or are they causing unintended consequences? Like we're seeing, the Equalities Act is a perfect example of it. And because it is a perfect example of it, that's what I'm going to do my dissertation on. But my principle remains the same, of that we should look back at the laws we have and say, are they doing what they're supposed to be doing? If they're not, can we change them? And if they can't be changed, let's just repeal them and replace them with something else.
Such an important point, because laws are no longer built on morality or practical requirement. They're built on ideology, a political ideology. You talk about Tony Blair, and I was around when Tony Blair, I was 17 when Tony Blair came into power in 1997, and it felt like a new dawn. Little did we know at that point how insidious the Tony Blairite, Brownite government was going to become. But people forget, because that's only 30 years ago, that previous to that, none of this really existed. They imposed it upon the people of the UK, and it could just be withdrawn. As easily as it was put in. You have to look at what value it adds. Do we want our laws to be controlling our people based on identifiable characteristics? And where does that end? I mean, Sophie, I know you're never going to give up on this, but where do you see your future? What is it you want for yourself personally? Because when you win this, whether it takes 16 losses and 1 win, when you do eventually win this, what do you want to do with your? You're going to have a lot of knowledge by that point. You're going to have a degree in politics. You're going to have a master's in law. All these things are going to be true, and you would have beaten the government. What are you going to do? Because everyone in our comments says that you, as a young woman, along with a lot of the other inspirational young women that we've had on this show recently, are giving them hope, are making them feel proud to be British again. What are you going to do, Sophie? What are you going to do when you've won all these battles?
Well, I think if I manage to beat the state on this issue, and the fact that politicians have just ignored it for a long time, I think the politicians that are there should be very worried, because I'm coming for their crown. Because unlike them, I'm actually going to do something. If I can win this outside of Parliament, just think about what I can do within it.
Lady Corcoran of Thurrock. I like it already. By the way, whilst you're there, we had a super chat. Can we get that back up on the screen? So Nanny Lulu, huge fan of the show, huge fan of you. I love it a bit. She's donated £10. That interview alone was worth a super chat. Sophie, good luck, pop it. Well done. Fantastic, Sophie. Look, who have West Ham got this weekend?
Oh God, I haven't even checked, to be honest. I've been concentrating. It's my final pre-season game of the season, and Coxie, I have to tell you, because I'm so excited. I've never been so happy in my life. We had a tournament this weekend just gone, and we got to the final against a team 2 divisions above us, and I hate penalties. Like, I missed one the season before in a cup, and I was like, oh my God. And I was like, I don't want to take one. And my coach was like, Sophie, you kind of have to take it because you're like our top goal scorer. I was like, damn. And then, so I was like, oh, can I go second? And she was like, no, you're going 5th. And this team were in the final, 2 divisions above us, and I scored the winning penalty, and we won the tournament, and we won every game. I also scored the winning goal in the semi-final and the game to get us into the semi-final as well. So I am really happy. I'm on cloud 9. I actually have the little medal here. Look, I don't know if it's gonna get it, but woo! We actually won. We won. So I thought I'd tell you about that, because lots of people on here know about my quest to get 25 goals by the end of the season. I've got one more preseason game left, and then the season starts next week. But preseason counts for my goals, so I'm 6 goals down already. So 19 to go, but hopefully I can get a few more this weekend. So my focus has not been on West Ham. It was on West Ham beating Southampton because obviously got to beat Mark Littlewood. I did give him a little bit of a for that. I'm
Good
sure
for
you'll be
you.
pleased to know. But yeah, this weekend, final preseason game, so that's where my focus at the moment.
Oh, well, you are a true winner, Sophie Corcoran. Where can people find you?
You can find me on my X, which is at SophieLouiseCC, or if you have Instagram or Facebook, it's pretty much the same name.
Go and follow Sophie. Do you have a GoFundMe or anything on the go at the moment?
Yeah, I have a GoFundMe for the crowdfunder, which I've sent to. You think UK Live have it already? If not,
Yeah.
I'll put it on my Twitter profile, and people can
I'm
do
sure
that.
we
And
do, actually.
We've
And we'll
already
get...
raised, I think, 27 grand. I want to
Wow.
say around that,
Brilliant.
which is good. So we've still got a little while to go until the first hearing. I don't think the first hearing is until sort of later next year, coming on next year. So when the tribunal will actually begin. So we've still got quite a little while to raise some money yet, which is good.
Keep supporting Sophie. Sophie, keep the great work. I know this is just the beginning for you, and that's why I'm keeping you on side, because when you are Empress of the UK, I'm going to be your... Well, just ignore Mark. I'll be your communications director, and we can ban Southampton. We'll ban Southampton. First policy. All right. Cheers, Sophie. Take care. Have a great weekend.
Bye. Thank you.
Didn't give her a chance or a right to reply there. She's just agreed to ban Southampton. I think that's now law. Do we have another super chat?
Yeah, we got a couple from earlier.
The Duke. Wow, principled uncertainty, super chat for £10. Larry Miller was wrong. There is a sixth level. Super chatting Cox. Nick Dixon for life. Well, yeah, we had Nick on the show as my buddy earlier on in the week, and we've got another one here, also from principled uncertainty. He said, I made more betting on women's sports than my portfolio. No quant can price the randomness. It's level playing field. That was a mouthful, but thank you very much for that super chat. Please do keep them coming in. We're going to go to the news now, and then we're back with Russell Quirk.
Hi there, Fiona McLeod here with your Friday news. I've missed you all loads. King Charles is heartbroken after Nepal floods left about 33 Britons missing, children among them. 7 people have been charged for spraying Gaza is not for sale across Trump's Turnberry. Prosecutors are whispering terrorist connection. Nothing says high politics like graffiti on a billionaire's fairway. The Tate brothers are moaning about US jail while fighting extradition on rape and trafficking charges. An ex-Barclays boss denies sex with a woman dressed as Snow White after the Epstein emails. A former teacher has been convicted of indecently assaulting 2 London schoolboys in the 1980s. Wowzers. Russia says Britain is playing with fire over Ukraine missiles and has threatened UK targets. The knob of the North is promising rape specialists in every force by 2027 and getting called populist by Mike Ashley. See you later, alligator.
Well, that was the news there. Lovely jubbly. Thank you, Fiona. Look, I have got a wonderful guest now. As a man who always inspires me to be slightly more cheeky than I am on a regular basis. It's Russell Quirk. How you doing, Russ?
Yeah, you and me together, we should be banned, I think. We always get into trouble.
Well, there's plenty of time today to be banned. Trust me, we've only just begun. Russell, look, before we get chatting, I just want to play a little clip just to set the tone of what we might talk about. Play it.
Nina's whole argument is this. Let me just sum up Nina's argument, which is there's a bit of crime that goes on.
Is this mansplaining?
No, I'm not mansplaining.
Is this mansplaining?
No, I'm explaining.
That's exactly what you're doing. You're pathetic. You don't even recognise what you are.
This has got nothing to do with gender. This has got everything to do with my views, which are commonsensical, and yours, which are absolutely bonkers, Nina.
Oh. That's a very, very logical...
I don't get to the argument if you let me actually get the word in this way.
You tell me what I'm saying.
Right.
You explain to me as a man what I, as a woman, is saying. I'm coming
from a different... It's got nothing to do with men and women.
It is absolutely to do with men and women. It is absolutely to do with men and women.
Now you're explaining to me. Can you just...
I am not. I'm just defending myself against a bully.
A bully. Stop playing the gender card. It's pathetic.
I am not playing a gender card.
If no one makes a point actually on this topic in a second, I'm going to have to...
I'm going to make a point. What Nina thinks is because there's a bit of crime in Britain, it's okay to import loads more. That's what she thinks.
I didn't say that. I did not say that at all. My theory is that the government
God, you're not in office.
Oh, for God's sake, just stop it. You're pathetic. My theory is that the government is not releasing this information because they are terrified as to what will happen, and that the people who will be inflamed are the vigilantes, and that will inflame racial tension. And while we are concentrating on these cases, we are not concentrating...
Russell, please do me the honour of mansplaining to me and the audience what on earth was going on there. By the way, that was delicious. I enjoyed every single minute of that, and I'm sure our audience did too.
Yeah, as many people on X and elsewhere have said, TV Gold. GB News clearly get the likes of you and I on purpose, and they pair us on purpose with the likes of Nina Mishkoff and Matt Stadler and Jonathan List, because I think although you see kind of faces of exasperation, I think, from the likes of Patrick Crystal, although I obviously sitting there, I couldn't see Patrick's face. So that's actually the first time that I've looked back at that and seen his... Well, he's not exasperated. He's amused, isn't he? He thinks
trust me,
very, very
having sat next to Patrick a number of times and done a similar thing, that is Patrick thoroughly enjoying himself.
Yeah, he's loving seeing the left destroyed, which, as I say, you and I do on a kind of weekly basis, really.
Yeah, it's sport, isn't it?
Yeah. No, so the problem now, I think, for people like Nina Mishkoff this week, and of course the Matt Stadler clash with me the week before absolutely blew up on social media. I mean, literally, that's still being commented on across Facebook and Twitter. I think we must be near 1 million views of those particular social media clips that I put up. The problem is, it's not just that they don't have a coherent argument. It's not just that they can't defend, although they try and defend the indefensible. It's because people like us now have worked out the way they argue, right? Now, I was on the Dan Wootton show yesterday dissecting this, and this is the bit that I think really, really gets to those rampant lefties, in that you sit there now, I comment and commentate on how they're arguing. So you go, right, okay, so right, first you're going to deflect, okay, so we'll do that for a few seconds, shall we? So we're talking about migrant rape. You want to talk about horrible white men beating up their wives 10 years ago. Okay, we'll do that for a few seconds if you want, but we know what you're doing, right? You're deflecting because you can't possibly defend the fact that we are importing rapists into this country, right? You can't defend it. Then they get into the over-talking thing, which Nina Mishkoff is the queen of, right? She is the queen of over-talking. She's also the queen of over-talking everybody else. But as soon as you interrupt her, she says, this is outrageous. You've got to let me speak. You've got to let me finish. And then comes stage 3, Paul, which of course is the personal. The personal from her is always, and she's done it with Adam Brooks, I'm sure she's done it with you, the personal then becomes, you're a bully, you're a misogynist, you're mansplaining, as if you yourself then are being labelled almost as a kind of domestic abuser in your argument style. That's what she tried to do to me on Wednesday night. And I just laugh it off. I think it's pathetic. She does it all the time. And as I tried to explain on the sofa that night, arguing with a woman is nothing to do with gender. I argue with Nina Mishkoff in exactly the same way as I do with Matt Stadler, Jonathan List, Benjamin Butterworth, Matthew Holbert, right? It's in exactly the same way. I will be robust. I will take them to task. I will interrupt them if they go off on a tangent and pull them back. I will insult them if they insult me. But they think it's a one-way street, don't they? So I think we've dissected the way that the left argue, and they hate the fact that we've been able to do that. Yeah,
it's brilliant. And Russ, the one thing I really like to try and do is, because they're always banging on about equality, like you say, you would treat Nina the way you would treat Matt Stadler, for instance, because why wouldn't you? Because otherwise you end up, that is misogyny. If you go, look, I'm just going to, you won't understand because you're a woman. Yeah. And I'm going to dumb this down. I'm going to make it Janet and John so you can understand, and then the men are going to have a chat. You imagine if we did that? That's not what we do at all. I don't look at these opponents based on what genitals they got. Sometimes I ask them if I can see. They always refuse. But I don't base... sorry. There are people in the room that are...
You don't see gender.
I can't see gender or colour. It's a huge problem for me, Russell. But we treat everybody equally and with the same disdain. And I think it's great. I think it's progression. I think it's what they're asking for. I don't understand how they can continue down the path they're on. If someone's self-harming, you don't say to them, just carry on. Carry on, eventually it works. Because that is what we're doing as a country. We're self-harming. And then we're being gaslit to death. As Mark Little would say, we're gaslit Britain. I mean, gaslit to death by these people to take us down the same path. And because people aren't necessarily engaged in politics, and more people are, and why they're coming more and more towards reform, for instance, is because reform are pointing out the bleeding obvious. It's the party of the bleeding obvious. And, I'm not trying to dumb down reform, but that's why it's garnering so much popularity, Russ.
Yeah, it is the obvious, and it's the obvious that obviously for some, but including the Conservative Party over the last God knows how many years, there's been overt caution to talking about that which is staring us in the face, right? Whether it's crime, whether it's immigration, whether it's net zero, whatever. The Conservatives, of course, now, Paul, are doing a reasonable job of just copying a right-wing agenda. They've kind of taken themselves back 25, 30 years to the days of Thatcher to try and re-engage the true Conservative base. But of course, the true Conservative part of the political spectrum now is occupied by reform, right? And that's it. We're consistent. The Tories are now on the back foot trying to copy. Can I just make one other observation about the Nina Mishkov argument, which I have heard before from others. And it takes me back actually to the whole reason that largely Pakistani Muslim men were able to rape British women and girls for about 30 years. And that is to play a defensive game when you're talking about migrant crime. That is, if you talk about it and call it out and do something about it, it will ignite tensions in communities. It will inspire vigilantes. Now, none of us are going to condone vigilante behaviour that crosses the legal line. But I would just suggest, right, this is where that common sense that you just mentioned kind of kicks back in. This is where reform aren't scared to say these things. I would suggest that migrant rape is probably the problem rather than the vigilantes that exposing such migrant rape statistics might lead to. Don't you agree?
Oh, absolutely do agree. Look, we've seen this week, actually, particularly with the Tories and Kemi Badenoch. And Mark Littlewood and I were having a chat about this earlier. We looked at the percentages of a by-election down in Kent, I think it was. And the aggregate score of the right was incredibly high, but the Greens won. Now, at some point, people are going to have to start getting behind reform, or we're going to lose the fight and it's over. Would you agree with that, or would you, or are you firmly in the camp of reform have to go this alone and you don't need anyone else?
Look, obviously, I think that reform is strong enough in terms of our policy agenda, our presence, and the support that clearly we've got. We are the most popular party in British politics, right? And that's just been confirmed by, not least the resounding victory in the May elections, which is why I'm sitting here at Essex County Council, County Hall, as one of 52 Reform County councillors. That there is no more demonstrable kind of proof than that. Look, how do I feel about Restore? I think I'd like Restore not to exist, of course, because they are splitting the vote, right? Again, let's just be honest. Let's just tell it how it is. Restore's policies, in some respects, are no different to Reform's. In fact, a lot of Restore policies seek to mimic Reform. I think some of the stuff that they've talked about, particularly their supporters on social media, which they may or may not be able to control, some of the stuff and some of their commentators, some of their very, very prominent commentators, I think are too extreme, right? So, and actually, here's the controversial bit. I think Restore have become a filter for those people that, frankly, we would not want in Reform. Right, so they've become the kind of vacuum cleaner, dust filter for Reform to not have to deal with people that perhaps otherwise might be a bit extreme, right? Because in a party of 250,000 members, you can't possibly vet everybody that signs up for 25 quid on the website every day, right? You just can't do that. But it seems to me that what I've seen from the Restore supporter social media feeds, I think the majority of the knuckle draggers, if you like, are Restore supporters, right? Now, I'm definitely going to say too much here. I'm probably going to get into trouble later on. But I think that Rupert Lowe's problem is that he is anti-Nigel, right? So his whole motivation to me seems to be to try and destroy Nigel Farage. And in doing so, it's a bit like, the captain, the guy that wants to be captain of the ship, that can't be captain of the ship, sinks the ship, right? That's what I think Rupert Lowe is doing. However, what I would say is that Rupert talks some sense, and I think he is an incredibly good MP insofar as his profile, his speaking, how he articulates his point, and so on. So is he a loss to reform, if you were to ask me that? I'm interviewing myself here. Is he a loss to reform? Not that you're not doing a brilliant job, Coxie.
I'm going to just sit here and wait for Quirk Hour to finish.
Can you stick a super chat in for us, mate, please? Yeah, 100%. Is he a loss? In some ways, Rupert Lowe is a loss to reform. In some ways, he isn't. Am I answering the question? Do you know what I'd like? I'd like Rupert Lowe to disband Restore, get rid of all of those that I think are extreme and that frankly have no place in mainstream politics, whether it be on the right or elsewhere, and maybe have some dialogue that allows him and some of his sensible supporters to come back, because Reform will win the general election, right? Whenever that is, whether Burnham calls it this year, next year, whatever, Reform are going to win that election. Restore are not going to help. And your point just now about that by-election yesterday, where I think it was lost by 30 votes, Restore got 30 votes, right? So as a consequence, of course, Restore potentially are going to be the entity that stops Reform taking a majority in Westminster. And that is, I think that is, what word would I use to be tactful here? I think
Russell, you can do this. Be tactful. You can do this, mate.
No, sorry, let's not be tactful. It's irresponsible. It's irresponsible to Britain for Restore to split the vote in the way that they're seeking to do, to make a point that is anti-Nigel Farage, and instead what we end up with is a Labour Green or Labour Lib Dem coalition, which frankly I think most people that are watching this would agree with me. Many of us that are kind of hanging on to Britain, hanging on to trying to save it from the clutches of it becoming a third world shithole, I think many of us will just give up and go, right? And then in terms of how we restore, no pun intended, and resurrect, save our society, our culture, our economy, our borders. I mean, I think, and indeed, making sure that there's a tax base to pay for some level of public sector, spending. I think it might get to the point, and I think it will get to the point, if the general election is, let's say, 2029, and it's a Labour, Green, Lib Dem coalition, Britain's done. Britain is finished.
I agree with that.
Finished.
But I think on that basis alone, a lot of people would argue that there has to be a merge, a coalescence on the right, because they don't feel, as that by-election, it's just one standalone by-election, one standalone statistic, they don't feel that the right have coalesced around Reform enough to change that. So my question would be, if that's the case, and let's just hypothetically say it is at the moment, and then what happened in that by-election is to extrapolate itself across the UK, do the right, including Reform, have a responsibility to at least make some sort of pre-electoral pact?
Well, I don't think we have an obligation, as I say, because I think we're strong enough and will be in the coming months, years, whatever, up to whenever that general election is. I think we are, without doubt, powerful enough, we are authentic enough, and we believe in ourselves and the country enough to carry a general election victory. So I don't think we have an obligation. I think the obligation is entirely on the fragmented right, like Restore and others. I mean, look, let's be honest, Ben Habib has already given up on his project. I suggest that Rupert Lowe should do the same. I mean, look, Rupert Lowe, you hear all sorts of rumours, right, that Restore has run out of money. Restore, if it was being backed by some conservative, big C conservative backers, that perhaps is no more. There's rumours of fallouts and all sorts of things. I mean, they're a fly in the ointment, Restore, right? And I don't think that we should allow the flies to take over the ointment, if you like. I think the obligation is very much on Restore. But how can we do a deal when Rupert Lowe decides, instead of just texting Nigel to say, mate, I think we might have to bury the hatchet here and have a conversation, instead he hires a film crew and he decides to spend all day in a studio effectively putting together not just an olive branch by way of some kind of media, but decides to frame it around 5 red lines, right? And one of those red lines is not to have any of these experienced MPs that were formerly in government, those that in Jenrick's case, for instance, left government because he was so miffed with the government immigration policy of the day, to say my red line is that if we get together, given that he was a party at the time that I think had only just, I think he'd got 6% in Makerfield, he just got 8% in the Manchester mayoral election. I mean, when you've just got 8% of the vote, who the hell do you think you are telling Reform, who are the most popular party in Britain, that you've got to dump, some of your most experienced members of parliament insofar as them not forming part of a cabinet in the next government? It was almost, from Lowe's perspective, I would say, almost designed to fail, wasn't it? That particular kind of agenda, right?
Yeah, it's very difficult to say whether he would do that or not. But what I would say is there were quite clearly a number of red lines in there, a number of requirements that simply were never, ever going to be agreed on. So it was almost as if he was saying, if you agree with these 3, I think we can reunite, but I need you to know for my supporters' benefit that I disagree with this also. Look, Russell, we're going to have to leave it there because I've got to move on. But this has been absolutely brilliant. Thank you very much, mate. I think we got away with it. There's no Ofcom, so it doesn't matter. Love you bits, mate. Have a good weekend.
Cheers, Paul.
Take care, mate. Well, Russell Quirk there. Should we reunite? Should we just reunite the right? I don't think Russell came down on that at all, and it did split. The chat quite a bit because there are lots of people saying we need to unite, and then lots of people saying absolutely not. We need to go it alone. And I think therein lies the issue. And talking of issues, I have my presenter buddy with me. It's Lewis Schaefer. Good morning, mate.
Good to see you. Am I a buddy?
Well, yes.
I've never been called a buddy. I'm not anybody's buddy. I mean, I'm a friend.
Start.
I'm a friend, but a buddy is someone who goes out drinking with you, and I don't do that anymore because I'm worried about my weight. Who is that guy? That guy's an idiot. He's an Quirk. He's an absolute... I shouldn't say this. It's not my place to say. It's a country. We're at war. The country's at war. People should be screaming. And he's talking about left and right. No one even understands what the concept of left and right are. It isn't the left or right issue. One side is a communist, pro-Muslim country, which is what they want it to be. The other side is an anti-communist, anti-Muslim country. That's the simple thing.
Normally I would introduce our guest, but what I would say is...
Sorry.
Welcome. That is Lewis Schaefer, and that hasn't even scratched the surface.
Because I had to listen to the guy, and he's focusing.
Can I just say, by the way, you did an excellent job of listening.
Yes.
Because throughout that, I was thinking, if Lewis says something, I can't stop him.
Yeah, and I was thinking maybe I should say something. I don't know what the rules are here. You're looking good, Paul.
Thank you very much. You're looking great. You always do look great. It's nice for you to say that I'm looking great too.
But this guy, Quirk, I don't know. He represents everything that's wrong with the Reform Party, which is it's a measly, minor ideology.
So what could Russell do differently? Because he is a councillor, a senior councillor in Essex for the Reform Party. He needs to support his party. What would you expect him to say?
I would expect him to say, we need to get together because this country is, whatever position he's in, I'm not even a councillor and I'm opening my mouth here. The point is, he needs to say the country is effed. And Rupert Lowe I disagree with things that he says, but the most important thing is we've got to be anti-communist, anti-Muslim.
So that means doesn't that just mean that you're agreeing that the right should unite and we should be against the...
It should, but that's not the way you unite, by saying that Rupert Lowe had a meeting with 5 points and we don't agree with these points. You just say we got to get together. I agree. We need the anti-communists, anti-Muslim party needs to have a leader who is a revolutionary. It can't be like we should be in the middle. There is no middle anymore in politics.
No, there isn't.
There isn't.
There isn't.
And I said this 3 years ago.
You've said a lot of things. Yes. That is one of the things you said. I do remember you saying that water dehydrates.
And it does dehydrate.
I remember you saying that cancer doesn't exist.
You can Google that. Cancer does exist, but the cause of cancer is different than what makes cancer grow. Cancer is metabolic breakdown, whatever. But it grows because of carbohydrates. So if you have cancer, stop eating carbs. I had a bagel and a half yesterday. And I feel horrible. I'm an embarrassment. I'm an embarrassment to myself.
That's what you think has embarrassed you?
Yes, really, really. And I'm late. I was late here because...
Yeah, but they don't know that. They do now.
They do know. I shouldn't have even said anything. I feel like I'm late.
But if you weren't this way, everyone's loving you. It's ridiculous. Everyone in the comments, look, here's Hamish McBallbag or whatever his name is.
Yeah.
Lewis is just brilliant. I don't think he knows what he's talking about half the time. Brilliant.
But that's what you think. You think I don't know, but it hits a nerve. You see this guy Quirk. He seems like a lovely guy. It's like
the Quirkster. He's one of the best.
Yeah, I shouldn't be even talking about the guy. I'm an American living in this country. I'm not him. But this country needs revolutionaries, and it needs revolutionary action. You're saying that the laws shouldn't be broken. I'm not saying you should break any laws. But it's an emergency situation now, and he's trying to be all nicey.
So if it was President Lewis Schaefer of the United Kingdom, well, let's just imagine that for a minute. What would you do? What's the first thing you would do?
Well, the people have to be behind it. The president, the leader of the country, can't do anything unless he has the support of the people. And this guy is not. This guy needs to explain what the problem is. The problem is that there's a communist regime in this country. They don't call it communism, they call it socialism, call it left wing, we're left wing. The NHS.
Let's do that. Let's do this. The NHS, what's good about the NHS?
It's free, so you don't worry about your health, but then when you need it, it's not going to cure you, so it's a waste of money.
Is anyone in the NHS any good?
I saw a guy today. Yeah, I went to a guy yesterday, 2 days ago. I had my heart looked at by... 3 days by one of those things. They do a lot of things. No, he wasn't. He was a technician, but whatever. Then they were good doctors too. But the problem is they've sold a bill of goods on healthcare, which is a lie. I was coming here in the limo, or as I call it, the 36 bus, and there was a fat guy coming in with a rancid foot and the other foot chopped off.
So he was fat. 1 foot off.
1 foot off.
1 foot rancid.
And 1 foot rancid because he has, obviously, he's got hyperglycemia. He's got too much blood sugar.
So he's eating himself into
and he needs to be
told.
He needs to be told. But you go to the NHS, you go to the hospital. I'm not going to say which hospital I go to. It's lovely. But they're all fat. The people who work there are fat.
The doctors are fat. The nurses are fat.
Not the doctors because they're of a higher class. But the nurses, which are the hoi polloi, whatever the word is.
Yeah, the hoi polloi, that would work.
Of this country are all fat. And then they're telling you, you've got to have a plate of fruit. Like there's a plate of fruit here.
Yeah, just tell the people why they shouldn't eat fruit.
It's just sugar. There's nothing to it. And an apple used to be, an apple used to be like this size. Did it not?
Now it's genetically grown.
Look at it. Look at it.
It's turning the apples gay.
Yes. Well, Oh, that's Alec. Yeah. Yeah, he was right about that. He was right. They're turning it. Tell me to shut up. That's
why on earth? Well, by the way, the whole production team have come into the room in a way that they would never do.
No,
and they're just here observing Lewis.
They're going to see the breakdown. Luckily, there's no Ofcom, so I'm not going to get a million complaints about this.
No, we won't. I mean, there have been some complaints about me this morning.
Already.
I made a couple of knob jokes.
Yes, I liked
that's not gone down too well with some of the audience.
Because you seem like a straight shooter.
But every now and again, I just get loose with things. It's Friday, and I'll have a meeting with HR after this. They'll tell me no more knob stuff.
Does this place have HR?
Yeah, it's pooch. It's absolutely pooch. We've got the Duke. He's our resident bin dipping alcoholic who the princess has fallen in love with, and what can you say? That's the love story. We've got the Duke over there. That's the guy. See the guy in the bin?
Oh, okay. How are you?
Who do you think that is? It's not a hot tub.
I thought he's somebody's Pooch's kid. Isn't that Pooch's
We don't
kid?
say things like this. What we do is we make up nicknames and we don't allow people to identify them.
This is becoming a something. I could see this becoming a major something.
Yeah, and I think
I don't wish ill on GB News for firing me. That never,
Which was,
that
by
never-
the way, an answer to a question that nobody asked.
No, they're asking, what happened with GB News? What happened? They fired me because I don't even know why they fired me. I can understand why they
You called
fired me.
someone fat.
I called someone
You did.
fat. He was fat. He was fat, and the audience says, "What? Where's the camera? You're
That's your camera there.
You are fat. You don't even know you're fat. If your stomach sticks out past your boobs, you're fat. You're fat." Do you want? It's like that guy. And I didn't say anything. I've lived in this country so long. My personality has been totally destroyed.
I'm not sure it has.
Yeah, I wanted to say something. You are fat, and that's why you're losing your foot, and that's why you're in a wheelchair, being pushed around by your fat wife. And
well, there you go.
Do I look fat here? Because I gained like 2 kilos, and that, like,
You haven't gained any weight.
I have. I did.
You haven't.
Because they gave me a sleeping pill, which was basically an antidepressant. And because I'm anxious, I'm really worried about the country.
Is that what you're anxious about?
Yes, part of it, and the part they're turning towards anti-Semitism because I'm.
Do you think anti-Semitism is increasing in this country?
Of course it is.
And why is that, do we think?
Because it's a country of anti-Semites. That's why it's increasing.
but we're not, I'm not an anti-Semite.
Yeah.
Even the Duke isn't.
Yeah.
And
you lie to me.
Yeah, I'm not. No, I love the Jews.
Why is anti-Semitism rising? It's rising because it's a diversionary thing. It's I saw a flood you saw that flood 2 days ago in Nepal.
A bit more than a flood, I would say.
Yeah, it was horrible, and I thought to myself, the Jews. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. The Jews.
You think the Jews caused the mudslide in?
You want to know something? If you say it, there's going to be a lot of people going, "Oh, yes, they did that. They increased global warming." And
It's either that or comedians, right?
Yeah.
On my Facebook
Don't
page,
speak for yourself.
I said this week, I thanked global warming for reducing my handicap because I've been able to play a lot of golf this year. And a comedian wrote on there, "Well, Paul, I don't think the 400 plus dead in Nepal would find this funny." It's like, what are you doing, mate? What has comedy become now when quite obviously I'm being satirical and sarcastic about climate change, that a comedian can jump into the comments.
He was supporting climate change. He was saying climate change is real.
It's a problem. And the fact that I've joked about it, de facto has caused the death of 400 plus Nepalese. It hasn't, just so you know. If my jokes were that powerful, then I would aim them specifically at people. It wouldn't just be Nepal.
The point is that who provides the comedy in this country? The BBC. And the C stands for communism. It's the British Broadcasting Communism. It's it's not an open country. I don't know whether it was ever it was never an open country because you got that king guy, you got the royal family, and that's all secrecy. But this guy, the comic, I don't even know who it was. But but they want to get ahead, and so they're chosen to get ahead. They go to a comedy club and they're told, "Don't say things that you can't say," and then it starts there.
And they've all joined the massive flock. Look, I do have a guest waiting down the line, unbelievably. Please stay exactly where you are. If this guest doesn't look how you want him to, don't mention it.
Yeah.
All right.
Who is it?
It's Ed Lennox. How you doing, Ed?
Okay.
Morning. Nobody.
He's right? Fat.
Nobody.
He's
not. Look at. He's a very healthy man. Ed.
It's a very bad camera.
I'm going to issue a blanket apologies for Lewis Schaefer.
I'm sorry.
He's a bit of a shrinking violet, isn't he?
He is a shrinking violet. I'm glad you've noticed, Jeff. You wouldn't know. You wouldn't know he was American. You wouldn't know he was Jewish. You wouldn't know that he hated everybody.
Pardon me, bye.
Exactly, Ed. Tell us all about your cause, because I'm very interested in this. This is absolutely fascinating. Tell us all about that, then we'll get stuck into it.
Well, we're the only national campaign against fly tipping and littering in the UK. And we are sinking into a cesspit of too much rubbish everywhere. And unfortunately, the instruments of government, and I use that in the widest term, are absolutely asleep at the wheel, too stupid, too lazy, too incompetent to deal with it. And earlier in the week, the government announced that, they're coming after fly tippers and they're going to increase the fines. But there is no way on God's earth that we have an approach to this that makes the punishment fit the crime, or the jeopardy that criminals should fear anywhere near strong enough, because your chances of getting caught as a fly tipper are pathetically small. And culturally, we've got a bunch of people in this country who think it's okay to dump litter wherever they feel like, and they say people will pick it up. And unfortunately, people like me and other litter pickers around the country can't bear looking at it, so they go around picking it up. But that's not the solution. The solution is to stop it being dropped in the first place, and that's complex. And most politicians can't be asked to even try, so they don't.
Now, this is a cause I can definitely get behind. Look, I live in Hampshire. I live close to rural areas, which is where all the fly tipping happens, let's face it. You've got to drive down a beautiful country lane, hedgerows, sheep, cows, beautiful vistas. And then, you know, every 200 metres, there's somebody's sofa and a fridge. And you're like, how did that get there? Why is no one doing anything about it? The council are obviously inundated with this stuff. Adding just Andy Burnham coming out with platitudes like we're going to do more about this is no use to anybody. How? What are they going to do? Are they going to put a CCTV camera in every hedgerow?
Well, I think I have had recent experience of the full spectrum of uselessness in the world of politics and local government, because I could cite meetings that I've had in the last couple of years with a local authority in the Northern Midlands who had a problem with 2 lay-bys. 8 people attended the meeting. None of them were decision makers. They were all completely useless and hamstrung by the rules that they'd created. And they basically told us at Clean Up Britain, all of the things that you can't do because it's too dangerous, too risky, too this, too that. Computer says no, system says no, health and safety says no, legislation says no. Legislation, ironically, that's there to protect the population and make society function is now being turned back on people who want to do the right thing. And that means that they're prevented from doing the right thing, which means that criminals get away with it. Now, at the moment, we've got a situation in this country where we make it incredibly difficult and expensive to do the right thing. We don't have enough municipal tips. We've got far too many people sitting in meetings talking about it, all of whom think their own opinions are bloody marvellous. Well, I'm not interested in marvellous opinions about things. I'm interested in getting things done. That's what Clean Up Britain are interested in, something that makes a difference. If the legislation is preventing us from acting, we should get rid of the legislation or circumvent it or find a way that what we can do. So this bunch of absolutely useless public servants, use the term advisedly, in the Midlands, sat there talking nonsense for hours and hours and hours. They wanted to spend £180,000 of local taxpayers' money to clear 2 lay-bys. I'm a farmer's son. I'm a practical bloke. I know how to clear up litter. I reckoned it was about 7 to 8 days' work. It wouldn't have been pleasant because a lot of it was human shit, because we don't have enough lay-bys with toilets in for lorry drivers and delivery drivers. That's another matter. Anyway, long story short, we got a piece in the local media. A local company volunteered to come and help. The council turned a blind eye because otherwise their health and safety inspector would have had smoke coming out of their ears, even though it wasn't dangerous. We had the site cleared. So we handed back to the local authority pristine 2 lay-bys, and 18 months later, because they're all useless, and they genuinely are useless, the lay-bys are full of crap again. So we've got to do it again, and they'll probably now spend £180,000 being completely ripped off on a totally absurd contract because these people have no idea how to get stuff done for a decent rate. I'm sorry for the rant, but it's true.
No, by the way, Ed, now this is a rant I can get behind. The sort of rant I've had to sit through for the last 30 minutes with Lewis, it's a whole different ballgame.
I'm behind him 100%.
Okay, Ed, I'm going to bring in Lewis. Prepare yourself.
Prepare yourself. But this is, I myself, Lewis Schaefer, I go out once or twice a day picking up rubbish. myself. I got the thing and I've got the bag. I pick it up myself. So I am with this. This is a crucial issue, but it's part of the bigger issue. It's not that the state is incompetent. They're a bunch of leftist communists who don't want to enforce the law. It's not about spending money.
Can I really disappoint you, Lewis, here?
Ed, yeah, go on, Ed.
Because it pains me enormously to say it, but it is a truth, is that across the political spectrum, those councils which tend to issue the most fines and are the most vigorous in pursuing the people who are doing wrong tend to be from the left side of the political spectrum. I wish it was different. It should be.
Just let Ed finish his point. I didn't think this would turn into question time, but
no,
Ed,
Lewis needs to calm down because it's true. I can prove it with data.
I go out every single day, and I pick up.
But you shouldn't have to, should you?
I shouldn't have to. What should have to happen is that they've let in too many horrible foreigners into this country.
I'm afraid we have a lot of. I'm afraid that's absolute nonsense. It's just nonsense.
You're blaming.
We've got cameras. We've got cameras all over the country, and I hate to disappoint you, Lewis, with your racialist ideas, but unfortunately, most people who litter tend to be, quite often well-heeled white people in quite expensive cars seem to be the worst of the lot. But otherwise, it's tradespeople and parcel delivery people. And generally, as per the population, the vast majority of people are Caucasian, and that is representative of the people we find. But anyway, I don't want to make it a racist issue. I don't want to make it a political issue. The fact is that the landscape in this country is we've developed a culture by systematically dismantling all of the things that help us to create a nice society. And we don't really point the people in the way of good citizenship. We don't provide a holistic education. We can allow people to get a driving license without the first idea of what the penalties are for littering from a car. And just to be really radical about it, I think that it should be literally one strike and you're out. If you're found littering from a car, you should lose your license for a good 6 months. And then you'd really think about it. And we should have much more surveillance. And you know what? I've got a really radical idea here. There was an article that I read this morning saying that some bloke had dumped 160 tyres in a place, in a street or an alley in Liverpool. And who was investigating it? It's a criminal offence, by the way, that. Who was investigating it? The local authority environmental crime unit. Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but most people who want to be in the preventing crime don't join the environment team. They join the police. Why aren't we using the police to...
Exactly, that's my point. So it's not a question of incompetence. It's a question of the will of the people. Well, I was joking about what kind of... And I myself am a dirty foreigner coming into this country. So I included myself in the dirty foreigner contingent, but I'm a quality dirty foreigner. The point is that there needs to be strict punishment for this.
Yeah,
strict.
Well,
I think Ed's been saying he's almost built a whole movement on the back of that very thing.
Okay, well, then I'm in favor of it. That's the most important thing. Is that we need to be and people need to be exposed. If you've got cameras all over the place, we need to expose. Like I posted on Twitter, Lewis Schaefer, LEWIS on Twitter. I posted a picture of rubbish dump just last week in Peckham Rye Park.
Thank you. Look, right, Ed, we're gonna bring this to a close very shortly. So I want you to have the very last say on this, because what I want people to remember from this particular interview is that you came on talking absolute fabulous sense. Ed.
Yes, I'm not disagreeing with him. I'm just saying when you blame the incompetence of the government, it's deeper than that. It's the immorality of a communist socialist regime, and that includes the Tories after Churchill and Churchill.
Ed is desperately trying not to get race or politics involved in this discussion.
No, he is, but the Tories are the exact same thing. And the whole country should be against littering.
See, this is why I've contemplated joining Hamas.
Well, I think that's been a complete education coming across Lewis. But can I just say that if you really want to help make a difference, if there's any politicians watching, any spads watching, or any people who want to really get involved and find out what's required, is please join our campaign. Go to the Clean Up Britain website, sign up for our newsletter, make a donation, find out what we think is required to make a difference here. Because I don't want to go litter picking. I don't want Lewis going litter picking. I don't want anybody going litter picking. And ideally, I don't want anybody fined for fly tipping, because it shouldn't happen in a decent society.
But if they do it, they should be kicked out of the country.
Well, I think that's far too nice. I think they should probably be put in the stocks first and pelted with cow shit and rotten tomatoes first, and then deported without having a shower. How about that?
All right.
Cheers, Lewis. Look, Ed, thank you ever so much. I will get you back on the show and I'll allow you to speak. Thanks.
It's been a joy and a delight.
Twitter. I'm going on to Twitter.
Ed, thank you very much. Enjoy your weekend. I promise I won't tell Lewis where you live.
Cheers.
Take care, mate. Take care. But we're going to go to the Glindex very shortly, and we're going to take that incredible. So you do litter pick, don't you?
Yeah, I do this every single day, once or twice a day. I go around Peckham Rye Park or my area. I don't want to say where I live.
You just did.
I just did.
I mean, that's almost exactly where you go.
That is where I go. You probably see me there. I pick up the rubbish, and a lot of it is consciously thrown out. It's not like the thing overturned, the rubbish bin overturned. They'll throw and this tissue, like in the springtime with tissues. You know, I hardly know you, and tissues, or also the bottles and cans and stuff like that. They throw them out of their cars. Maybe he's right. They should have their licenses revoked.
Well, on that note, let's play the jingle for the Glindex.
Goxie.
Hello, Glyn. Have you been? Just a quick question. Have you been watching for the last few minutes?
Yes, I feel like I'm watching an episode of Seinfeld.
Are you ready? I cannot stop him. You have some wonderfully planned knowledge nuggets to share. I'm going to allow you to do that. But how are you, mate?
I'm good. Enjoyed watching Ed. Completely agree with him. By the way, I once stopped a fly tipper by following him for an hour.
Did you really?
Yeah. I'd seen him fly tip right by us once before. Then I saw the lorry turn up again when I happened to be in my car. So obviously he was on the lookout. So he was driving slowly around our town, and I just followed him slowly around our town till he got really bored and went. No doubt he dumped it somewhere else, but
So you managed to stop him from doing it and followed him about the Glindex Vigilante. Yeah, the Glindex Tente. Look, Glenn, what have you got for us today, mate? Because I'm really excited to hear this week. By the way, I love Friday. This just signals it's the weekend. We've got Glyn Brailsford and the Glindex. Fire away, my friend.
Okay, we've just had Ed talking about fly tipping, so you just got more rubbish from me for the next 10 minutes or something. I don't know if you saw this week, but Bill Gates, you might know him, co-founder of Microsoft.
Big fan of the show.
Yes, he warned, and a big fan of Jeffrey Epstein, but let's not go there. He warned that AI is much more dangerous than the big tech bros are letting on, which seems to me a bit like, poacher turned gamekeeper, if ever I heard it. But I wonder if AI is all it's cracked up to be. Not if my hometown of Rotherham is anything to go by. Can we take a look at image 6, please? Right. I'm calling this section A Up Against AI because doctors in Rotherham have introduced a virtual assistant called Emma. That's her there on the right, which stands for Enhanced Medical Management Assistant. In short, Emma's job is to be an AI receptionist. She answers calls within 3 rings, shortens queues, and saves up to 80% on staffing costs. But there's one snag. She can't understand the South Yorkshire accent.
That is a big problem, Glyn.
Bit of a problem. So according to Health Watch Rotherham, which is an independent watchdog in the town, health watchdog in the town, she can't make out what callers are saying, which means patients can't then navigate their way through that AI system. And they just end up hanging up in frustration because can you imagine, if you're not very tech savvy, if you're old, if you're vulnerable, if you're just not feeling well, and you can't get this AI machine to understand you and put you through to the right person, which is really weird because the company behind Emma, an AI company, says she understands English and 17 other languages. So why she can't make out the South Yorkshire dialect, I have no idea. It's a bit like that cartoon of Daleks confronted by stairs. Do you remember that one?
Yeah, I do actually. This is one thing I do remember. I mean, Mark Littlewood obviously does. He could tell you exactly what day of the week and what year the episode came out, but I can't tell you that much.
But I wondered what it was about my particular dialect that AI couldn't understand. And I'll just take a couple of phrases. So, A-up, as we've used earlier, that's just a greeting. That's just hi. Our other greeting is now then, which is just two simple words, now and then. But when you think about it, that's a bit of a mind boggler, isn't it? Because I think it's probably blew Emma's fuse, because by the time you said now, it's actually then, right? So you're messing with like the time space continuum or something. So Emma's going, I can't compute this. What am I supposed to do? So AI has met its match in Rotherham. And I also don't understand, I mean, it's not that thick of an accent. I mean, what about Scousers or Geordies or Brummies? So is this going to pop up?
It's going to be a big problem, isn't it? Particularly if you've got an ailment that you urgently want sorting out, and they can't understand what it is what it is you've got. They send you off for some sort of rash cream when you've got a lump somewhere.
Well, exactly. So what Emma's succeeded in doing is definitely shorting the GP's appointments, but probably everybody's buggering off to A&E straight away. So just passing the problem down the road.
Yeah, big issue. What else you got in that Glindex there, mate?
Well, it's time for your Friday football fix. I'll keep this one brief this week. But we looked at the economics of football for the past couple of weeks. And I quickly want to examine another couple of elements of it today. A, by looking at the current transfer window. For those who aren't football fans, I guess Lewis might be one of them. The transfer windows.
Love football.
Soccer.
He loves football. Glenn, you did command him by saying his name, unfortunately.
Sorry,
like a genie. You can't just say Lewis's name. He will appear on screen. But he does actually like football. I know that he's been to Crystal Palace quite a few times.
I'm going tonight. I'm going to tonight against Manchester City.
Great crowd
with my friend Tristan.
I love
He's got a friend called
Tristan,
Tristan, apparently.
Anyway, for those who aren't close football fans, the transfer window is a limited period of time in which you can sign new players. And that window comes to an end at 11 o'clock this coming Tuesday night. Always creates great excitement for the likes of us, great disappointment depending on who you sign or don't sign, and vast amounts of money change hands. So let's take a look at image 5, please, guys.
Wow.
Yeah, that figure as we're looking at it is already out of date. More than 2.6 billion have been spent by yesterday afternoon. And there are loads of big deals coming through, like Bradley Barcola on his way to Liverpool, I think. Liverpool also interested in Sarr at Palace. We were just talking about Palace for 50 million. So I think by Tuesday, they'll have set a new record. It's currently around 3 billion. I think they're going to cruise through that by Tuesday night. But beneath all that, a lot of interesting subplots. So perhaps get to that next week. But what I also wanted to do was look at the flip side of that coin, because clubs in League One and League Two don't pay massive fees. In fact, mostly they're just picking up players on free transfers or for pitiful amounts, quite frankly. But getting deals done for those clubs can still be incredibly difficult, and not always for football reasons. So there's a guy at Cambridge United, is their director of football, Mark Bonner. They've just gone up into League One. But he told a fans forum that they're having difficulty signing players because those players can't afford the house prices in Cambridge, right?
Wow.
So house prices in Cambridge are like, the average is 467,000. So that's 200 grand above the average UK price. Now, I would say if you scrutinise that by that metric, my boys, Rotherham United, ought to have the best players in League One and League Two because, houses are shit cheap. But frankly, I don't think they want to live there, so they don't sign anyway, sadly. So that one hasn't worked.
Do we know what a Cambridge player's salary would be?
Yeah, well, not specifically, but I can tell you in the lower leagues, if you are a senior pro playing in League Two, you'll be on somewhere, let's call it £2,000 a week, right?
Okay.
So £8,000 a month, 96,000 a year, 100,000 a year, which is well above the national average salary, which is somewhere about 40,000, I think. But what you've got to bear in mind with these players, the lifespan of a player in the lower leagues is incredibly short. If you're in League One, I think it's something like 3 years. If you're in League Two, it's even lower, 2.9 years. And then factor onto this, all these guys are on short-term contracts, 1 season or 2 seasons at most. They don't find out if their contract's expired. They don't find out until July if they've got a job anymore. Then they have to find another club. And it's not just about finding another club. They're married guys. They've got kids. They've got wives who need work. They've got kids who need schools. So this is not a picnic for them. And the drop-off rate is massive. Even more massive is the drop-off rate of young kids who come in, play until they're 21, 22, and then don't quite make the grade and just drop out. And beyond that, the bankruptcy rate of former players is colossal. So, it's not a picnic down there. Forgive me if I just said that. Also, bear in mind, the average turnover of a League Two club is about 4 million a year, right? Which wouldn't even buy Morgan Rogers' left shin pad. Do you know what I mean?
No, exactly. Yeah.
And each of those clubs are losing about $1 million a year. And the fans complain about the chairman not putting their hands in the pocket, but the chairman is subsidising their club by about $1 million a year, just keeping them going. So
anything else in the Glindex there, my friend?
No, that's it on football. I think we'll talk about the transfer window next week, but it's not all Lamborghini's life at the bottom. That's all I'm saying.
No, it's not, and it's such a good point to make because it's like a lot of things. The things that get discussed are the 0.1 percentile at the top of everything. It's like when people talk about billionaires and the fact that they're taking everything from the country, even though they're paying 40% of all tax, and there's only about 6 of them left. It's ridiculous. People just hone in on them. Glenn, what have we got planned for the weekend?
I will. You'll hate this, but I'm going to see Jack Whitehall tonight.
I don't hate that. That's good.
Oh, okay. Keep
Where
comedy alive. G Live in Guildford.
Oh,
I think he's doing one of those tours where he's like the small venues are still working on
work
his
in
material.
progress. Yeah.
Yada yada.
They performed at G Live. It's a nice venue actually. Some nice people.
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah, so there's one of the guys that showed me to my dressing room when I was there was a big fan of independent media. You might be watching this. It was a couple of years since I've been there now, but enjoy that, Glenn.
Tonight.
Yeah,
maybe
absolutely. Yeah, you might be signing your first autograph, mate.
Yeah, I can't write though, so it'd be lost on me.
That's the trouble with.
I have to give you a keyboard. One more. It's time for Common Censor of the Week, Paul.
Common Censor of the Week. Ooh.
We've got to do that, right? I'm not sure if you saw this, Coxie, but there's a TV adaptation of Harry Potter. It's due to be released by HBO on Christmas Day. Wizard idea, you might say. But it's not without controversy. I just thought I'd stick that one. I had to do one, at least.
It was fair enough, fair enough.
So, guys, can we take a look at image 3? Yeah, I'm calling this segment Harry Potter and the Ring of Hypocrisy, right? Why is that? Because
why is that indeed?
When it was announced this week that the actor Nicholas Hoult, you'll know him, he was to appear as Gilderoy Lockhart, it prompted a backlash from his fans because they hate J.K. Rowling's views on trans issues. So rather conveniently, Nicholas then discovered a scheduling conflict, right, and had to pull out of the series, which is, pretty pathetic. I don't accept that excuse. But it's not as pathetic as at least 4 members of the cast, including John Lithgow. Remember him from Third Rock from the Sun and other kind of stuff? They've all accepted their roles. They're all taking the money. but they're all simultaneously condemning J.K. Rowling, going, her views are inexplicable, or they're expressing their solidarity with the trans, non-binary and intersex communities. Now, I've had jobs when I don't agree with my employer, but would I diss them in public? Never. Where are the standards?
You tend to just be grateful.
Yeah.
And you know, and gracious, which seems to have lost these people, because they believe. I tell you what it is, Glyn. It's fear. They believe that if they don't say these things, they will not get other roles. They want these juicy roles. They know how popular the brand of Harry Potter is. They know it will be a success, come what may, and they know that's thanks to J.K. Rowling.
Yeah,
but they just cannot bring themselves to say thank you. Right? Yeah, because by the way, in all of this, the brilliance is coming from Rowling. It's not coming from the actors.
Yeah.
Pretending to be something every day. I do that every day. I pretend to be happy. Every day I wake up and come on here and pretend to be happy.
And at least Rowling does know the difference between fantasy and fact, especially when it comes to a woman being a woman, I think. And her reaction was priceless and dignified. She said, I don't have the power to sack an actor from the series. I think she probably does if she really tried. And I wouldn't exercise it if I did. I don't believe in taking people's jobs or livelihoods because they hold legally protected beliefs that differ from mine. So if you can take a look at Image 4, guys, which is a bit similar, but for a dignity in the face of such hypocritical ingratitude and for defense of freedom of speech at the same time, J.K. Rowling gets my nod for Common Sense of the Week. What do you reckon, Foxy?
Yeah, round of applause all round in Studio 2 here at UK Online Towers. Look, Glyn, thank you so much for joining me. I'm already looking forward to next Friday. I hope you enjoy your night out tonight with Mrs. Brailsford, or Mr. Brailsford. We're no judge here. Well clarified. Just thought I'd stick that in there. Okay, Glyn, take care of yourself.
And she's gorgeous, by the way.
She's gorgeous. Okay, I don't know if I can say that now. I don't know. See, this is dodgy territory. If I start banging on about how gorgeous Mrs. Brailsford is, I don't know if that's appropriate. But I'm glad you enjoy our company.
I do. Thanks so much, Coxie. See you next week.
See you later. Take care.
Cheers,
bye.
Guys.
Well, Lewis, first of all, thank you very much for not interrupting there. You did very, very good.
Thank you very much. This is my last appearance here.
It's not. It just can't be. It won't. You can't get fired from UK Live Online.
Yes, you can. They can
well,
stop
actually,
calling.
if Mike says no more, then you can.
Yeah, there's no phone call. But, it can happen. It can happen. No, I'm just because everything is it's all political. You say I'm not going to try to be political. It's all political. It's one side versus the other side.
Who's winning?
I think here we're losing.
You mean collectively as a country, or just you and I in this room?
You and I in this room, and then collectively as a country. Communism always loses. People starve to death, and when the Muslims take over, nothing against Muslims. Nothing.
No, nothing against Muslims, but
I shouldn't even talk like that. It sounds like I don't like Muslims, but I would like to
out of 10, how much do you like Muslims?
I think I never thought about them for a minute when I was living in America. And here it's like, we're going to be able to have a Greg's sausage roll. I don't think we will be able to.
Because you think that the Muslims are going to ban Greg's?
Yes. Are you going to allow to have a dog?
You heard it here first.
It sounds like I'm being
turning the apples gay and shutting down Greg's.
Anybody who wants to move to this country has to love this country.
Yeah.
I mean,
I agree. I do agree.
Yeah. And not want to change it. Say, listen, we'd like to be part, and then it will change eventually.
It's changing everywhere, and it's because of the capitulation. It's because we capitulate our autonomy to the state, and the state say, you're going to get what you're given.
Yeah,
and this is what we're being given.
That's socialism.
That is socialism. So of the right-wing parties, which one is going to change the planet, the country?
It will be a new party, because I think Reform is not strong enough. And I think Restore is not together enough. And I think the Conservatives are like people inherently do not trust them.
So we don't have, the solution is no longer apparent to us. We don't have it available.
No, I don't know what it's going to. I don't think it's going to be. It's going to. It'll spring up. Maybe it's someone like Tommy Robinson.
Wow.
I don't know. Oh my God, I'm so unlikable.
I don't think you are. The
I
comments
think I
love you.
am. Because Muslims, I'm not against Muslims.
Somebody PW's put, Lewis, it's your worst show ever.
It is my worst. No, this.
Now that's
this
a callback to what you used to say on every television appearance.
Yeah, because it is. But this is the worst show because now I'm a racist. The guy called me a racialist trying to be nice.
No, he just said he didn't want to.
I know he didn't want to and that's the problem with this country.
He's dedicating his life to trying to tidy Britain up, and he knows that he needs to get everybody on board.
Yes, that is exactly right, and I need to get everybody on board loving Louis Schaefer. And you know, when you're having the worst show ever.
Look, I don't think you have. I don't think you had the worst show ever. I think you've had an absolutely tremendous show.
And you know what really bothers me? Your success.
I know it does, mate. I know it does.
You know,
it bothers a lot of people, actually.
I can imagine it does. I remember working with you. You were in nothing, and now look. It was Louis Schaefer was the star. I was the star, and now you're just sitting here like you're.
And I'm letting you come on. I'm letting you have some of my limelight.
I know that's the sickest thing. That's so manipulative. You know, if you were a weaker person, you wouldn't have me on. But you think whatever? Let's invite Louis Schaefer on to see how far he's fallen.
That is not what's happening. Look, I started out with nothing. I've got most of it left.
Yes.
As C6 once said, look, that's the end of the show, I'm afraid, Lewis.
Yeah.
I'm just going to say a few thank yous, then I'm going to leave the last word to you.
What's the last word?
Well, up to you. I'll let you know in a minute. Think about it. This could be the worst broadcasting decision I've ever made.
Yeah.
But thank you to absolutely everybody who's watched, followed us, liked and subscribed this week. Keep doing it. UK Live Online is the revolution, and it's being terrorised, I was going to say that, and it's being televised. I want to say a massive thank you to Charlotte, a massive thank you to the Princess, a massive thank you to the Duke, a massive thank you to the Russian. The little one was in yesterday. She's been converted, but most of all, thank you to you. And the last word goes to Louis Schaefer.
That's like really ridiculous for me to be. You're the host of the show. And I would like to thank you for having me, and I'd like to thank Charlotte for having me, and I'd like to thank the little people. You know.
And on that bombshell, keep it real.
Up guy, and he's right about that. You shouldn't make it
The cleaning up.
the cleaning up
They
guy.
sent me a message after saying what the fuck was that.
Did he?
Really?
No, I didn't.
No, he didn't. He did.
Brilliant.
But all good fun. Lewis is crazy. Those are exclamations.
I've become.